What's up, my peoples? Come outside. Oh my gosh, I'm so sick. I feel like crap, you guys. I've been sick all week, you guys. All week. Come spend some time with me. I miss y'all. Trey got this nasty bug. Brought it from school, I'm sure. That made everybody sick. These kids. They're so gross. Oh, I'm sick for me. I'm sick. Trey got a bug from school and then he brought it to the house. So he was sick last weekend. Then James and Maverick got sick. And of course, I was the last one to get sick. Hey, for me. So, how awful is that? But I'm doing my hair. I was like, oh, I can go live into my hair. Oh my gosh, you guys. I was sick, but I was still outside with my face mask on. But let me tell you something. We have to look at streaming university. Oh my Lord. I have some funny topics for y'all. Yes, we have to look at streaming university. We also have to look at people do not want to pay their Klarna bill. It is just too funny. It's too freaking funny. But we'll start with this story first out in California because I feel like they have a plan to just dumb down children. Hold on. Oh my gosh. I feel like they want the kids to be stupid.
A betrayal of the American dream. Tonight, ABC 7 News reporter Lauren Martinez took those criticisms to experts to understand the approach that several school districts are already following.
What if homework, tests, attendance, and other factors didn't heavily count towards a student's academic grade? Joe Feldman, a former educator, said he saw a need to improve traditional grading practices.
Because teachers don't get trained how to grade, ironically, teachers are grading in lots of different ways.
6 years ago, he wrote the book Grading for Equity. He said his research shows that grades should be less about accumulating points for a student and more about what the student has learned.
If my parent signs my syllabus, if my parent comes to back to school night, if I raise my hand, everything that I do in a class is incorporated into the grade. And what happens is that starts to warp the accuracy of the grade. And in equitable grading, the grade doesn't reflect anything except what the student has learned of what was taught in the course.
One of the key components of equitable grading is using a 0 to 4 scale instead of 0 to 100.
If a student doesn't turn in a homework assignment and they get a 0, it's really hard to bring that 0 up to a passing grade.
Boy. So we got to talk about a story out of California, probably the wokest state in the union, that is showing us once again how ass backwards and progressive ideology actually is. Okay, and this story involves a woke school out of San Francisco that has decided to experiment with equitable grading, aka woke grading. Essentially, they're trying to give kids good grades for things other than their work, right? Like actually doing the work in meritocracy, right? They're trying to pass kids without kids actually really knowing the material that they're supposed to learn. Okay. And shout out to people like Anna Kasparian, who I believe is still progressive somewhat. She's calling out how Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs this policy really is, and how this is really just a grift for woke consultants to get paid probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, to make kids dumber. Take a look.
Hey, we're grading for equity. Let's pause for a second and just acknowledge the fact that what this curriculum messages to the world is we don't think certain students can rise to the occasion. And so instead of finding ways to solve any issues that are standing in the way of them excelling, rather than doing something about those obstacles, we are going to lower the standards and then pat ourselves on the back with this ridiculous label of equity. This isn't equity. This is giving up on students.
Yep.
Okay, so let me give you more details about this because this specific curriculum includes, well, grading for equity eliminates homework or weekly tests from being counted in a student's final semester grade. Grades won't be impacted due to late assignments, showing up late to class, or not showing up at all. Only the score on a final exam counts, which, by the way, students can take multiple times. So if you didn't like your original score, you can take it again until you get a score you like. But there's also a catch to the way these tests are scored, because a student right now in a regular traditional grading system would need a 90 in order to get an A, or at least 61 to get a D. Well, under the San Leandro Unified School District's grading for equity system touted by the San Francisco Unified School District and its consultant, a student with a score as low as 80 can attain an A, and as low as 21% can pass with a D. I think that's crazy. So the school district is already negotiating with a consultant who is set to train the teachers about grading for equity by August. And the dude is a total idiot. When students know that they can literally not show up to class and get a passing grade anyway, they're not going to show up to class. They're kids, especially high school kids. Geez, this is incredible. So parents would absolutely push back on this plan, and for good reason. So data from two middle schools in San Leandro, where this dumb grading system was implemented in 2016, show significant continued disparities among student populations when it comes to performance on statewide assessment tests, obviously. And in both English and mathematics, the gaps ranged from twice to triple to even 4 times as many students meeting or exceeding the statewide standard in some subgroups compared to others. The children needing the most help and improvement are not getting it. The reality is that school districts, or this specific school district, the San Francisco Unified School District, they are currently facing a $100 million budget cut. You see, the state of California basically took tens of billions of our dollars of Californians' hard-earned tax money, and they wiped their ass with it. $24 billion allocated for homeless nonprofits. They took that money, padded their pockets with it. Homelessness has exploded in California ever since. There's been no accountability. There's been no reckoning with that theft of our taxpayer money. And now you have a major school district in the state of California paying large sums of money that they can't even afford, considering that $100 million budget cut. And they're giving it to a snake oil salesman who's going to further deteriorate the education system in San Francisco. Congratulations.
Yeah, I gotta say, Anna Kasparian is spot on, right? And again, this is what separates unreasonable progressives from somewhat reasonable progressives, right? Stories like this, like how in the world can you come out here and say, yeah, that makes sense, right? Let's have equitable grading where we grade students on things that have nothing to do.
And you guys see this. Another thing too is like they took money from the kids from the school district to go take care of homeless people. But even the homeless people were not taken care of because they just gave the money to these non-for-profits who just kept the money to themselves. And they're not even helping the homeless people. But I'm like, this is crazy to me. This is San Francisco, you guys. This is California. And I'm like, don't ever let people tell you there's no corruption in America. Okay, there is corruption all over America. This is insanity. This is insanity. And I also feel as though, for as much as like it sounds good, if you're a kid, oh yeah, I don't have to work hard. This is easy, whatever, right? Because young people don't think about the future. They're young people. They don't have kids. They don't have bills. They don't have, like, you know what I'm saying? Their parents take care of everything, right? But I'm like, what these people are doing, and it's white liberals, which is why I think they're racist, is that you're doing this hoping that one day, by the time these kids get to actually become seniors and graduate from high school, they're going to be absolutely useless. These kids are going to be so useless. Like, what kind of jobs are they going to get? Hey, vet. Oh, really? All right. Well, have a safe drive. These kids are going to be useless. And I feel like this is what they're doing because they probably most likely take care of Black kids and brown kids and children of color. Right? So you don't want these kids to be aspirational. You don't want these kids to push themselves. And I get it. I feel like even today, it goes across the board that many children today do not care about learning anymore. I really think it starts in the home, because I think today a lot of parents don't really care about education. We also have, strayed far away from traditional families, conventional families. Most kids probably are raised by one parent. That one parent also is probably exhausted, right? So kids do take advantage, right? Because there's not one parent that can really focus and supervise the kids and stuff. But I'm like, you're going to truly make these young people useless. They're going to be useless. So what jobs are they going to have? So they're going to go to school for the next 12, 13 years and pretty much not learn anything. This is criminal. I'm like, this is criminal behavior. This is so criminal. Equity? What about equity? What about equity? And one thing I cannot stand also as it pertains to liberal mindset is that Black children and Latino kids, for example, cannot be challenged. Oh, it's just too hard for them. It's just too hard for them. Too hard for who? Too hard for who? And it's like they want these Black kids to see themselves as people who are not able, can't compete, can't think, can't be challenged, can't this, can't that. That's a whole lie. That really is a lie. And it's truly diabolical. Instead of finding ways to get these kids to want to be engaged, get these kids to actually care, find new ways of teaching the kids. Oh no, let's just make an 80 an A, a 60, a B plus. You don't even have to come to school. You don't have to do your homework. I'm like, this is not how life works. Life doesn't work like that. This is diabolical.
With the actual work, okay, like what they did, meritocracy, right? The answers that they got right or wrong. Do they actually know the material? And we all know why they're doing it. They're doing it because so-called Black and brown students, so-called students of color are underperforming, right? They're not performing the way they should. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, across the country, really, students are starting to fail more, okay? They're not performing the way they used to before the pandemic. I actually went back to my old high school, which is supposed to be a school for smart kids. I still don't understand how I got into it, but I went back and I was, talking to my old guidance counselor about this, and she was telling me the same thing. She was like, yeah, the smartest students aren't as smart as they used to be, right? Like even the top performers aren't performing as well as they used to post-pandemic, okay? So we're really seeing a decline in the quality of the education that students are getting and also the motivation to perform, okay? And this is something that's happening across the country, but obviously in states like California, where you have this grading system, as Anna Kasparian just laid out, this is not helping, right? Lowering the standards is not helping solve the problem. So without further ado, I actually want to react to this CNN panel, discuss this topic, because of course you're going to have some people that low-key try to defend this, right? Try to make it seem like this is somewhat rational, even though it's not, right? This is completely and totally indefensible.
In general, I think this rubs a lot of people the wrong way. But in the context of politics, the reason Rokan is speaking up about this is because I think he sees this as one of the things that regular Americans look at and say, why are we doing this?
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, I don't know how you define regular Americans, but I think for the millions of educators out there, they can tell you that grading equity actually does help with making sure that students understand the curriculum they're being taught. This is pedagogy lending itself to making sure comprehension matters. I'll be honest, in my perspective, when I was reading about this, I spent some time at the National Education Association, so it's a policy that I'm familiar with. And when I was reading about this, I passed math. I was horrible at math. And I used to volunteer to clean the boards and clean the erasers and everything just to get extra credit to pass math. But if you ask me the square root of something, it might not work.
Yeah, so you should have passed it. You should have.
This is ridiculous. And I really cannot stand when people say this. Oh, I was bad at math. Did you actually spend the hours to properly study? Did you even try to study? Or how do you really know you're horrible at something? Like, did you truly give it your all and it didn't work out for you? I doubt it. So it's like, how do you know you can't do math? Oh, if you tell me the square root of something, I can't. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Okay. And we have to stop. We have to stop propagating limiting beliefs. Okay. It's just too many Black people out here with limiting beliefs. You don't know what you can or cannot do until you fully apply yourself to a thing. You don't know. You can say, oh yeah, it's intimidating. Yeah, a lot of things are intimidating. Okay. But my thing is, can you truly say, oh, I applied myself and it didn't work out for me? I doubt it. I truly, truly doubt it. Certain topics are more difficult than others, yeah, but they're not impossible. They're not impossible. People waste time doing all kinds of stupid stuff. instead of using that time to sit down and study the stuff that's hard for you. You got to study the things that is hard for you, and you'll get better at it. And you'll actually be, not even just get better at it, you'll be better overall, like your character will be better overall, because you're not the type to run away from things that are hard. You understand? You got people say, oh my gosh, like when you grow up and you're not going to use geometry, how do you know that? But my thing is, to me, honestly, when it comes to like math, like sciences and things like that, they're challenging. And it's not so much that when you get older, you're going to use it. But what you will use is that you're going to be the type of person that knows how to solve problems. You're going to be the type of person that knows how to think outside the box. Not going to think like everybody else, right? You'll see solutions where people see impossibilities, right? You'll have more courage. You'll have more faith in yourself. You understand? Maybe there's a way of fixing this, right? Because it teaches you not to be a quitter. There's a solution in here somewhere. Hey, Diana, oh, girl, I was so sick. Okay. I'm still sick, but there's a solution in there somewhere. You cannot say, oh, I was bad at math. Did you actually sit there and apply yourself? Did you even spend more than 10 hours? Hey, Mark, what's up? Did you even spend more than 10 hours a week studying your math homework and your math stuff? No. So it's not that you're not good at it. It's that you didn't make it a priority, right? Oh, I missed you too. Okay. You didn't make it a priority. We have to stop doing this to Black children. It's so disgusting to me, right? Oh, I can't do math. Oh, I'm scared of math. You're scared of what? What exactly scares you? Okay. And this is why also, there's like a whole situation going on. Think about it. There's a whole thing going on because they were saying that a lot of Black women are getting fired, like over 106,000 Black women got fired or are getting fired. Many of them have government jobs, right? But I'm like, yeah, I can see why they're getting fired, because a lot of Black women don't like math. They don't like math. They don't like science. They don't like engineering. They go to school and try to pick the easiest majors possible. Well, those kinds of majors will get you fired. Okay, you got to go for what's hard. When you do stuff that's hard that most people don't want to do, it's going to be really hard to get rid of you because other people don't want to do it. Other people do not want to do it, right? But if you do stuff that's really easy, easy is going to be to fire you, right? Even like you look at this whole, like all this money stuff, like where the money's going, the tech, the billionaires and things like that. Most of these people are in tech. Right? It's STEM. They're all part of STEM. They're all in STEM. So it's like, if you're not going there, it's like, then how are you going to make the money? Because the real money is there. Right? But it also starts at a very early age where like parents, family, people have to put into Black children that you can do it. It's not easy, but it's doable. Right? Because the other people who do it, they look human just like you. Okay? There are people just like you, as my dad was saying. They don't have extra chromosomes, right? But you got to put that into the Black child at a very early age. There is nothing for you to fear. But you will never understand anything, huh? Yeah, you will never master anything that you don't commit to. We have a commitment issue. And I was even telling Lacey that too, right? I was even telling Lacey that. I'm like, Lacey, me, Marlene, I don't even know anymore because I don't even know how you save Black people. I really don't. I truly don't, because it seems to me that a lot of Black people do not realize that out here, it's a competition. Every ethnicity or every race, but even though, there's only one human race, but for the sake of the conversation, right? Every race is competing with the other race, right? Black people, we're competing with white people and with Asian people, South Asian people, whatever. We are all competing. Because you have a finite set of money. Like, there's not an infinite amount of money. There's not an infinite amount of jobs. We're all competing. And I feel like we're the ones who don't take this competition seriously. We don't take it seriously. Like, we truly do not take life seriously, y'all. Like, it's really sad. It is really sad. Because we think somebody's going to come save us. Who? Even the people who are coming to you, acting like they want to save you, guess what? They're sabotaging you. Graded on equity. What does that even mean? Hey, babe, what does that even mean? Grade on what equity? Once upon a time, you had Black children. Mom couldn't even know how to read. Dad couldn't read. They would go to these schools. It's like 50,000 kids in there. All of these Black kids were exceptional. Early 1900s, you still have Black children exceptional. Both mom and dad are not in the house. They're by themselves. They wake up by themselves. They go to school by themselves. They come home by themselves. They look after their younger siblings. They cook, they clean, and they do homework, and they get straight A's. Are you kidding me? Like, seriously. Equity. Ever since black people got involved with all this equity, social justice foolishness, it's like black children are just getting dumber and dumber. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is so ridiculous. But like the next 25 years, the next 50 years, where are black kids who are then going to be the black adults? Where are they going to work? Who's going to hire them? Because even places like the mall, like things that we know, these things will be replaced by robots. They will be replaced by robots. One day you're going to go to the mall, you're going to go to Foot Locker. You might even have a robot in there that's helping you to buy your shoes. And like, we're not even seeing this. You come on social media every day. Black woman fighting black man. The black man fighting the black woman. Y'all, like, these people are so damn selfish. Y'all so damn selfish. Instead of saying, okay, what do we have to do to put our black children in a position that they can actually win? You see, like, oh my gosh, let me tell you something. Yesterday, I'm watching all these videos, like yesterday, the day before that, right? Watching all these videos about these women filing for divorce for the sake of filing for divorce. I'm like, here go another idiot. Here go all these idiots. Because now it's the new thing now, right? Oh, I filed for divorce because I'm bored. I filed for divorce. Are you even thinking about your children? You think about the future of your kids? Are you thinking about academically how that's going to impact your kids? No, of course not. What makes me happy? What makes me happy? What makes me happy? This is crazy. This is so damn crazy. Like, to me, it's just so crazy. The level of selfishness. People are so damn selfish. People are so damn selfish. You have to sacrifice for your kids. And if that means that you're not going to be happy for a season, oh well. Because they didn't choose to be here. You brought them here. And you have to make sure that these kids are successful. You got to make sure that by the time they get to 25, 26, 27, they can take care of themselves. They can have a good job or a great business. They can make a lot of money, have their benefits, right? Have good credit, great credit by God's grace, and they can be able to take care of themselves. How are we preparing black kids for the future of tomorrow? Like, it's so crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's coming to save anybody. And this is why sometimes, even me, I feel like even Christianity is bad for black people. You guys, I swear I'm sick, but, you know, I really do. Because you see, the problem with Christianity is that you are told that you have a savior in Jesus Christ, which I respected. But then it's like people have turned Jesus into a savior of everything to the point that people don't even want to help themselves no more. That is crazy to me. When you study like Eastern Asian religions, there is no savior. Whether it's Buddhism, Taoism, you name it, they don't have a savior. You gonna save yourself. It's up to you to save yourself. It's up to you to meditate, transcend, I don't know, but it's up to you to save yourself. And you see, and I'm like, and that's probably why Asian people and South Asian people are a lot more driven than black people, because they don't believe that there's a savior. Saving me from what? I need to go and save myself, right? And another issue also that we have too is the lack of curiosity. So many black people are not curious. They don't like to read. They don't like to do research. They don't like to ask questions. Okay, tell me what to think. Tell me what to believe. Tell me how to go. Tell me who to be. No, think for yourself. You got to think for yourself. Nobody wants to think. Everybody wants to fit in. Everybody does not want to make the next person uncomfortable. How exactly can we grow if we keep moving like this? It is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. But meanwhile, I weep for these kids though. Because when you leave high school, you should at least have algebra 2. Like, you should at least have algebra 2. By God's grace, you have pre-calculus. And by God's amazing grace, you at least have done 1 year of calculus in high school. You can do it. We have to encourage black children to be problem solvers. This is so crazy. Like, we don't take education seriously. Like seriously, it really is embarrassing. Like, it really is. We do not take education seriously. No. This issue right here with the Jesus gonna save me, the Lord will do it. It makes people think as though they don't have to try. Oh, I don't have to try, and somehow a miracle is gonna show up out of nowhere. Oh, I don't really have to try. Just go to church and pay tithes and offerings, and then run around the building, and then somehow God gonna do it. Won't he do it? No, he ain't gonna do anything. What are you doing? Like, I see a lot of posts like that. And I always say there are children dying in Palestine. Okay? Why should God come and help you when you live in a first world country and you're doing well for yourself, when there are actually a bunch of children being slaughtered in Palestine? God got to go help those kids. But there's too many Christians, and that's why the church today has turned into like full-blown paganism. Because people go to church looking at God and treating God like he's some kind of juju. Like, oh, if I rub the altar, if I pay the money, like, I'm like, this is giving occult practices. It's giving occult. Because you should know, hey, yes, it would be nice for God to help me, but am I even doing everything in my power to help myself? You know what I'm saying? Am I staying away from problems? When it comes to money, when was the last time I picked up a book to learn about finances? When was the last time I even looked at my credit? When was the last time I tried to reduce my own spending? Because a lot of the stuff we go through, it's self-inflicted. It is self-inflicted. A lot of Christians, all these ailments and these issues that they go through, these are self-inflicted problems. And like Jesus says, my people perish for lack of knowledge, because a lot of Christians are not curious. A lot of Christians don't want to read. They don't want to learn. They don't want to study. Because they think, oh, all I got to do is just trust God, go to church, pay tithes and offerings, run around the building, and somehow my stuff going to be fixed. No. You have to think. God, he gave you a mind. God gave you a mind. Everything you need to get yourself out of your problems or anything you need to level up, it's already on the inside of you. You don't need God. You need to believe in yourself. And you need to know how to go out there and find the resources that are going to help you to be better. Iron sharpens iron. But to see a lot of grown people who are still waiting for God for a miracle, you don't need miracles. You need a mind. Use your mind. Think about your problems. Think about your problems. Don't run away from your problems. I'm like, well, I'm not going to think about this. God will just fix it. No, he's not going to fix it. Because if God fixes it without you doing the mind work to know how to fix this, you're going to go do it again. And you will keep doing this. But my God is not a safety wheel. We have to honor God for who he is. And truly and honestly, before anybody goes up to God and say, God, please help me, you need to make sure that you've done everything in your power to help yourself. You know what I'm saying? You got to do everything in your power to help yourself. Have you studied? Did you go to office hours? Did you ask your teachers for help? Have you used the YouTube? Have you used every single resource that is available, free and paid, for as much as you can pay, to try to help yourself? What have you done? But some people, they barely do anything. Oh God, I need you to help me with this. No, you want a quick fix. And that's not life. That is not life. Well, that's why you got so many immature Christians out here. And they go to these churches with these weird pastors who take advantage of them, right? Because a lot of Christians do not want to be resourceful. They don't want to be resourceful. But you have to know how to believe in yourself. Like, you know what? God gave me a mind. And if the Bible says that God made me in his image, that means that I too can be a creator, right? I too can think and solve my own problems, right? Hey, Kibby, right? I can do it for myself. We don't believe in self. Oh, I got to run to God. You don't have to run to God. Run to a book. Run to a book. Have a journal. Write things out. Even work with ChatGPT, like work with AI. How can I get myself out of this problem? You can do it and you will do it. You got to believe in yourself. You have to. And you see, and this is why I will even say, this is why, for example, when you take people out of Asia and South Asia, like China, Korea, Japan, whatever, and then you take the Indian people, when they come in here, because their religions do not believe in a savior, you're going to help yourself, right? I could make the argument that maybe that's why when they come here, they're quick to start a business. Don't even speak English. They have a business, right? And they're so patient with their business. They will start small with a basic ass sign and basic ass resources, but they don't let up. They don't let up because they have made up their mind. Like, hey, I'm in a different country. I don't want to work for nobody. But they barely speak the language. And when their kids come up from school, the kids go to the parents' business to help mom and dad because they speak English. The parents don't speak English, right? But then you have the vast majority. God wants us to rely on him, but it doesn't mean that you have to put everything on him too. No. Relying on God does not mean, oh, well, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just waiting for God. No, I rely on God knowing that he has put everything in me, right? Like even me, if I say, oh, I want to make like, let's say I want to make like $20,000 streaming. I'm like, oh God, can you help me make 20 grand streaming? No, I need to come here and sit my ass and do the content. But I already know God gave me favor. Whatever I decide to do, if I commit to it, and if it's the right thing, if it's a righteous thing, God will give me favor. But you have to commit. You have to commit. After this, I'm going to show you guys the Kai Cenat. These little boys, these little black boys out here, my God, these boys did some serious work. There's one boy in there, his name is Agent. Boy, talk about he made $385,000 off of streaming the month of April. Hey, bag, $385,000 in 1 month just streaming on the freaking Twitch. He made $87,000 off of YouTube streaming. But the thing is, he's been doing this for 10 years. And as the word said, be faithful in small things. God gonna trust you with bigger things. But relying on God does not mean, oh, well, I'll just close my eyes and he's gonna take care of me. No, take care of yourself. Because at the end of the day, the way God built this thing right here, it's a competition. And we have to compete. And even the word of God says that the kingdom of God suffered by violence. So you cannot be passive. Nowhere does God say, be a passive Christian. Where is that at? You cannot be passive. The Bible never calls anybody to be passive. You want something, you go get it. You want something, you go get it. Even like the life of Jesus, like, no, I think some of us are burdens to him. Absolutely. I think some of us are a burden because we are a burden because we are not proper testimonies of the power of God. I really do believe that. I think many of us are a burden because we make God look crazy. We make Jesus look crazy. Because when a lot of people look at Christians, all they see is failures. All they see are people who are just whining, crying, begging, asking for food, asking for this. They're always begging. But when people look at a lot of Christians, they don't see doers. They don't see problem solvers. They don't see billionaires. They don't see people who are out here changing stuff. They see people who are afraid, don't want to compete. They're always scared. They're always begging. They have low self-esteem. They always have imposter syndrome. Okay? But every time you see a breakthrough out here, it's not usually a Christian. It's not usually a Christian. When you see big problems being solved, like, oh, self-driving cars, it's not a Christian. When they're coming out here with these like chips and all that kind of stuff, these are not Christians. The vast majority of these people are Asians. You look at robotics, there's not no Christians. You look at AI, these are not Christians. These are not Christians. Okay, like they're not Christians. Christians are like the workers, the complainers, the criers, people who actually create companies of tomorrow, billion-dollar companies, trillion-dollar companies. The vast majority of those people do not identify as Christians. They do not identify as Christians, right? The vast majority of Africa is full of Christian. Look at the poverty. Look at the poverty. The vast majority of Asia, they're not Christians. Look at how rich they are. The Middle East, they don't identify as Christians, they're Arabs. Look at how rich they are, right? But then you compare Africa and maybe Latin America, because a lot of people in Latin America also identify as Christians. Look at the poverty, right? The Caribbean, the West Indies, people identify as Christians. Look at the poverty. So yeah, we are a burden because we are not a good representation of the power of God. Because when you read the book of Genesis, the Bible says that God said, let there be light, and there was light. God said, let there be men, and there was men. God, he just spoke, and he believed. He spoke, and he believed. You know, you'll see a lot of Christians, they'll go to church, they'll make all this noise, they'll do the praise and worship, they'll start crying and sniffing, they'll give their tithes, they'll scream, yes, preach, pastor. But as soon as they walk outside the church doors, they're scared all over again. They fear all over again. They give up all over again. These people don't believe. They don't believe. They do not believe. Right? They don't believe. Because when you believe, you go. You go. You go and you don't look back. For the one that is with you shall be with you. Just go. Oh, I heard a noise. I'm scared. Oh, they turned me down. I'm scared. Ooh, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. You don't believe. You don't believe. But it's like when you read the Bible is not a book about being passive. Nobody in the Bible is passive. David, when David sees Goliath, he doesn't pray. He just looked at him and he said, you uncircumcised Philistine, I will cut your head off. He just said, oh, God, if you give me permission, is it possible for me to go beat up the giant? No. He was like, why are you people so worried like this? What's going on? They're like, oh, shut up. He said, is this man right there? He said, okay, cool. He said, oh, you uncircumcised Philistine, I will cut your head and feed it to the birds. And he did just that. He did not stop and pray and give an offering and all that. Like, no, he's I'm gonna whoop your ass. That's it. Because if you believe in God, you should have that kind of confidence. I don't need to pray. I don't need to what you say? Right. And no, but you need money. It's in the book of James. The Bible even says money answers all things. Because we as Christians, we need money. You gotta pay your bills. And if Christians don't have money, how can Christians influence society? How can Christians influence culture? And that's why today, the vast majority of Christians, we are oppressed by unbelievers. We are oppressed by secular culture. You can't speak up against this. You can't speak against that. You can't speak against this. Why? Because the vast majority of Christians don't have money. So those who have money, they put their culture on your ass. And you don't have a choice because they have money. Because everybody answers to money, right? So a pork is in the book of James. The Bible even says that somebody comes to, hey, Ms. V, somebody comes to you and says, oh, I need a bus pass or I need food. And you say, oh, I'm going to pray for you. Pray for what? They need money. God is not against money. But what God is saying is that do not fall in love with money. But all the patriarchs in the Bible are incredibly wealthy people. Who is poor in the Bible? Who is poor? Abraham wasn't poor. First of all, Adam wasn't poor. Cain and Abel were not poor. Abraham is not poor. Isaac is not poor. Jacob becomes rich. Esau is also rich. Like, who is poor? Joseph, he starts off low, but Joseph becomes the second in command of Egypt. He's not poor. David starts off like, because he's a bastard child, but eventually he becomes wealthy, right? Who else? Solomon, now he was incredibly wealthy. But who is poor in the Bible? Boaz is not poor. And that's why Ruth went gleaming in his fields, because he's so damn rich. He's so damn rich. Like even Naomi's husband was not poor. That's why they had the money to go and move into the land of the Moabites, because he had money to move. It takes money to move. They moved. He moved the entire family from Jerusalem into the land of the Moabites. And then when they lose everything, Naomi comes back with Ruth, and she tells Ruth to go glean in the fields of Boaz. Boaz is rich AF. And Boaz is like Jesus' like great-granddad, right? Like he's like Jesse's granddad or something like that. But Boaz is in Jesus' lineage, because the house of David comes from Boaz. Jesse also, it possibly could be that Jesse had money. I don't know. But what I do know is David is a bastard child. So they put him out there in the wilderness, you know what I'm saying? But ultimately, David becomes wealthy. Even Saul, I think Saul had money too, because they made an offering to Samuel, like a donkey and something else, but if I'm not mistaken, right? But I'm like, in the Bible, we read who's poor? Who's poor? Lazarus is not poor, right? Even the short man that has lots of money, what was his name? And he was like, oh, when I do somebody wrong, I pay them back like 4 times. The short, I forgot his name, but that short man, because he got on a tree so he could see Jesus and stuff like that, he's also rich. It's a bunch of people with money. Darius had money. The lady who bled for 12 years, she obviously had money, because for 12 years, she was paying for medical bills without insurance. Girl, how are you affording all this? Okay? So it's like, we have to stop. God is not saying you cannot have money, because whoever has money determines the culture. Whoever has money sets the tone for the culture. So if we have a perverted culture today where every young lady wants to be a sex worker, it's because people that are wicked have money. That's how it goes. If you had more Christians with money, it probably like the culture would be a bit more like traditional, it'd be a bit more conventional, right? But we all answer to money because we have to work for money. You cannot live without money. You cannot live without money. Right? But what we have done is that we have believed in, I guess, like we allowed ourselves to believe in this corrupt, hey, Sandra, like this corrupt gospel that, oh, you know, as a Christian, I don't care about money. And we think it's cute, but it's actually irresponsible. It's actually irresponsible. And that's why many Christians have bad credit. right? That's why many, many Christians have horrible credit. I remember like when I was younger, I used to work for this mortgage company. Zacchaeus, there you go. But Zacchaeus, he has money because he was like, oh, if I do you wrong, I'll pay you back 4 times what I took from like 4 times. Damn, you got money. Okay. But these are rich people. These are some rich people, right? But I'm serious, Ms. V. Whoever has the purse controls the culture. Whoever has the purse controls the culture. Because money it's a necessary resource. It's like oxygen. You cannot live without money, right? But I think because America is a plantation, because America is racist, and because capitalism requires exploitation. So I do believe that through the church, because we also have to be honest, like since we're here, we're going to talk about over here, right? Since we're here, right? We're not going to sit here and act as if a lot of Black people once upon a time were not fully into like being entrepreneurs. You had so many Black people who were entrepreneurs because they were not being serviced by white people. And it's not a problem. Like it really is not a problem, right? And they took on that charge. They took on that challenge and they had their own businesses. Doctors, dentists, barbers, hairdressers, food makers, store owners, you name it, hotel keepers. Like, people had their own businesses because those kinds of Black people before Dr. King and his foolishness, those kinds of Black people believe that you need to make money. Like you're a Christian, you got to have a business. As a Christian, you have to multiply. The Bible talks about the parable of talents. Right? So these people had businesses. These people knew how to multiply. I'm going to play a video. There's this one Black man. Where was he from? Like the South somewhere. He started a newspaper with 25 cents. 25 cents. Okay? And then the newspaper was meant to teach Black people how to leave the South and like move up north, like places like Chicago and things of the sort. But this man became a millionaire. I was like, what the heck? Because PBS introduced me to his story. And I'm like, how many times do we see a dollar and we disregard the dollar? We will see pennies and quarters. We'll disregard that kind of stuff. But once upon a time, a quarter was everything to somebody, right? But I'm like, the man, he took a quarter. He started with the little thing that he had. Like the Bible says, do not despise small beginnings, right? Do not despise small beginnings. And that applies to everything, including a pregnancy. Do not despise small beginnings. What started off with a quarter will eventually turn into a multi-million-dollar newspaper. Like he was sending newspaper all over the place. I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. And I think he tried to be a lawyer, but because he was Black, they want to hire him. Cool, that's your job. I'm going to start my own business. You crazy people. These people are crazy. So guess what he did? He took the quarter and he believed in himself. And you start off with, you start off with one newspaper. Maybe all you can afford is print 10 newspapers. Cool. Sell the 10. Take that money. Go buy 20 more newspapers. Sell the 20. Go print 30. Sell the 30. Right? We have to be okay with starting small. You build like small, but you're like, okay, God's going to do it though. Just like Nehemiah. You rebuild the wall and you go brick by brick. There is nothing wrong with going brick by brick. And I don't have to pray every day. I was like, oh my gosh, no. I just know God, he watches over me. You know what I'm saying? Like, because for me, I'm like, to me, Marlene, hard work is also prayer. Okay? Like when you work hard, when God gives you an idea, or even you give it, I guess it's God. When God gives you an idea and you take it seriously and you apply yourself to me, Marlene, that is also equivalent to a prayer. Right? Because I'm being a good steward. I'm showing God, hey, you gave me something this small. Let me show you what I do with that. You know, we don't have to talk every day. I don't have to call you every day. Right? Hey, Nafisa, I don't have to call you every day. But whenever you come through, though, just like Adam, right? He didn't see Adam every day like this. But he put Adam in the garden so that Adam could take care of the garden, right? So whenever God pulls up, like, oh, yeah, you see, you gave me this a week ago. Look what I did. Okay, I'll talk to you in 2 weeks. God comes back in 2 weeks. Oh, okay, progress. I like what I see, right? Then it's 3 months. God come back in 3 months. Oh, okay. Ooh, sprinkle that favor on it. Sprinkle the favor. God comes back a year from now. Oh, daughter, you don't did it down. You understand, right? We also got to understand that. Oh, thank you, Jess, right? We also have to understand that. We don't always have to talk to God every single day. You don't need to. But you, by working hard and taking care of what he has given you, it's a prayer too. It's also a prayer because you're being diligent, you're being mindful, you're being grateful. And I'm like, even us as Black people, I truly do feel as though we truly need to have like a whole month of repentance. Like, we need to ask for forgiveness. Like, we truly do. We need to ask God for forgiveness for not taking steps seriously, for letting so many opportunities just like slip through our fingers. Like, we need to ask God for forgiveness. We also need to ask the ancestors for forgiveness, because they showed us how to be entrepreneurs. They showed us how to have your own. And we traded that for college degrees. And now look at us. Sorry, guys. I'm sick, you know? You know what I'm saying? College degrees, work for people. It's one thing. Like, remember the video I played with Maya Angelou? Okay. That one thing she said, she was like, Black people used to know how to work the land, because the person who knows how to work the land will never go starving. And it's true. If you know how to grow your own food, who can starve you? Right? If you know how to grow your own food, who can starve you? Right? And she was like, slowly but surely, they started taking Black people further and further and further away from the land. And I'm like, it is so true. It is so true. You'll see the same issue if you go to Africa. Most African countries, like, but I'll speak of West Africa. But you'll go to Africa and you'll see the same issue with the majority of countries, is that young people are in the cities, young people are in the capital looking to work in an office. Meanwhile, there's a whole problem with, like, we don't have enough food to feed the people. Go back to the village. Go back to the countryside. Start growing crops. Start harvesting fish. Like, there's so much you can do. Because as long as people live, people will always need food. You understand me? But we have allowed white people to bamboozle us, especially white liberals, with this whole education thing. Oh, get away from the field, go get you an education, then go apply for somebody's job, wait for somebody that want to hire you, and right? And in the meantime, the knowledge of the hands, it just starts to die. It's not even just like growing your own food, like, but just know how to work a car, know how to do plumbing and things like that. You forget how to use your hands. Right? So the day they fire you or the day they don't want to hire you, you don't know how to make money, because there's so much knowledge you have forgotten. You truly forgot how to be self-sustaining. I'm like, it's a real thing. It really, really is a real thing. You know? But I'm like, this issue with, like, even with this whole DEI and Target, I'm like, you see, once again, you feel as though Black people can't do anything if they don't lean on white people, because ownership is stopped being a priority. Right? Because it's hard. I can't sit here and lie. It's really hard. But it's like the convenience of, oh, I'd rather lean on the white man because he has everything set up than to do my own. Right? Exchanging convenience for ownership. And here we are today. People can fire you whenever they see fit. People can treat you any kind of way whenever they see fit, because they made sure to keep you, like, to take you away from the land. They made sure to take you away from knowing how to do manual stuff as long as possible, to get to a point where you would completely forget anything, right? Forget everything. And then they're like, okay, well, I guess now we can fire you, because they know you don't know how to be self-sustaining anymore. You are relying on them for a job, right? You are relying on them for a job, because so many people have forgotten how to take care of the land. So many people have forgotten how to grow anything, right? We have forgotten how to do anything. We don't know, because we forgot. And if we don't change course, like psychologically, perspective-wise, if we don't change the course and how we look at life, how we look at money, and how we look at competition, this is not going to end well. This is truly and truly not going to end well. Because they have taken Black people that used to work the land, that used to have their own businesses, and they have turned them into highly educated consumers. That is a freaking scam. That is a scam. So all you do is pay other people, but when you only get paid once, but you pay other people all the time, but you only get paid once. You only have one source of income. I'm like, you see, this is what they've done to people. This is really what they've done to people. And now here they are attacking the kids when it comes to their education, and making sure that these kids will have this visceral fear of anything hard, math, engineering, science. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. This is so hard. And it's not hard. It just requires time. And I'm sure people don't care too, because most likely the white people there and the Asians there, they have money to take their kids to private schools. It's mostly people of color, once again, who lean on public services to raise their kids and to give their kids an education, right? So I'm like, we really have to wake up. We really have to wake up, because I'm like, to me, I'm like, God is looking at us and like, okay, what are y'all doing? oh, but God, we're just waiting on you. No, we have to stop. We have to stop. Because I'm like, you compare. I had another friend who came to me and she was like, oh, she was a bit upset because she felt like Candace Owens was like doing too much with the Muslim people. And I'm like, girl, okay, when you compare Arabs to, let's say, because she's from Congo, right? I'm like, you compare Arabs, like people in the Middle East who are Muslims, and you compare them to Congolese people who are vastly Christians, right? Who has more money? Who has more structure? Who's making breaking grounds when it comes to tech and this and innovation? It's the Arabs. It's the Muslim. Because in Muslim, like in Arab religion too, like being a Muslim, you have to wake up at like 4:30. Because your first prayer starts at 5 a.m. So you got to be up really early to start to pray. 5 a.m., I'm sure most people in Congo are still sleeping, right? Because they're going to wake up at 9 and maybe pray at 10 o'clock. So the Arab man, if he's done praying at 5:30, by the time you wake up, he already has like 4.5 hours on you. Okay? Make it make sense. Like, seriously, make it make sense. But I do feel like, this is my personal opinion, I do feel like Black Christians have allowed themselves to be sold a very, very destructive version of Christianity that says that, oh, you don't want to be rich, don't worry about money, people who have money are wicked people. I don't think people who have money are wicked people. I just feel like having money is just going to reveal to you who a person truly is. So if you're not a good person and you come into money, you'll probably be worse. But it was always in you. If you are a generous person and you come into money, most likely you'll be even more generous because now you have more resources. I just feel as though money reveals who was in there the whole time. That's it. But I do believe that Christians should care about money. I believe that Christians, even at the church, especially here, I think most Black churches, they should have seminars, especially during summer break when kids are out of school, right? They should have like summer camps at the church where they teach young Black kids, especially the teenagers, about credit, because many of them are about to go to college and they have people waiting for you at the college campus to open a credit card. Okay. I also believe that Black churches also need to teach Black people about credit. We have too many Black Christians with bad credit. It needs to stop. It needs to stop. And it could be that they don't know, because it happens, right? Because I was talking about that with Lacey yesterday, right? This whole credit thing is very, very tricky. And I can see how if nobody really walks you through it, you're going to make mistakes with your credit. It's the real thing, right? But we thank God for every 7 years, stuff it comes off. But I just feel as though even in the church, we have to teach Black people how to take care of their credit, right? Most Christians should aspire to have a 730, 750 or higher credit score. That needs to be a priority for all of us. Right? We should not be going into collections. We should not be borrowing more money than we can afford to pay and things of the sorts. Like, we need to do that for our people, because if you have good credit, most likely it's going to be a lot easier for you to buy a house. Okay. And when you have a house, then I guess you have equity, right? You own something, but it's really hard to have ownership if you don't have good credit. There's this one girl I saw on Lemonade, right? So she was living in her car for the past 7 months because her credit was in the 500s. I said, oh my God. Okay. So nobody would let her, she couldn't rent any place. So she had to stay in her car for 7 months. Then as soon as, like, when her score hit the 600s, that's when she was able to get an apartment. I was like, wow, I don't know you, but I'm so happy for you, because sleeping in your car is never a safe space for a young woman. Like, that's just crazy. But I'm like, make sure you take care of your credit score, because here in America, it really, really matters. It truly matters. It truly matters, you know? And sometimes I also feel as though when it comes to the church, especially like the Black church, there's all this focus on miracles. No. Stop waiting for miracles, okay? Because they might never happen. And you don't need miracles also if you keep yourself informed, right? If you're educated about what to do and what not to do with your credit score, you don't need miracles. Because if you have an amazing credit score, you can have what you want, okay? We don't need miracles. We need to be informed. We need to be informed. We need to be mindful. We need to be careful. You don't need miracles, right? If we teach people how to go about spending money, how to invest their money, how to do this, and that, people are not going to need miracles. You don't need miracles when you have smarts. You don't need miracles when you know how to do stuff. You don't need miracles when you know how to find your own information, right? You don't need miracles. There's no need for a miracle. Right? What we need are people who know how to go out there. And if there's a problem, you have a question, then you know how to go out there and find solutions to your problems. That's it. right? And the more you do that kind of stuff, the smarter you'll be, the better you'll be at finding your own solution. You need to be a solution, like a problem solver, right? You need to learn how to be a person that goes out there and you seek solutions. You do not need miracles. You don't need miracles. No, but I don't think it. I mean, it looks like you're like really, really sick though. But I'm like, most people are not that sick. Most people refuse to learn. You know, they want it right now. It has to happen by tomorrow. No, it doesn't. Because even if God makes it happen for you by tomorrow, you'll go make the same mistake all over again. So it's best for you to learn from this. Because the more you learn from this and the more you solve this on your own, you're less likely to do it because you know how awful it felt. You're like, you know what? I don't want to go through that again. There you go. Right? And that will just make you better. You'll be better because of it. Right? God is not going to rob us of these lessons we have to learn in order to become better people. Right? We have to become better people. We have to be more mature. And I just feel like a lot of Christians are truly, truly immature. We are truly immature. And therefore, I feel like we're not a good representation of the power of God. Like that's how I feel, right? But I just feel like we need to work harder. We need to create more businesses. We need to have more ownership. We need to study more. Like even if you go to college or you go to grad school, right? Study things like business, accounting, finances, like stuff like that can truly teach yourself, but teach other people how to understand money. Because there really is a science to money. And many of us, we don't understand money, right? We probably know how to make money. We probably know how to make some money, right? But once the money's here, what do I do with the money, right? A lot of people don't know what to do with the money. Right? You have people who have saved a lot of money, but okay, how do I invest this money? Like they don't know what to do with the money. So I'm like, we truly have to be more caring about money, the science of money, and how do you invest money so that when you get to your older years, you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to sit here and wait for Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security check. Like you don't have to worry about any of these because when you were young, you made the right investments. When you were young, you truly made it your business to care about money. Right? So that way when you age, you don't have to, oh my gosh, Lord, help me pay my rent this month. God, help me. You don't even have to say these prayers because your rent will be paid. Because when you were growing up, you made it your business to understand money. And now you have money. And you have money to meet all of your needs. So when you pray to God, it's not because you want something. It's to say, God, thank you. Thank you for giving me the wisdom, the foresight, the whatever that I would retire, having made all these right investments, that today I can enjoy my life, my time, my grandkids, and I can also pray or spend time with you without asking you for anything, right? So that's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, we
past it, right? I mean, let's be real. Erasing the board and doing little, assignments that don't have anything to do with math for the teacher, right? AKA doing chores for the teacher. That has nothing to do with whether or not you know how to add, subtract, multiply, divide, okay? Figure out the square root of something. It has nothing to do with that. So it shouldn't be counted. And we shouldn't be passing students in math saying that, hey, yeah, you passed when you don't know a damn thing, when you don't know the curriculum. So again, she's basically telling you, yeah, this is for dumb students. This is for students like herself, who are very intelligent, who don't know the material to be able to pass, right? Again, this is not how our system should work, okay? This is not how our system should work.
Did not understand the curriculum, but I knew if I worked hard and appealed, then maybe I would pass. When I look at these kids post-COVID, most kids are not on reading level. They're not understanding what they're learning. And so if you can make sure, instead of giving a point system or a grade, and you can make sure, hey, I want to make sure that you can intellectually process the information you're receiving, repeat it back to me and understand it.
How can they do that if they can't read? Girl, you make no sense. How can they do that if they can't even read? Our kids have to know how to read. What is this? What?
Pay for that. All the AI has made it easy for kids to cheat. All the things that the Republicans are attacking, these fake culture wars, or they're attacking PRC. They're not learning.
California stays at the top of the idiot index. Either you can read and do math, or you can't. That's how we advance our students. I mean, I can't believe this is such a stupid idea, and they continue to bring these things forward. No wonder it's a wasteland.
Let me tell you,
San Francisco, California is a wasteland. This is more more stupidity. Somebody should put up their hand. I'm doing it right now saying, you guys are idiots. Don't do that.
The 10 Commandments in the school. They're teaching conspiracy theories
in Oklahoma.
That in Oklahoma, in my state, we're ranked 49th and 50th in education.
The 10 Commandments is a conspiracy theory, right? According to liberals, right? Again, they think offending Christians, right? Insulting Christians is dumb and stupid. Is a winning argument. Really? Is this what you do? You deflect to try to insult Christians, right? You think that this is how you win the argument in order to, I don't know, convince people that lowering standards for kids is the right thing to do? These liberals are so silly, man. And here's the thing. Democrats, I don't think they've suffered enough for what they've done to this country. Democrats deciding to shut down schools, right? To shut down the country, to force kids to do remote learning. The learning loss that has occurred as a result of that is something that's damn near unforgivable, right? I mean, Democrats have done more damage to children in this country than, you know, any group of people in a long time. Okay, the damage that Democrats have done to children, honestly, they should never be elected again, right? In regards to having power in this country, especially at the federal level, they should just be completely wiped out, right? Electorally, just based off the terrible decisions they made for students during the pandemic, to be honest with you.
We have a MAGA supermajority.
So Oklahoma and San Francisco have bad schools in common.
So
in San Francisco,
listen, I don't think that is the answer either. I just think that we need to do something about education. This generation, my youngest son just graduated from high school last week, and they were raised by cell phones, and they need to learn to advocate for themselves. They need to have autonomy. And I don't know what the right answer is.
Isn't that an argument, though? I'll let you in a second. But
sure, sorry.
Look, I'm listening to Tiffany saying, okay, when I was in school, I did extra credit so I could pass math. Isn't that an argument for teaching kids not just the content, which you'll never do a square root in your adult life? So, you know, whatever. I mean, me over here, I'm not doing square root.
Your daughter's going to watch this one day, Abby.
But you're not going to do a square root. But you do need to learn how to complete your assignments on time. You do need to learn how to raise your hand and answer a question. You do need to learn those things that they're not expecting kids to do, apparently, according to this system. I'm not understanding that.
I understand everything Tiffany just said. Hard work, you didn't get it, you kept putting that stuff forward, and the teacher helped you. That matters as you get older. You get a job, and maybe you're not quite as efficient on a particular area. Your manager will say, okay, you know what, this is a good person, they're working hard, let's help them figure this out. That's a different thing, I would say, Tiffany, than saying we're going to completely change the grading structure. And I really worry about the implications on poor kids, particularly Black kids, specifically Black boys who are falling way behind Black women in terms of academic attainment. In public schools, so I would never support this.
So shout out to Shermichael, right? Shermichael Singleton, him and Scott Jennings, they're single-handedly keeping this show afloat. He's 100% right, okay? If you are Black, right? I mean, this is not even really just a Black thing, but again, you know, when you talk about who's struggling the most here, right? Again, we got to tell the truth. When you talk about Black males, okay, and academic achievement, yeah, I mean, falling behind, right? We're falling behind. And, you know, stuff like this only makes it worse. It only makes it worse. And I think that we have to get back to a point in this country where hard work is normalized, right? Like, you should be expected, right, to work hard. Okay, that should be the bare minimum, right? You shouldn't really get extra credit for doing the basics, right? You shouldn't get extra credit for, you know, coming in and, you know, turning in your work on time, or, you know.
No, it's not like, yeah, you won't do, like, I don't know if you won't do any square root in your life. I think you will. But to me, Kevin, it's not so much about doing the square root in your life, but it's knowing how to find the answer to things, right? You see what I'm saying? To me, that's what it is. I just feel like you teach kids these subjects. It's not so because they're going to do it. Hopefully they like it. They get inspired to want to do more of it, because we do need more engineers and things of the sort. But it's also because you want to teach kids how to solve problems, right? Oh, like if you have square root of 2 times square root of 2, it actually makes 2. Like stuff like that. So that's kind of cool, right? But it's like we want to teach kids to solve problems. You need problem solvers, because people who solve problems truly end up being less of a liability, right? You end up being less of a liability. And we also need people who know how to think outside the box, because that's how you have innovation. And when you have great innovation, it creates also a lot of jobs. Like think about the iPhone, like what the iPhone did with the App Store. Like it created so many jobs for so many people. But I'm like, we have to encourage kids. It's not so much that you'll have to use this when you grow up. I mean, you might have to. I don't know what you decide to do. But my thing is, it helps you to think outside the box. You need to be a problem solver. And we also want kids to get comfortable with things that are hard, right? Because life, it gets hard. And just because it's hard, it doesn't mean that you run away from it, right? We need young people who care about things that are hard. Not just want things that are easy, because it's like, what kind of adult are you going to be anyways? Okay. Because I think sometimes these parents don't think like people like, oh, gentle parenting, and they want to make everything easy for the kid, whatever. What you don't realize is that you raise a child with everything easy, everything made easy. You will have a child on your hand for the rest of your life. Okay. And I would hope that when your child is like in the mid-20s, you will want to be, okay, like, good, my child can take care of himself, or she can take care of herself. Right. But you teach a child that everything should be easy and easy, they're not going to grow up. Even in their 20s, they'll call you. In their 30s, they're going to call you. In their 40s, they're going to call you. You will never be done raising these people. Like, you'll never have peace. You will never have peace. Right? So it's like you teach kids things that are hard, and you teach your kids to embrace things that are hard because you want your children to believe in themselves. So that one day they don't feel like, oh, I got to go call my mom. I got to call my dad. No, you can figure this out on your own. Right? You're intelligent. You can figure this out. And I also do believe that when you do things that are hard, especially in school, like if you're like, oh, I don't like my math class because it's so hard, but then you study really hard and maybe you get a B or you get a B plus, you get an A. I feel like that also does boost your self-esteem. Like, wow, I did this. Wow, I got this grade. Oh my gosh, I solved this problem. Blah, blah, blah. It makes you feel good to know that, okay, when I started this, I was afraid, but now I'm getting good grades in the class, right? It makes you care more. Like, you know what? Maybe I can study harder. Maybe I can ask more questions. Maybe I can stay after school. There's a positive reward that comes out of conquering something that was once hard, because now it's like, it's not as hard as it used to be. I was just in my head, right? Because many times a lot of people are just in their heads. It's not like, are you sure this is hard? Or you just have anxiety because so many people told you it was hard. You know what I mean? Because sometimes we let people get in our heads. So you say, oh, I think I'm scared. Are you really scared? Or you're just allowing people's voices to be super loud in your own head? You know, just like me, I was telling Jimmy, I was like, man, I wish I would have taken classes in chemistry, because when I was doing my math degree, a lot of people were so afraid of organic chemistry. So I started getting afraid of organic chemistry. Like, oh, what? It's so hard, because everybody's, oh, it's hard, it's hard. Organic chem is so hard, right? But a lot of people took organic chemistry, they didn't die, right? But it's like sometimes you can let other people's fears get in your head that now you start questioning your own abilities because other people told you it was hard. So now you say, oh my gosh, it's hard. But so how do you know it's hard? You've never done it. Right? And hard does not mean impossible. And hard does not mean it's not rewarding too. Like, something can be hard, but it can also be rewarding because it's hard. Right? And I feel like that's why, even as like human nature, we tend to care more about the things that we had to struggle to acquire versus things that come too easy. When stuff is easy, yeah, you're happy. It's a quick dopamine hit, but you don't really care for that. Because, it was too easy. Right? But when something is really hard and you get it, like, the reward of getting something that was hard, I feel like that truly makes you feel good about yourself because it wasn't easy. And then the fact that you did it, it makes you feel special. Like, you know what? I did it. So what else can I do? Right? What else can I do? And that's the part I feel like you're robbing kids when you want to make everything easy for the kids. You know what I'm saying? They need to understand frustration. It's okay to be frustrated. But I'm like, a lot of people today, a lot of parents today, as soon as the child is frustrated, oh, let me go make his life easier. No, frustration is good, because then the child has a choice to make. Do I give up, or do I go and ask for help, or do I do this and that? Let's give the child a second to see how they want to move with this problem, right? But we have to stop saying that. We have to stop making it seem to young people that being frustrated is awful. It's a good thing, right? It means you care. And that's why you're frustrated. Now you have a choice. You can either give up or you can try to solve it. And how can you solve it? You can ask people for help. You can go to YouTube. You can have AI. You know what I'm saying? But frustration is good because it forces you to make a choice. Am I going to be a quitter, or am I going to push through? So I'm like, we should not try to remove frustration away from young people. right? Because in this life, many things are going to frustrate these young people, but they have a choice to make, right? Just because I'm frustrated doesn't mean I give up. There you go. That's it. And that's what school really should be about. I mean, it's good to get the right answers. It really is. But I just feel like you really want these young people to understand, like, you know what? Life is hard. You get problems. Some problems are really challenging. Some are very easy. Some are in between, right? Some will have you so frustrated. Like, how the frick do you solve this shit? I've been through it. It's like, what the heck? How do you solve this? Right? But it's like, oh, I wasn't looking at it the right way. You understand? You're like, oh, so that's how you do it? Man, I'm crazy. Right? You're like, oh, it's not a big deal. So then when you get older too, you carry that mindset with you. Like, yeah, it's frustrating. Yes, it's challenging, but it doesn't mean I can't get it done though. It's just frustrating for now. Right? And like letting young people be okay with frustration. It's okay to get frustrated. It's perfectly fine. We all go through it. Right? It's like, it's part of human nature. It's perfectly fine. But to me, I'm really against trying to make life super easy for kids because it's not realistic. It's just not realistic. And what you're doing is you're sending these young people, like, maybe for self-deletion, because you artificially, when you lower the grades or you grade for equity or you do all this foolishness, right? You are creating an artificial bubble where you are intentionally making things super easy. That is not the real world. And when these kids get out of public school or they get out of the school district, right, they will have to encounter real world problems. And people are not going to go above and beyond to make their lives easy. They don't owe them anything. And if you're not careful, you're more likely to have children who want to self-delete. Right? And I think maybe that's why we have so many young people nowadays who want to self-delete. Because they don't get it. Like, what you mean life is hard? What you mean I have to wait 6 months? What you mean I can't have my way? What you mean I have to deal with shame? What do you mean I have to deal with frustration? I'm going to go take my life. Why will you take your life? You know what I'm saying? Because we have artificially normalized life not being hard. When in reality, life is hard. Life is not easy. Life is hard. You know what I'm saying? Like Jimmy's granddad, for example, like when he was 10 years old, he had to start working at the age of 10 to take care of his entire family. He didn't self-delete. He didn't say, oh my gosh, I didn't have a childhood. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He didn't self-delete. Took care of himself. You know what I mean? It came, you're the oldest, you're 10, I guess. Right? And he did it the best he could. But he didn't self-delete. You know, today you ask some of these kids out here don't have a cell phone. Oh my gosh, they want to self-delete. They want to fight the teachers. You see this? Because we have artificially made life easier for these young people when in all honesty, we don't have to, right? We don't have to make their life easier. Your job as a parent is to keep your child safe, but you don't have to make life easy. Because once in a while, they should have a taste of what's really to come, because you're not always going to be with mom and dad for the rest of your life. You're going to have to go out there and deal with people and deal with society and deal with problems, right? But everything is like a little thing. Oh my gosh, I can't, you're not going to use the pronouns that I want. I want to self-delete. You're not going to let me wear a dress. I want to self-delete. You're not going to let me do this. Self-deletion. These kids are out here threatening their parents with self-deletion every 3 seconds. You know, and then you have parents who indulge in their foolishness. Like, no. And try to do it, see how it goes. Like me, I really wish a child would try to like bamboozle me with the self-deletion stuff. Okay, go ahead and do it. See what happens. Because you're going to fail. You'll get very sick. We'll take you to the hospital and they'll flush out your gut and you'll see how it feels. You are insane, right? But it's like hardship is part of life. And to me, it's wrong to take that away from kids because they need to understand. Or like just giving kids everything they ask for. You give kids everything they ask for. It is not okay. Now I told you I had a friend like that in middle school and high school. And like, you know, and his mom never made sure that he actually studied hard. So ultimately he grew up having a taste for finer things, but he didn't have the work ethics for the expensive stuff he liked. So guess what? He started stealing from his mother. And I guess she got tired of it and she called the police on him. I'm like, you shouldn't have called the police on him because you made him this way. You made him this way. Right? Your job is not to spoil your kids rotten and make their lives super easy, artificially easy. You're doing your kids a disservice and you're doing yourself a disservice because you will never have peace. You will never have peace. You will never, ever have peace. You'll never have peace. You know what I'm saying? Because your kids need to know, you know what? My mom, she's not always going to run trying to help me, or my dad's not always going to run and try to help me. And when they understand that, they're less likely to be idiots. They're less likely to be idiots. Right? Like, I remember, like, even growing up, you used to have parents say things like, if you ever get arrested or they lock your ass up, don't call me because I'm not coming to get you. But it's like, just knowing that if you got arrested, your mother's not going to come to get you. You're like, oh, shit, do I want to get arrested? No, because she's not coming to get me. So you do stuff to not get in trouble because you know how it's going to go. Because parents back then were not sitting trying to make your life easy, right? But I feel like a lot of millennial parents, it's like they raised their children out of resentment for their parents. So they try to do everything for their kids. And it's like, and what you get is a big ass baby that cannot do anything for him or herself. And when are you going to be free? You know what I'm saying? Like, you have parents who pay all kinds of money, send a child to, they send a child to some kind of crazy college, like $30,000. The child gets like a 0 GPA or a 1 GPA. Whose fault is that? Because they don't value money. Right? And my thing is, even also, if you know your child don't have good grades, you're going to go to community college and you're going to pay for it. Because I'm not going to pay for this. You got children have to understand it costs life out here. It costs money. And you have to respect money. You have to respect money. And my money is not your money. I can give you some money, but my money is not your money. Right? I even told Trace, I'm like, I don't even think I should pay for you to go to college because I think you're smart enough to get a scholarship. You know what I mean? So why would I pay for college? Right? You can earn your own scholarships. You can go to college for free. Just have to apply yourself. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like you teach kids like, oh, if I want something, I need to make it happen for myself. These kids will know how to take care of themselves. And also, you just never know. As a parent, you might die prematurely. So you want your kids to know how to be independent. You want to teach your kids how to think for themselves, how to be self-sustainable, because you just never know. A lot of young people lose their parents so early. And if mommy and daddy are not here, you're going to have to learn how to take care of yourself because nobody's coming to save you. Nobody is. Nobody is, you know?
Stand after hours to, study more, to do tutoring. No, you shouldn't get extra credit for that. You should just be expected to do that if you don't know the material, right? And you got to learn the material, okay? And I think that is something that I think people don't really understand when it comes to this conversation about hard work, right? There's a such thing as working hard, and there's also such thing as working smart. You can work hard on something, right? Like, for example, Tiffany Cross counts hard work as coming in and doing extra work for the teacher, doing chores, but that's not actually working smart, right? That's not working in a way that actually is going to help her understand the material. When you talk about working hard, she should be working hard at learning the material, right? So instead of cleaning a whiteboard, what she really should be doing is working out the math problems, right? That is the type of hard work that she should be putting in, okay? So again, my point is that, we're really lowering our standards and our expectations to the point where doing the bare minimum all of a sudden now looks like an amazing thing. We can't get to that point in our society. We just can't do it. And I think that is what you're seeing here throughout the country, where you have, these schools, the people in the schools saying, yeah, students aren't motivated. They don't really work that hard anymore. It's because hard work is not the standard, right? Hard work is the exception. And we can't live in a country like that. I think everybody just by default should be working hard at whatever you do, right? You should be putting 100% into it. And then after you start to work hard, then you got to learn how to work smart. You got to learn how to work hard on the right things, right? And once you figure those things out, then you got it, right? Things kind of, get easier. It gets better. But, I just think that we're lowering our standards so much that now all of a sudden it's like, well, hard work or trying to go the extra mile is now something that's seen as extraordinary. And it's like, no, that's not extraordinary. That should be the default. The default should be to work hard and to come in and get that extra tutoring if you need help. That should be the default. How much more work you put in, right? What you're doing at home, okay, what you're doing in your free time, right? Are you playing less video games, right? Are you studying more? Again, yeah, that's when you should be reaping those extra benefits, right? But if you're struggling by default, you should be working hard and putting in some extra hours in order to get it right. I mean, that should be the standard.
I looked this up. There's a pretty Tony private school in New York where they don't have grades, okay? It's very similar to this. They don't have grades because they evaluate kids differently. But I went to public school. I know the difference between a public school and a private school. And the difference is mainly who is going to make sure that when you get a 0 or on that first test, that you are actually on the second try learning the material. And I am not sure that's...
Yeah.
Does the grade system now do that though?
I don't know that the grading system does. And I want to acknowledge a lot of the points you made. I went and looked at the program as well. And there are dimensions of it that I think could actually be credible. I think the challenge, particularly in San Francisco, is this is the same school system that was eradicating higher level mathematics because they just imagined that, well, we need more equity in the schools and a lot of our kids will never go on to do algebra 2.
Yeah, AKA the so-called students of color were not performing as well as the Asians and the whites. That's the real reason.
And to me, it's like, it really makes me sad because it's like, I really believe that you have a lot of Black geniuses. I really do. I think you have a lot of Black kids that are Black geniuses. But if they're never even exposed to algebra 2 before they even leave high school, you are limiting their options. So it's like, because we don't want to offend some kids, we're just not even going to introduce that. But it's like, how do you know you don't have kids, like you don't have Black kids in here who can actually do this? Hello? Like, this is crazy to me. I'm like, how do you know? And the thing that is so messed up with this too is like, this is in San Francisco. It's like, this is Palo Alto, like Facebook, Meta, whatever you call them people, Apple, Tesla, they're all there. Like all these big tech companies are there. So imagine like being privileged enough, right, in some fashion to grow up in San Francisco and graduating without even having like enough science for you to be able to access those universities that are there. And then eventually being able to parlay that into going into tech like that, right? Because what better place to do that? Because if you're a Black kid and you have amazing grades, or like you're really good at science, math, engineering, whatever, like you're good at STEM and high school, right? The kind of schools they have in California, I'm talking like Stanford, Caltech, UC Davis, USC, right? Like they have Pepperdine. There are so many amazing schools in California. And many of these schools also focus on STEM, right? And so if you're from San Francisco and you're a Black student and you have a high GPA and you have strong proficiency in math, engineering, and science, right? You get into one of these schools, especially if you get a scholarship, most likely you'll get some kind of scholarship, but it's like you are getting in-state tuition. So your tuition is cheaper. You know what I'm saying? Like there are people who dream to go to school in California, but it's like what these people are doing, you're not even going to qualify for local colleges and universities that are some of the best in the entire country, right? But I'm like, it would be beautiful to have a program that was intentionally trying to challenge Black kids, especially Black boys, I will say that, right? To go into STEM, hoping that you could get into Caltech, you could get into USC Davis, you could get into Berkeley, you could get into Stanford, you could get into USC, whatever that school is called, right? Pepperdine. They have so many amazing, like computational schools, you name it, in freaking California. But what these people are doing is that these kids will never, that will never be their path. And I'm like, you are freaking crazy. You are crazy. It is so much easier to go to school in California if you live in California, okay? It is so much easier to get in-state tuition if you live in California, right? So I'm like, because of that, and I'm like, and even these schools, because they're in San Francisco, I'm like, Stanford ain't too far. But they should have programs with these other schools, with these colleges, universities, to help them make these young people care more about sciences. They could have visits on campus. Go to these schools, like maybe if you see other Black kids, you know, at Stanford, in the computer science department, in the math department. Like, you know what? Now that I see someone that looks like me, that made it there, I can do it too. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes all it takes is you seeing someone that looks like you doing this. I'm like, yeah, it used to be hard for me too, but this is how I said, okay, cool, right? Because sometimes it's hard to believe when you haven't seen anybody that looks like you. You understand? And I also feel like one of the big challenges, like one of the biggest challenges that I think we have when it comes to Black students and STEM is that many Black kids, unfortunately, come from households where Black people always say negative things about math. Oh, math is hard. Oh, when I was in school, it was so hard. Ooh, I never liked math. One, right? Mom says it. Dad says it. The aunties, the uncles, the grandparents, everybody says it. You know, there really is a negative attitude when it comes to Black people as it pertains to the sciences. And it has to stop, you know, because you might not mean no harm by saying this, but to the child, you could be affirming like, yeah, you know what? Maybe it's just not for me. Because if your mom didn't like it, your dad didn't like it, your aunties and uncles didn't like it, your grandparents didn't like it, your cousins didn't like it. But why would I like it? Right? We really have to learn, like we have to learn to be careful of the things we say around children, right? Like, you know what? It wasn't my thing, but also I didn't apply myself as much. But I think if you do it, you're going to do a good job, right? You can say how you feel about it, but still say it in a way that's positive, where the child does not inherit like limiting beliefs. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. My mom said it was so hard. My daddy said it was so hard. It's so hard. Like, no, it was hard for me. But if I'm being honest, I didn't apply myself enough. So, hey, you know, but I think if you apply yourself, because you're way smarter than me, you'll do a better job than me, right? We got to speak life into young people, because these STEM jobs is where the money resides. It truly is where the money resides, right? Engineering is where the money resides. It's where the money resides, right? So if you always say negative things and negative things like that, by disparaging your child from loving math and things of the sort, they're not going to go for the jobs that paid $200,000 out of college, $150,000 out of college, $300,000 with a graduate degree, right? This is where the money is. I'm like, this is where the money resides. So you got to speak life into these kids. Yeah, it wasn't easy for me, but if we're being honest, I didn't apply myself. So, hey, so if you apply yourself, I think you'll have better results than mommy, right? So that way the child, okay, it's not easy, but mom also said she didn't work hard. So if I work hard, I should have better outcomes, right? So I think that needs to be worked out, like at the family level, where Black family members have to stop saying negative things about sciences around Black children, because you're not helping. And you're causing these kids to truly be in their heads and to have like this kind of paralysis, like, oh, I'm dumb, I'm not smart enough, I can't do this. No, you can. It just takes more work. You know, it's not something that you can just study casually. Like, you really have to be in it. The same way you be so committed to a video game, you got to have the same commitment when you're talking about being a math major, when you want to do good in your math classes, right? You got to take it as seriously as you would a video game. Right. And like I said, I also think they should have programs between the colleges, especially Stanford, Caltech, Pepperdine, UFC, Berkeley, UC Davis, have programs where young people can travel to these schools, like have school trips. Let the kids go there. And if they have a Black Math Student Association, let the children talk to these young Black people. Right. Because they can be their own, like that can be their influencer. Oh, I like her. Oh, I like him. I like what he does in class. You know, go see a low class in robotics, or if they have Black professors, right? Have the Black professors talk to the kids. I used to be just like you too. And when I was your age, I didn't like math until I took this class and I had this professor. I was like, well, I really like this. And now this is what I get to do, right? Like it's a world of wonders when you are truly good in math and STEM. Like it really opens your world. Like there's a Black man who works at Disney. Oh my gosh. He has so many patents. Like this man is phenomenal. He is so phenomenal. But the problem is Black children are not exposed to enough Black people who are so gifted in STEM. And many of them, they didn't even know they were gifted when they were children. They discovered later on they were gifted, because they had a teacher or they had a professor, right? Like me, when I was like struggling one of my classes, I forgot what it was, but I was struggling in there somewhere, you know, but when I discovered like Piercy Julian, I was like, wow, what am I complaining about? Okay. But seeing people that look like you doing it and doing it at a PhD level, doing it at an amazing level, it's like, what am I even tripping about? Right? Because if they can do it, I can do it too. Now we might not have the same grades though, but I can definitely do it. Right? You can definitely do it. You don't have to do it at A+ level. It would be nice though. I ain't gonna lie, it'd be nice. But you know, at a B+, A-, good. Right? And sometimes the more you do it, the better you get at it, right? But it's like the always talking negatively about sciences in front of Black children. Like a lot of Black adults have to stop doing this. Truly have to stop doing it, because it truly is disparaging. It is so disparaging. Right? Whereas like when it comes to like Asian kids or South Asian kids, their parents are always like, yeah, do more math, do more algebra. Like people are excited. Like they have math competitions and things like that. Like in the household, it's an entire different attitude when it comes to STEM, right? Like we talk bad about STEM, but we talk great about sports. We know over there, they don't really care about sports, but they really go crazy when it comes to STEM. And it's like, you have to encourage your children to believe in themselves. Like you can do this, right? There are a bunch of Black people doing this. There are a bunch of Black girls doing it. There's a bunch of Black boys doing it, and they're just like you, right? So if they can do it, you can do it too. Everybody needs to be encouraged. Everybody needs to see role models. Everybody needs to have like their own influencers when it comes to like education. She's like, okay, I'm gonna model my life after her. I'm gonna try to mirror my studying after her, right? Kids need positive role models. And sometimes that's what it really takes for you to have, like, for your self-esteem. Like, you know what? I'm just tripping. I can really do this. Like, yes, you can. You absolutely can, right? But you have to commit to it because it's not easy, right? But something not being easy does not mean that it's not rewarding now, right? It can be hard, but at the same time, it can be incredibly rewarding because something was hard, you were scared of it, but you gave yourself the right motivation, you asked the right questions, you found the right influencers for you, and now you committed yourself to this and you're excelling at doing it, right? And that's what I want for a lot of Black children, okay? You got to encourage the kids to see themselves, right? You have to, even if you have to buy like biographies of Black scientists or Black mathematicians and things of the sort, right? You need to put that all around your kid's face. They need to see these things, right? They need to watch the videos on these people, watch documentaries on these people, right? And then when you see how hard it was for them, like they didn't have the libraries, they didn't have Wikipedia, they didn't have the internet, like they had to study from these basic books that barely had answers. Today, you have way more resources than other Black people did, like in the 1800s or the 1900s, right? So if they could do it with so little resources, right, you can do way more than what they did. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I'm like, that's a really big deal. It's like a lot of Black parents are just way too negative when it comes to math. Even when the child comes with the homework, oh, this is hard. Mommy can't do this. Okay, I don't know how to do it, but we can do it together. Right? Like always speak positively because your goal as a parent is to want your child to go into STEM because that's where the money is. That truly is where the money is. Because if your child goes to college and majors in STEM and out of college gets a job that pays $150, $175, you're like, wow, that's amazing because I didn't have that. But that's where the money is. Software engineering, computer engineering, you name it. Okay? This is where the world is going. So you want to, even you like as a parent also, if you have like issues with math and stuff like that, you have to resolve these issues, okay? All right? And do not pass your trauma onto your kids. That's just not fair. If the child says, oh, mom, let's do this math thing, like, ooh, child, I never done this before. But you know what, though? We got you too. Right? And then y'all can do it together. And I even think like your child seeing you struggle with the math problem too, it's humbling. Like, because you know what? Mommy struggled, but she's doing this for me and she's not giving up. Same thing for daddy. Like, you know, my daddy's struggling, but he's not giving up though. Right? So together, y'all can learn together. Right? And that to me empowers kids. Like, you know what? You don't give up. You might not always you might not know how to do a thing. You might not know the answer right away, but you just don't give up. You don't give up. And most importantly, also, you got to have a positive attitude, right? Because if the Asians are doing it, you can do it too. If the South Asians are doing it, you can do it too. They're not better than you. They're just more committed and they have a better attitude, right? But even going to med school, becoming like these crazy surgeons and stuff. You got surgeons out here who make like $5-6 million a year, right? Because now too, like today, you're having lots of surgeons who operate on people with robotics. You know what I'm saying? Because it's becoming very, very fancy now. They're bringing AI into the surgery rooms and stuff like that. But you want that for your child. Imagine your son is like a neurosurgeon, like of the highest caliber. Can you imagine? Right? But we got to put that love of science into the young Black people, like at a very, very early age. We have to encourage them to see themselves like that. You can be that doctor. You can be that researcher. You can be that PhD student. You can be that engineer. You can be the next Black person that comes up with the greatest kind of tech America's ever seen. Okay? Because we just never know. Right? We just never know. So,
Okay, let's keep it 100. When they come out here and they start talking about equity, what they're saying is that we need to dumb everything down for the non-whites and non-Asians, right? That's what they're actually really saying, okay? Let's be honest here.
Or calculus. So we'll just stop teaching it. The soft bigotry of low expectations, I think that was a George W. Bush phrase. It's never been soft.
I agree
It's
with
never
that,
been
but then
soft,
when you think
and
about things
it's
like
harmful,
AI
deeply
coming
harmful.
into our education, or A1 as our idiotic education secretary would call it, it makes it easier for kids to cheat. You know, your colleague Jake Tapper did a story on that earlier today. And so I do wonder then, how are we ensuring that kids are learning what the information they're consuming, it, not just committing it to memory, but intellectualizing
Well, I think
what they're being taught.
Well, I mean, you take the phones out of the classroom and you make sure that kids actually know the material before passing them on to the next grade, right? I think part of the issue is that we're passing on students who don't know, right? We know they don't know, and then we pass them on anyways, and they're sitting in 12th grade on a 4th grade reading level, right? And it just doesn't make sense, okay? Because we've lowered our standards so much. But I guess the good part about this is that you're seeing backlash from everybody, right? Even the woke progressives, okay? People like Ro Khanna, et cetera, are saying, maybe we should be doing this, right? Maybe this is not the standard we should be setting for kids by lowering the standard. And I think that the backlash you're seeing to the point where this school district has folded on this policy, I think is overall a good thing. I think it shows that the tides are turning against the extremism of the far left and the things that they're pushing in the name of equity, because everybody's kind of seeing what this now has become, right? It's become about essentially dumbing down and lowering standards for kids who, are so-called students of color without addressing the real issue, which is that it is up to the parents to make sure that the kids know the material to participate.
And also these school districts also, they need to go above and beyond to go find teachers that inspire young people. Because who are these teachers also? Because it could be that the teachers are boring. It could be, because the thing about math also, your professor matters. Like whoever's teaching you that stuff, it truly, truly matters, right? You have some people who don't want to teach, but they're in there teaching because they're trying to do some student loan forgiveness program, right? But I just felt like when it comes to how they recruit teachers also, I think first and foremost, teachers need to start being paid more money. So that way you can really attract the best people possible for the job, And I think you also got to go find diverse professors. You got to find diverse teachers. Do they have enough Black male professors? Do they have enough Black women professors? Do you have enough professors in these classrooms that cater to minority children, right? That truly ignite the passion of learning out of these kids, right? Or do you also have white liberal teachers who don't believe much in Black people? Like, you don't want to study, that's fine, because she don't care. Because ultimately, these are Black kids, and the more they fail, the better for white people. Let's be so for real. Because and I feel like the more you think about this problem, you truly do wonder if schools really should have been integrated. Because I feel as though, for as much as Black schools in America back before integration, right, were probably not the best, but the level of competition was real, right? Like these kids, they didn't have the best schools, they didn't have the books like the white kids, but it's like, I just feel like they had something to prove. So these kids are top notch, super freaking smart. You understand? You go for integration, and what happens with integration is that slowly but surely, white people become responsible for Black education. Well, the issue is when you live in a country as racist as America, as capitalist as America, where everybody is competing for money, what's the interest of white people to give Black children the best education? Because if you make these Black kids too competitive, eventually white children are going to work for Black people, right? They're going to work for Black people. So it's like, do you ever think that white people are going to create in America an educational system where Black kids are so impressive that they get the best scholarships, they get admitted to these colleges, they end up having the companies, and then the white kids have to go work for a Black person? No. So I feel like integration, it makes it easier for white people to control how smart you are, how enthusiastic you are about education. They can really control your academic development. And they can stunt your growth. And they can tell you, oh, it's just equity. I'm doing this to be equitable. But the whole time, it's sabotage. Because they do not want Black children competing with their white children. Right? Because let's be so for real. You don't have an infinite number of jobs. You don't have an infinite number of CEO positions. You don't have an infinite number of executive positions. You do not. Everything is limited, right? So if you're white, is it really in your interest to truly galvanize these Black students to care about their education, so much so that they will surpass your white students. I don't think so. Right? And it's like sometimes I just feel like sometimes when it comes to Black people too, it's like Black people just don't want to accept human nature. Right? And human nature is like people are tribal. People are very tribal. White people are extremely tribal. So why would they ever go out of their way to do something that puts your kids at a huge advantage over their white children? No. 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 Like, it's not going to work. They're not going to do that. So like now that you have your kids in their custody, they're going to set your kids up for failure. And I feel like that's why as we keep going with this whole integration experiment, as the decades go by, Black kids are becoming more and more disparaged. They're becoming more and more remedial. They care less and less about school because this entire system is not meant for Black kids to be competitive. It is meant for Black kids to be submissive, for them to be a working class for white people. Right? And we have to accept that. We truly, truly have to accept that. Right? It's convenient to send your kids to a public school. Yes, it is. It's very convenient. But then you got to be, okay, but what's the catch though, right? For this convenience, what's happening to my child? What is happening to my child? What is happening to my child's self-esteem? What is happening to my child's ambition, right? But this is how they get people: free school, free buses, free lunches, free after-school program, no problem, right? But what is what is happening to your student? Is your child becoming more and more competitive, or is your child becoming less and less engaged in school? And that's why for most Black kids who go to public school really does turn into a funnel to prison. They're like, this is crazy. They're not sending a bunch of brilliant Black kids out there to these great colleges. No, they're sending Black kids to prison. They're sending Black kids to prison. So we also have to wake up because something is going on with these kids. And to me, it's intentional. It is by design. Right? Because somebody, when you have a capitalist society, like somebody has to be the working class and somebody has to be the owner class. White people do not want to work for Black people. So the best way for you to make sure that this never happens is through public education and making sure that every class of Black kids gets discouraged. Like, and it gets worse. Like every class, it just gets worse and worse, where the kids don't even care about school anymore. And then you say, oh, I'm just doing this because I want to be equitable. No, you're doing this because you're tribal. You want to make sure that your white kid has nothing to fear, right? Because you know the Asians are not going to fall for this crap. The South Asians are not going to fall for this crap. They're going to remove their kids. They will remove their kids from these schools. They will homeschool their kids if they have to. But most Black families are going to keep the child in that school, even though the school is completely built to sabotage the Black kid. Right? So you know what you're doing, right? But there's a reason why a lot of Asian people, even when their kids go to public school, they still enroll their kids in after-school program to get more math, to get more reading, because they don't trust the public school system. They don't trust these people. I feel like when it comes to Black people, there's a blind trust in the educational system. There's this blind trust into the Department of Education. We just blindly trust people. And you trust people that have a long history of not liking you. Make it make sense. And then you trust them with your child. And your child goes there 5 days a week for 8 hours or maybe more. That's crazy. No, do not trust these people. Do not trust these people. Because they want Black people at the bottom. And I'm like, it makes sense to me. It's not right, but it makes sense though, because America is capitalistic. Like that's just how it goes. Somebody has to be poor, and then somebody has to be rich. And they don't want to be poor, so they're going to make us poor. Now, how they market that to you, I don't know. But it's up to you also to be perceptive. Like, oh, no, I don't like this. Because the vision I have for my child is that my child is going to do this, and that. Right? But I think also if more Black parents also had a vision for their kids, not just going to college, but life after college, like where would you like for your child to work? How much would you like for your child to make? Right? I think if we had these dreams and we worked backwards, a lot of Black parents would not be putting up with this foolishness. They will not be putting up with this foolishness. But when you yourself don't have a plan for your child, when you don't have a plan for your child as a young adult, you are very passive. right? You're going to be very passive. But if I know that, okay, by the time Trey is 27, I need this boy to make 200,000. Hey, Nicole, I need this boy to make 200,000, and I work backwards. I'm not going to put up with this foolishness, right? But it just goes to show too that a lot of Black parents, they don't have a vision for their children. You're not thinking about your young people as young adults, right? And I do feel like sometimes too, I don't know, it might really sound messed up for me to say this, but I do feel like sometimes Black elders have jealousy against young Black people. I really do. Because if you don't have jealousy against the younger class of Black people, you would say to yourself, I need to make sure that everything I didn't understand, everything I didn't even know it was out there, my child needs to be exposed to that. You know what I mean? Like, we have this tendency as Black people, is that, oh, if nobody opened the door for me, why would I open the door to somebody else, including your own child? Like, this crab in a barrel mentality, we do it to our own kids. And you might not think you're doing it, but we're doing it. Okay? I don't know if Trump did that, but I'm like, she needs to, you know what I'm saying? But like, because to me, if you know, I was telling Lacey that, right? Because when I saw Agent Zero, because Agent said he made 380,000, 385,000 streaming for the month of April. I was like, what the freak? You guys, these kinds of numbers, I'm like, what the freak is going on? Right. And I told them, like, even me, like, when I was in college, I knew I wanted to be a millionaire. Right. But I didn't think like, oh, it has to happen in the next 5 years, because a lot of people make it seem like, oh, you got to wait until you're 40, got to wait until you're 50 or you're 60. Like, people make it seem as though to be a millionaire, you got to wait until you're old. Right. Like, I remember like when I started laying lashes too, right? Y'all, if you want, I need to do a whole series about the stuff I do with laying lashes. Y'all need to know what happened with the money. I need to tell y'all this. I need to tell y'all. But my thing is, when I started laying lashes, right, I had $700. So I opened a business account at PNC. So I asked the man, but he was Korean. I asked the man at the PNC, what would it take for me to get a business loan, right? You guys, he told me 100,000. When I tell you back then, I was like, 100,000. You guys, it sounded like $1 million. Because I was like, what the heck? How do you make 100,000? Like, I have never heard of that before. You understand me, right? But it's like, it really comes down to like less than $10,000 a month. But it doesn't matter, you guys. It doesn't matter. Because the problem is, if you have limiting beliefs around money, it's hard. It is really hard. And I think a lot of us, we have limiting beliefs around money, right? Especially if you were raised Christian, especially if you were raised in a certain type of Christian where you're made to feel like money is bad, it's evil to worry about money, money is for wicked people, you know what I'm saying? So you definitely have a lot of limiting beliefs about money, because even talking about money, it triggers people because they think you're too money obsessed. No, I'm not obsessed. Right. But I truly, at that time, I was like, making $1 million, you got to be like older to make $1 million. But my goal was to make 100,000. I had no idea how I was going to do it. I thought it was, you guys, it felt like this man was asking me to make $1 million. And I'm like, how am I going to make 100,000 a year selling eyelashes? Woo, y'all, hot sweats. Okay. I was like, what is this? What is this? Okay. But you guys, it came to pass. It truly came to pass. And I was like, ooh. And you know who got me on? Ooh, when I tell you Uncle Les Brown, he said, you gotta be hungry. You gotta be hungry. This is Minnie Brown's son. I used to listen to Uncle Les Brown every single day. Every single day. He was like, you gotta be hungry. You gotta be hungry. I'm like, yes, I'm hungry. Yes. You know what I mean? Yo, it was crazy, right? Started out small, you guys. One day, the Lord, he blessed me, you guys. The money came. The money came. You know how Malachi 3 says that I will pour a blessing out so great that you won't even have room in your storehouses to contain them? Yo, I went through it. I sure did go through a Malachi 3 moment. Okay? It was so much money. Even PayPal blocked the money. I was like, what is going on? At first, it was funny. Then it was funny, haha. Then it was like funny, like, oh God, this is now I'm getting scared. What is this? Okay, what is this? Yo, it was just ridiculous. You understand me? So then you go from, can I make $100,000 a year? So then when I did it, I went back to the man because I said, okay, I want a business loan. The man said, no, you got to make 100,000 like 2 years in a row. I'm like, what the heck? I said, okay, sure, I'll go do it again. But I wish he would have told me everything in one step, because to get a business loan, not only do you have to have good credit, you got to make over 100,000 like multiple years in a row, And you got to have a revolving balance on your account of like 5,000 or more. Like you can't just wipe out your account every single day. You got to leave money sitting there. I'm like, what? Why would I ever do that? Okay, why would I do that? Okay, so did that again. Then you go from, first it's like, can I make $100,000 a year? Right? Then it goes to, can I make 100,000 twice? Then it goes to, can I make $100,000 a month? Woo! Right? Then it goes to, can I make $100,000 a day? You understand? But I will tell you this, even me, Marlene, I think that also like, that was also like a downside to me also running a business, because even you guys, I had to be confronted at multiple turns with the fact that even I had limiting beliefs around money. Like there was a certain amount of money that it would start to scare me. Okay. And the thing is, if you get scared of money, you can't make the money because you start to panic. You're like, what the heck? Like, what's all this? What's all this? But I also feel like a reason why I was also panicking also, because sometimes you can plan to make the money, but you didn't plan on how you're going to spend the money. So when the money shows up, you don't have a plan. So you're like, okay, well, what do I do first? Big mistake. Okay. As you plan to make the money, you also need to have a proper plan on how you're going to spend the money. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Because you get to a point, making money is easy. Knowing how to spend the money so that the money, it comes back to you even easier than the way you made it, that part is the tricky part. You understand? And that's the part I didn't work hard on. I didn't work a lot on that part. The money's going to come in, Marlene, but when the money comes in, what you going to do about the money? Right? But it's like limiting beliefs around money. I need to be 50 or 60 or whatever before I make $1 million. I need to suffer until I make $10,000 a month. I need to limiting beliefs around money, right? A lot of us have that. If we care to be honest, a lot of us have limiting beliefs around money, and we pass it on to our kids, right? Hey, Christina, we're all over the place, you know? So like you have these limiting beliefs around money. Somebody says, oh, do you know that you can make an extra $5,000 a month? Oh, that's not possible. How can I do that? That's the whole point. Go figure that out. Okay. Do you know that you can make an extra 10 grand a month? How do I do that? That's not possible. You see, limiting beliefs around money. So when I was younger, when I was in college, I knew I wanted to be a millionaire, you guys, but I didn't think it was going to be soon. So when I look at people like Kai Cenat, Agent Zero, DG, and you see these little kids, they're like 27. When I was 27, you guys, I never thought you could be a 27-year-old and make $385,000 a month. Like, how? Where? How? You know, the stuff I was looking at, it was like getting a PhD and becoming a financial engineer, but that you have to have a PhD, and then you can make like $800,000 to $1 million a year. So once again, for me, it was like, use your degrees to make money. You got to go all the way to a PhD, right? But now you see kids like Agent, he's a child, I'm 40. Then you see little 20-some-year-old like Agent Zero, $385,000 from streaming in 1 month. So I told Lacey, I'm like, limiting beliefs, it's a real thing. It really, really, really is a real thing. And I also feel like when you're a parent also, if you don't deal with your own limiting beliefs, you're going to pass it down to your kids. And I even feel like this is where a lot of Black parents need to apologize to their Black children. Because could it be that my child is not ambitious because I always speak negativity? You know what I'm saying? I always speak negativity. Oh, math is hard. Oh, this is hard. How many Black parents always speak negativity around their kids? And you might not think because you don't think you mean harm. Like, I'm just venting, but your child is listening to you, and it's affecting your child. Like, oh, you know what, mommy might be right. Because to your child, you're probably the smartest person, the wisest person, the most experienced person. But every time you speak, you only speak negativity. You only speak, oh, this is hard. Oh, this is impossible. What? That's crazy. Stop. And sometimes, most of the time, you might need to sit your child down and say, you know what, child? If mommy made you believe that this was not possible, I'm sorry. Son, if the daddy made you believe that this was not possible, I'm sorry. Because even me, I need to be honest, I am still wrestling with my own limiting beliefs. Because it's true. When you haven't seen a thing, it sounds so damn crazy. Like, what do you mean? And sometimes you say things because you don't believe that your child can do something like that. Which is why, for me, Marlene, even though with the cheating, whatever, I've always had respect for Matthew Knowles, because I felt like Matthew Knowles, he saw something in Beyonce. He saw something in Beyonce that even her own mother didn't see. Today, Miss Tina, she gets to reap all the benefits. But what did she do? What did she quit? She didn't quit her job. She didn't close her salon to invest in Beyonce, right? Matthew Knowles, he quit his job to believe in his child. How many Black parents are doing stuff like that? Especially if it doesn't involve the sports, though. Like, I'm talking other things, because not every child's going to be into sports, right? But limiting beliefs. I don't see myself being an engineer, or I don't think I can be an engineer. So you start talking badly around your child. But how do you know your child is not going to be an exceptional engineer? How do you know that your child's not going to be an exceptional doctor? Limiting beliefs. And you out here speaking all this negativity, right? But we should want things for our kids that we did not have. When I was 27, I was not making this kind of money. So I'm like, son, I pray that when you get to 27, may God give you more grease for your elbows. Have things that your mommy couldn't have. When I was 27, I didn't have a perfect credit score. You understand? Because me, I think I'm dyslexic, so I have a hard time making payments on time. But when you get to 27, mommy prays that you have a 750, 800 credit score, right? I want you to have things I never had. I don't want you to have limiting beliefs around money, around jobs, around marriage, around no. Because whatever you commit yourself to, you're going to find your own way. Because, and that's why, I know y'all get mad when I say these things, but this is why Marlene, I have to be honest. That's why I like DDG. That's really why I love DDG. Because I'm like, man, I wish when I was his age, I was that bold and I believed in myself in certain areas, right? But when it came to money, I didn't really believe in myself like that. You know what I'm saying? I did not. Like, I know I'm smart, but because it's one thing to be academically smart, you guys. It's a whole other thing to it's another thing, you know, to believe that you can be a money person. Hopefully you understand me, right? Because academically, I ain't scared of nobody. But money, even making money, it's not a problem for me. Making money is not hard for me. My issue with the money is like multiplying the money, like not being scared, making the right investments. I can get in my head a whole lot, right? So when I see young people like DDG at their age, like being able to move your entire family out of Pontiac, Michigan, bring your entire family to California, everybody's doing well for themselves. You gave everybody a YouTube channel. They're all self-sufficient. You're 27. You're a multimillionaire. You make over $200,000 a month. Like, what the freak is this? And that to me is commendable. Like, this is so impressive. This is so impressive. And so it causes me, Marlene, to as a 40-year-old, I need to challenge myself also when it comes to my own limiting beliefs around money, right? But also, how do I encourage my sons that they will see themselves or think the way DDG did? I'm like, you can truly be 27 and be a multimillionaire. Why not? Why not? Having to wait until you're 40, 50, 60 to be, it's a lie. It is a damn lie. You don't have to. You can be a millionaire in the next 2 to 3 years if you really want to do it. It's up to you. It truly is up to you. And it happens every single day. And I see it every single day. Right? You don't have to wait until you put in all these hours. Just let me listen. It's whatever you believe. It truly is whatever you believe. And whatever you believe is going to be your portion. But what I'm saying is, when you're a Black parent, you got to believe bigger for your kids. You got to believe, like, they're like, man, mom, that's crazy. Like, no, I can see this for you. You got to be your child's biggest cheerleader. That does not mean make life easy. No, I can see you be a doctor. I can see you be a neurosurgeon. I can see you come out of college, have a job, and your first offer is $200,000. Why not? Why the freak not? You know what I'm saying? Even like when you apply for a job, and sometimes you might see how much they offer. You might say, damn, that's a lot of money. No, that's not a lot of money. Don't even let the dollar amount, like, don't even let the salary frighten you. Like this right here, I deserve it. Matter of fact, I deserve more because here's what I can do, right? Because it's limiting beliefs around money. And a A lot of us, we have that. And that's why we suffer like this. It's not even that, oh, God doesn't love you. No, you're the problem. You're the stumbling block. You are the hindrance to your own wealth because you don't believe. You don't believe. And you can pray, you can cry, you can make offerings, you can say, oh, I go to church every day. It doesn't matter. This is just performative behavior, right? You can be religious. You can perform religion all you want, but you don't believe because deep down inside, you're still scared, right? And you might be performative to convince yourself that you're not scared, but you're really scared though. And it's okay, right? But what happens when we say, I can do this, or my child can do this, right? My child can be 25 or 24, 22, 23, coming out of college, whatever, right? With lots of internships. And it's like your first job offer will be in the high 200s. Because we should want our kids to be better than us. They should make more money than us. They should be more emotionally stable than us. They should dream bigger than us. They should have better relationship than us. They should have better credit than us. They should have their retirement figured out way better than us, right? What are we doing to put these young people in a position that they completely exceed our expectations? Like, damn, I wish somebody would have done that for me when I was 27, right? I wish somebody would have built my credit before I became a young adult, right? But how many parents even think about that? I got to help my child build the credit. Too many Black parents are allowing Black kids to figure everything out on their own, right? At least the power bill. If you know you pay the power bill on time, add the child so the child can start building the credit. You know what I'm saying? And any kind of bill you pay that you know you don't miss a payment, you should put your child on when they're like 15 or 16. Help these young Black people build their credit. Sit down with these young people. Teach them the value of credit. Because we live in an incredible, this society right here is so competitive. It is so competitive. Like, it is so competitive. And it's every tribe, it's every race, ethnicity for itself. We're truly on our own. And I'm like, if we start having more of this mindset, we're going to start moving more intelligently, right? But it's like, you should want things for Black children that you didn't have. You should want Black children to not be afraid of money. You can make money. You can make as much money as you want. But you're going to have to work hard, though. It's dedication, but it's not impossible. You see, me, I will never tell my kids, you got to wait until you're 40 to be a millionaire. No, you don't. Even at 19, you can be a multimillionaire. It happens every single day, all around us. Even at 21, you can be a multimillionaire. You can go from being a high school student and in 3 years or 4 years, your net worth is $5 million. Anything is possible out here. From having a YouTube channel, being a streamer, building an audience, selling merch, you name it. This is not impossible. It is not impossible. Who says it is? A person that doesn't dare to dream. A person that does not care to study. A person that doesn't do the research. Because if you do your research, you'll see it happens every single day. You got people out here who make 100,000 in 30 seconds. I'm like, 30 seconds? This is crazy. This is really crazy. Hold on, let me see if I can show you the video. Hold on. I was like, what is this? Oh, in 3 minutes. Okay. So she made 100,000 in 3 minutes. Let me see.
You sold out $100,000 of matcha in 3 minutes.
Still no marketing spend.
The most amount you made in a month for AdSense.
I said it was 25K in 1 month. I think I beat a.
See this? Y'all see this? So this girl, she made 100,000 because she sells matcha tea. So she made 100,000 in 3 minutes, right? And at that time, she said like her YouTube, the most she had ever made on YouTube from AdSense was 25, almost like 26,000. Girl, I'm just saying. You understand? It's like you got to start confronting your limiting beliefs around money, myself included. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this video for you guys. Hold on. Look at that. I'm so hot. I'm not feeling good. These people are, this is just crazy. Hold on. Stop sharing. Hold on. Let me share again.
Absolutely crushed it. That's peak for me, by the way. That's peak. So just overall a pretty rough month. But even though that's the case, we absolutely crushed it. That's peak for me, by the way.
I was sitting here, you guys, in my sickness. And I was like, what is going on?
My agency is now doing $46,500 a month in revenue, and that's mainly what I've been working on these past couple of months instead of posting a TikTok. A few months ago, my income was around $20,000.
Hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all have walked up the stairs.
Oh, the elevator works too. Nice to see you guys again. Need the framework.
You guys, seriously, you have to tune in into Streamer University. These boys are crazy. These boys are crazy. Streamer University, these kids, I'm like, how, what? This is just.
So we're going to do some exercises to help you guys get right so that everybody can become a professional pocket watcher. Okay? I'm going to give you an example of a rough month I had where I lost a lot of money and then a good month I had where I made a lot of money, just to give you an idea of what my pockets look like so you could better watch other people's pockets. Okay? Only reason I'm really showing this is because, like, as you make more money, there's some people that actually just pocket the difference, but I'm a content creator. I've been a content creator since I was 12. I like to be able to do cool shit. So you don't get a chance to do that unless you start generating real revenue. In the months where I generate more revenue, I do cooler shit. In the months where it's a little bit slower, I have to slow it down. It's a business at the end of the day. You can't run out of money. Otherwise, you have to sell your house. If there's a company I like, I DM them. I DM Cinnabon 4 days ago. I DM Popeyes last month. I did a deal with them last week. So I just reach out. So this was a rough month for me, January, in terms of revenue. Chat, you know this. We had the weight loss marathon this month. It was expensive, bro. The house rental alone was $80,000. It was another $80,000 on top of the rest of the expenses just for that marathon. I had to lose 25 pounds in 10 days. I gained all the weight back. But it was great content, though. It was fantastic content, and that's all that mattered. And there was the rest of the expenses during the month. The different segments that you do. Anytime you need to rent something, buy something, move something, transport something, flights you're booking for people, the team that you have, the payroll. It's a business, bro, so there's going to be a lot of expenses.
Let's do it right here. Hold on.
Money, as long as you're happy with the content, because there's going to be other ideas you have that make money that's not that high lift, that's not that high production. This is what the revenue looked like for January on Twitch. You could tell it's a marathon.
So on Twitch, do y'all see this? Can y'all see this properly? Hold on. On Twitch, he made $127,631.69. This is insanity.
Because I had 300-hour stream. I really want y'all to focus in on this, though. This is why I'm saying ads are really underrated. Do you see this purple section here? Those are.
Yo, look at this. So in one day, he made almost like $7,000, right? $762 from paid subs. Y'all see this? Okay. $400 from Prime sub, like $600 for gifted subs. $4,000 in ads, $1,000 in turbo, $12 in cheering. That is crazy. This is crazy.
Ads. If I remove the ads, my budget is eviscerated. So I'm saying it's underrated because it's the main way I get to do cool stuff. It also helps convert subscribers because niggas want to subscribe if there's lots of ads, but I wouldn't recommend that because the main priority for small streamers is discovery. As you grow, I would recommend it more and more. But I really, truly believe it, bro. Like without ads, and you can see this split here. I pulled it up on purpose. Like on an average day in January, this is a marathon, so I was live the whole day. Keep in mind, there's ads playing the entire day, $4,000. And that's a bad day. Because if this was done in December, that's going to be $20,000, $25,000. In the months where you are buying more, advertisers are spending more. Black Fridays, Thanksgivings, Christmases, that season hits hard. Summertime, people going on vacation. So this was Twitch, and this is what YouTube looked like in a little bit more of an optimized month.
So then on YouTube, he made almost 85,000. This is just pure madness. This is crazy.
And keep in mind, like, these are just clips from the stream, bro. So if we take a look, also, I nailed it on brand deals. We had a lot of mega brand deals that month. And so the overall revenue was fantastic.
Brand deals, he made 310,000 with brands. What is going on? Revenue, almost 800,000. Wow.
Even though we spent 500,000, we still made money. You get what I'm saying? So I spent 500, but I made 800. So that's a winner for us. You want to win more than you lose, because that's how you stay in business. But if you lose, it's not the end of the world. And I really want to say, like, now you have 282,000. What's your next big idea? You get what I'm saying? That's what money does. Like, what's your next big idea? Like Streamer University, boom. Like, you guys all, I imagine, are creatives. Like, you have good ideas in your notes, in your textbooks, in your phone. Like, that's what helps make it happen. But it's not, but I also don't think you spend 100% of it on that, though. That's why Webull is sponsoring this right here. Because you should also invest it. Whatever avenue you choose to do it in. It could be real estate. It could be investing in stocks. It could be in whatever you feel comfortable in. Get informed. If you need a great trading platform, Webull is your platform. So this is the pocket watching cheat sheet. I'm about to hand it out to y'all, okay? This is going to give you a nice average. What I want y'all to take from this is I'm giving you a few instances of what you can get on the lower end of brand deals, higher end of brand deals, lower end of ads, higher end of ads, lower end of monthly views on YouTube.
So 1 million YouTube average monthly views. If you're a tech or finance, he's saying you can make 15,000. 1 million YouTube average monthly views, prank or guns, 3,000, 1,000 concurrent viewers, max ads, 100 hours live, 15,000. 1,000 concurrent viewers, no ads, 100 hours live, 5,000. 1,000 viewer low end brand deal, 500. 1,000 viewer, high end brand deal, 5,000. Let me see this one. 10,000 viewers, low end brand deal, 8,000. 10,000 viewers, high end brand deal, 100,000. Yeah, Lord Jesus.
Higher end of monthly views on YouTube. The reason why I'm giving a range is because if you're in tech and finance on YouTube, you're at the peak. You get hella bread. You might make $15,000 from 1 million views. If you do pranks and IRLs, the chances are you're probably in the mid-range, 3,000 to 5,000. It's a huge behemoth of a difference. There's no way to just snipe it. You just have to account for the variables. I haven't looked at chat all stream. I could be getting cooked. Am I getting cooked?
Don't let hate Jamal.
I don't know. I never know what this chat.
Don't let hate Jamal see this.
Oh, the chat thing?
Yeah.
They're just freaking out at how much money you made and how much money you spent.
I know. I tell y'all niggas, y'all niggas think I'm Mr. Beast, but I did that trying to put as much back into it as I can. Every once in a while, I get myself fried, you know? But depends on RPM. In September, then you will in February. It's true. So that has to be accounted. Maybe you had a peak month. You can't say a nigga makes that every month. Maybe you had a bad month. You can't say a nigga makes that every month. It's impossible. So you have to account for all the variables. There's a lot. What ad rate they run, right? Even the length of their YouTube videos, because you could fit more ads in a longer YouTube video. That's why a lot of people run them VOD channels, because it's an 8-hour video, bro. You could span that bitch with ads. Like, there's so many variables that this should give you a baseline. If you see a nigga with 2,000 live viewers and you looking at his streaming, like he's probably running about half ads, you can calculate them, watch for an hour, see how much ads he's running. You can find out exactly how much that nigga makes. All right, man, now it's y'all turn to try, right? Let's give it a shot before I do it myself. Get in groups of 2, pocket watch. So all of that to say, it's just a formula. You have the cheat sheet, just pace it. If there's a getting 2,000 concurrent viewers, there's the metric is there for 1,000. Scale it up. Do a little bit of quick math, man. I think there's a lot of money in content. Yeah.
I just pocket watched Talib, and I'll tell you guys how.
Tell me how much you made.
So Talib has a secret TikTok account. So that TikTok account, Talib posts 6 times a day.
Damn.
He makes from that in a month he makes $134,400 in 1 month off TikTok. So that Snapchat, he posts 23 times a day because of the likes LeBron. So when he makes $5,000 a month. And then from Twitch, I didn't make $240K a month.
I love that initiative. Let's clap it up for him.
Like, these kids are so young. Like, they talk about money like it's not even real. How many got 35,000 from Snapchat? 100 from TikTok. This is insanity.
No cap though. Deadass. That's how easy it is. Like you kind of have a lot of what I do is based on like what I'm hearing and even what I'm making. I can base it off of that. But you have the knowledge now. Like you can pocket watch whoever you want to. I also want to say like, there's a lot of money in content now. And that's a lot of the reason why people are getting into content. Those are frauds. Okay. A lot of you people here, the reason why you got here is because you genuinely enjoy creating content, that you're a creative and that you want to see your ideas become reality. And so don't lose sight of the creative aspect because you're too busy chasing money, but don't lose sight of the money because you're too busy trying to be creative. At the end of the day, it's hand in hand. Your ability to do both is your ability to operate and execute. Most dudes, before we head out, first thing you got to do is bet on yourself. If you're afraid to do the idea because you think it might backfire, you don't believe in yourself. That doesn't mean take dumb risks. All right. Some of my risks, as I showed you, did not pay off financially, but it paid off for me. It fulfilled me as a content creator. So once you start to generate more, work with that. That's your operating budget. Now you have an opportunity to cook a little bit more. Help grow your stream. I think consistency is important. In my third class on Sunday, I'm going to get more into strategy on how to grow as a streamer and stuff I learned and stuff like that. And I also want it to be cooperative. Like if there's things other people learn, we're going to share it as a class so we all learn. But for today, I'm really just focused on the pocket watching aspect. Bet on yourself.
Like even look at this video. Where's this one? They said he got robbed after making $500,000 a month on stream. What the freak is going on with these kids? You guys, they're making so much money. They don't make no sense. You need to tune into that. So I guess it's Kai Cenat, right? Kai Cenat, and it was called Streaming University. That's the name of it. And I guess they have classes for the streamers or young people who want to be streamers and things of the sort. They're all there. Kai is there. DDG is there. Kevin, these kids make so much money. It's insane. It's really insane. But I'm like, even me, I'm like, it really forced me to like confront my own limiting beliefs around money. Because I'm like, this is really crazy. This is truly crazy. Okay. Let me see this one. What is this one about? Hold on. Let's see this one. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. It's doing this thing again. This is just insanity. This is really insanity. But, oh, you have to work hard to make 100,000. You gotta, whatever.
I'll go away the moment she stops posting. Welcome to the Marketing Bestie podcast, where we dive into branding with the smartest founders, CMOs, and culture shapers to help you and your business unlock your unlimited potential. In this episode, we learn about Ashley how to build a personal brand that brands love to work with.
I'm actually shaking right now.
And more importantly, how in the world did she sell $100,000 of matcha in under 3 minutes? Cheers. With zero marketing spend?
The most delicious thing I've ever tasted, the most delicious thing I've ever put my lips on in my freaking life.
Ashley,
yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
First of all, congratulations on all the major success in Nami.
Oh my God, thank you so much. I love your little setup that you put here. Is so cute.
I love the Nami matcha you sent me. It's so good.
Oh,
the quality and everything, super delicious.
Thank you.
Can you even go to a cafe and order matcha nowadays?
I mean, I really do make it at home like a majority of the time. There are a few places in New York where I'm like, okay, if I'm out and about, like for the cafe experience, let me get a matcha here. But I do really like making it at home. It's also the cheapest in New York. I feel like prices are a little crazy.
Plus,
but yeah,
all the tips, inflation,
yes,
and everything.
Gotta add that tip. They hit you with the 25, 30, 35.
Yeah. One day it's gonna be 50%.
50%. Why not? Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I want to just read some very, very impressive stats here.
Thank you.
So Nami Matcha, which was launched less than a year ago, right?
Yes.
Officially.
Mm-hmm.
It's currently available in 139 countries.
Yes, it is.
And you guys sold $100,000 of matcha in just the first 3 minutes.
Yes.
With zero advertising, like zero marketing spend.
That's why I disagree. I'm like, isn't like her YouTube channel like advertising the matcha? But I disagree with that part. I'm like, no, she does advertise because people who watch her, they know she likes matcha. So I feel like it's not completely zero. But
yes, exactly. Just my life hours. But yeah, no marketing spend. Still no marketing spend.
Really?
Yeah.
Just all organic.
All organic. Yeah. We're trying to maybe do marketing spend. My Instagram ads are not working. If someone works at Instagram, hit me up. We're having a lot of issues.
Wait, I'll help you with that.
Oh my God,
the
thanks.
meta ads?
Yes, bro.
That-
The bane of
anyways, let's move on to this one. Watch this one. Let's watch Monique real quick.
So I went from working as a nurse practitioner. I quit that job. I started working.
I love Monique. She's from New Orleans. I love her.
YouTube full time, and a lot of people thought I was crazy, by the way. But I am now making over $60,000 per month, and yes, I will show you the proof. So this is not to brag, y'all. I just want to inspire you and let you know that you can also do this too. So today, I just want to share my story with you. I want to share my journey to entrepreneurship because it is my mission to help as many people as I can to also make this type of money and more. What's up, guys? This is Monique and welcome back to the channel. I am back with the news that you can use, but first, if you are new here, hello, bonjour, hola, aloha, konnichiwa, wagwan, shalom, assalamu alaikum, namaste. Thanks for stopping by, but don't be a stranger. Hit that subscribe button and join the family. Now, I know for some reason a lot of people like to tiptoe around this topic. They do not like to share how much they are making. But like I say, I do this for inspiration because I know when I was younger, I used to look to YouTube videos to see how these people are making all this money. And guess what? It pushed me and it let me know that I can do this too. So I have been hustling since I was a teenager, but not a lot of people know this. My very first YouTube page was in 2008. And y'all, I swore to myself, I would never let anybody see this channel or these videos. I would never talk about it again. But I was like, you know what? We're going to lay it out all on the table today. We got to be transparent because a lot of times people think that people just arrive at a certain place. But no, it's a journey to get there. It is not all pretty. So at 18 years old, I decided for some reason it was a good idea for me to try to be a singer and put some videos on YouTube.
Hi everyone, my name is Monique. This is my first YouTube video. Put your arms around me, boy.
Y'all, did you see that shoulder movement? I just knew I had it going on, okay? But that didn't go anywhere. So I've been pretty much making videos all my life. And I never wanted to do like the normal things. For instance, my 20th birthday, it was Michael Jackson themed. And instead of sending people a regular invitation, I went on ahead and decided to make a video.
Hi everyone, it's Michael. And I'm inviting you out to my 20th birthday party.
Yo, I have always been a character, okay? So this is me. But this passion for making videos have always been there. And I just didn't realize it until later in life after I spent a whole lot of money on some degrees that I'm currently not using. I went to college. I thought I wanted to be a doctor. So I majored pre-med in biology. And on the side, I picked up a couple of jobs. That's one thing I always had is a job. I always found some type of way to make some money. But about 2 years into my pre-med degree, I was like, you know what? I'm ready to start making money right now. This is going to take too long because in order to become a doctor, it was going to take about 12 years. So 12 years just was not looking that great to me. So I changed my major to something I feel like that would help me make money quicker. And that's when I went into nursing. I felt like I got some decent money out of it and I still got to help people. So I changed that major and ended up graduating in 2013. I went on to work as an RN in telemetry. I worked in inpatient rehab. I did a little nurse liaison where I'll go from hospital to hospital and still felt like I was not satisfied. I did want to be my own boss. I wanted to be an entrepreneur, but I just didn't know how yet. So I started trying all kinds of stuff. Me and my mom flew to Indianapolis. We took a course and became certified international life coaches. So we're trying to figure out what we can do with that. I started creating courses that I can upload online to try to help coach people through life. And in the meantime, I was still editing videos for people, and I still was not satisfied. I was like, this can't be life. So I went back to school. I ended up graduating in 2017, and I became a nurse practitioner. But when 2018 rolled around, I still felt like God had more for me. I felt like something was still missing. I decided to get back on YouTube. I created this channel, and the first video I put on here was my wedding video. At that time, I wasn't really serious about YouTube. I was just trying a few things and seeing what would bite. But a year later, I went on ahead and decided to do another video. My weight loss journey. I had lost about 50 pounds in 3 months.
My name is Monique Hinton, and I've recently made the best decision of my life.
And I uploaded that to YouTube, and I was like, okay, this probably gonna do good. And guess what? It didn't. And again, I was not that serious about YouTube, so I was just like, it is what it is. And that's when 2020 came around. At this point, I was really trying to work on being a life coach while I was also still working as a nurse practitioner.
Hi, this is Monique Hinton, family nurse practitioner and certified international life coach.
But my weight loss video had actually started to, pick up and get views. So sometimes you could put a video out there and it does not get any attention for an entire year. So that was around February of 2020. And
she's right about that. That's not just YouTube. That's YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Sometimes you'll even like a short too. Like YouTube, you have the short, you have the long form. You can post a video, you guys. The day you post it, you might get like 10 views, 100 views. And then 4 months later, out of nowhere, it's like 20,000 views. Like I even looked at my TikTok. I had videos I posted on my TikTok, the hair page. So I know like the first day was like 50 views, whatever. And like now, like some videos are like 15,000 views, 20,000 views. Is like, it just has to marinate sometimes. So post a video, do a really catchy title and a nice thumbnail, and just trust God, because it might blow up when you least expect it. Yeah, it might blow up when you least expect it. Because the hair channel too, I have videos I posted, I have shorts I posted, like maybe the first hour it had like 100 views, and now you have some that have like 7,000 views and stuff. So we'll see, right? We'll see.
You know what happened the next month?
COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
My boss decided on about a Friday morning to get up and type us this long, beautiful email saying that we are basically laid off. So at this point, I'm like, what am I going to do? I remembered my YouTube was starting to get some views. I put up a few more videos, one being my credit repair journey, because I was in the process of purchasing a home. I had brought my score up from the 500s to 700s. I know many other people needed help with that, and I just wanted to share my story. So I put that video out, and it took off. And so I had the weight loss and I had the credit repair video going up at the same time. And 2 months after the layoff, I actually reached the goal to be monetized on YouTube, which is 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. And so my first check on YouTube.
Monetization happened in 2 months. Some people, it takes a long time. Some people, it's quicker. For her, it was 2 months. Oh, it takes forever to be monetized. It depends. Everybody's journey is not the same. Everybody's journey is not the same.
For only 11 days, because I was monetized towards the end of the month. So for 11 days, I made over $3,000. And y'all, I was like, if I could do that in 11 days, imagine what I can do in 30 days. Yeah. So that's the point where I really decided to start taking YouTube seriously. And I started uploading videos consistently, and I started really trying to grow the channel. And about a month after I reached that 1,000 subscribers, I hit about 18,000 or 20,000 subscribers. Me and my husband were getting a home built. So that means that by that time, they were going to need some updated check stubs. And guess what? I didn't have none, because I was now working with YouTube, and I definitely could not use that income because it was new. So I had to go and find a job. And that's when I started working the COVID trial. And many of you may or may not know that story where I shared the video about me quitting that. I just walked out of, like literally just walked out. I got my uniform on here, as you can see. and I had to go. And it was because of all the drama that was going on with the people that I was working with. And I was like, you know what? If I'm going to work this hard for anybody, it's going to be for myself, and I'm going to do it at peace. So I quit that job. And ever since then, I have been working full time on YouTube. And that was in December of 2020 when I quit that job. Now, let me tell you, this YouTube journey has not been all rainbows and butterflies. When I first started out, I was trying to figure out who I was in this YouTube world, which means I didn't really know what this channel's identity was. So I was all over the place. Me and my husband changed the name from Monique Hinton to Journey with the Hintons. And we saw couples out there doing videos. So we were like, well, let's try some pranks and challenges and do all of this other stuff that they're doing. And then on the other hand, I was like, okay, my first video that was doing good was weight loss. Let me try to do something with that. And then I'm like, well, I had the credit repair going on too. So let me do something with that. So, yo, I just had all kinds of stuff going on. And the algorithm was like, girl, this is not going to work.
Nope.
So my subscribers started to slow down. My money started to slow down. So eventually I made my way back to making finance videos. And it was simply because I was just trying to figure out how to make money, how to be successful, how to become financially free. And guess what? I wanted to help other people too. Then my subscribers started growing again. I had started getting about $20,000 every month. And that's when brands started reaching out to me. I never called a brand or reached out to anybody. And in the beginning, I didn't want to do brand deals because I just felt like when people did that, that was fake. They were actually lying to people just to get them to buy a product that they never used. But I realized that I can do brand deals, but only do it with companies that I believe in and stuff that I will actually use or do myself. And so I accepted my first brand deal, and for that brand deal, I was paid about $3,000 to $4,000. And now I've actually had brand deals where brands paid me anywhere between $30,000 to $40,000 for one video. And I also started doing affiliate marketing a little bit where I would share links to products, again, only products that I would use or that I believe in. And for some of those products, I will actually get a percentage if anybody signs up. I also started expanding and trying to sell merchandise. I created some t-shirts with the slogan I used to use, all we do is win. And I put it on mugs, fanny packs, all of those great things. And I made a little bit of money with that one. It's not as much as the others, but I did get some income from that. But the bulk of my money, the majority of what I am making comes from YouTube placing ads in my videos. And my highest month so far has been over $60,000. And y'all, that's just from the YouTube ads. That's not even including any brand deals or any of the affiliate links that I may use. And the channel's still growing. I'm at about 343,000 subscribers. And I thank you all so much for all of your support. You guys are...
Imagine making that money. You didn't even have 1 million subs. So like when you get to 1 million subs, how much you gonna make? That is crazy.
So awesome. Y'all really keep me encouraged and motivated to keep going and keep trying to put out good content. Y'all, I never in a million years thought that my career would be on YouTube, but it is. And it actually is almost every kid's dream to be a YouTuber. So this is a growing field and it is definitely worth it. And medicine, being a nurse or even a doctor, was never my passion. It was me helping people that I was passionate about. And here on YouTube, I actually still get to do that, but I do it on a larger scale. So I'm really grateful for that. You get a lot of people that come to YouTube just for a check. And I'm not going to lie and say that I don't like to get paid, because I definitely do. But it's actually about more than that. And it's about giving back. And that's why this holiday season, my husband and I are going to be giving a lot away to help as many people as we can. We're going to continue to help you guys on here through these videos. Please don't forget to like this video. Also subscribe to the channel if you have not done so. And other than that, I thank you so much for watching. And until next time, we are out. Peace.
Yeah, so y'all, if y'all know Journey with the Hintons, that's her channel. Like, it is just insane. But my point is, you really do not have to wait. Oh no, what's his name again? Abdul? Is that, I forgot, what's his name? Oh, he makes too much money. He really makes too much money. He makes too much money. He's like, yeah, I made $4 million. I'm like, what? He's talking about the video for y'all. But the one that really had me was, the one that truly had me was Streamer University with Kai Cenat. Because I really do feel like you got, oh no, this guy, y'all, this video was so, this one is one of my favorites. This video was crazy, y'all. This video was so crazy. Hold on. Let me play this. Oh, hold on. It does this all the time. Hold on. This is video stupid. Hold on.
Probably all seen, hit the milestone of 10 million views. I think it's actually got 11 million views now, which is just crazy to me. And on top of that, the follow-up video where I went over how much everything cost me to buy the house and renovate it, that video also hit a milestone of 1 million views. So in the past, over time, the greatest films have always had trilogies. We're talking The Godfather, The Lord of the Rings, and of course, who could forget? So based on the success of those trilogies, I thought that I would take inspiration and make a third installment to my tiny house story and show you how much YouTube paid me for my tiny house videos. So before we jump in, I just want to say 3 quick things. Number 1, I recently got my Silver Play Button Award for this channel, and I just want to say thank you all so much for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. That's actually the second channel I've hit 100K on this year, and third time overall. Number 2 is a shameless plug, but yesterday I released my course, YouTube Blueprint, which basically reveals everything I do on YouTube to grow my channels and get all of these plaques. So if you're new to YouTube and want to grow your channel, then I'll drop a link down below where you can check that out and learn from a sort of clickbait master. And number 3, this video where I reveal how much YouTube paid me for these couple of videos, it's not intended to be like a weird flex or boastful or big-headed. I just really like watching other people's videos on this topic where they reveal how much YouTube pays them or where they go over ways that they make money in unusual ways or make money online. It's just a topic that I'm really interested in, so that's why I want to make videos on it as well. But with that said, if people don't like this kind of content, if they find that it's a bit tacky or they think I shouldn't be sharing this kind of information, you can just leave a comment and let me know, and I'll just decide, should I make videos like this based on the response. So with all of that said, let's jump into the numbers and see how much YouTube paid me for my tiny house videos. So I'll go through this month by month just because I think it's the most interesting way to do it. In January, when I first uploaded it, I uploaded it on January 27th. I got 52 views and I got 26 cents for that. So my best day was here where I got 34 views and that translated to 18 cents. Next up we have February, and for February I got 189 views and that translated to 75 cents. And my best day was here where I got 41 views and that gained me a whopping 15 cents. So next up was March, which was my biggest month. Things went crazy. It obviously hit everyone's homepage, and that's where I got all of the views. So for March, I got 6.3 million views, and that converted to $23,223.98. And my best day was here on March 26th, where I got just under 1.2 million views in a single day, and that got me $3,759.22, which is more than I used to make in a month as a video editor, which is crazy. And it was kind of that way for all of that week. I was making between...
No, see, there's a video that went from 25 cents. It went 25 cents. Then it went, no, 26 cents, right? Then it went to 75 cents, and then it jumped to $23,000. I'm like, YouTube is not a real place. YouTube is really not a real place. Let me do it again. Hold on.
And that got me 23,205 cents. And my best day was here, and that translated to 18 cents. Next up we have February, and for February I got 189 views and that translated to 75 cents. And my best day was here where I got 41 views and that gained me a whopping 15 cents. So next up was March, which was my biggest month, things went crazy. It obviously hit everyone's homepage, and that's where I got all of the views. So for March, I got 6.3 million views, and that converted to $23,223.98. And my best day was here on March 26th, where I got just under 1.2 million views in a single day, and that got me $3,759.22, which is more than I used to make in a month as a video editor, which is crazy. And it was kind of that way for all of that week. I was making between like 2,500 and 3,000 a day, which is just crazy to me. It's mind-boggling. So that was March. That was the best month. And then next we had April, still a very good month. I got 1.8 million views, and that gained me $11,922.23. And my best day was here, where I got 155,000 views, and that got me $829.28. Next up, we had May, and for May, I had slightly less views. I got 1.2 million, and that got me $7,414. And my best day was here. These days were pretty much the same, about 95,000 views, and that got me $477.23. Next was June, and things went a bit better for June. I got 1.6 million views, which was 400,000 more, and that got me just under $8,000. My best day here was 150,000 views, just under it. And again, that gave me $615.43. And then we have July, which is the month that's just ended. And that was my lowest month so far ever since it took off. And I got just under 400,000 views, and that got me $1,886.26. And my best day was here, where I got 18,429 views, and that got me $108. So overall, if I change this to the lifetime stats, the video got 11.3 million views, and that converted to $52,400.69, which is just ludicrous. I can't believe that I got that much off a single video. And as I said, the follow-up video did well as well. It got 1.1 million views, and that gained me $4,577.76. So together, across these two videos, I made about $57,000. And because I'm from Scotland, we use pounds here. So that 57,000 converts to 46,817.26 pence. So for all my UK viewers, that's the exchange rate on that income, which is crazy. It is nice because obviously it's a lot of money, which is nice. But on top of that, the house cost a lot more than I thought it would. The renovation cost a lot more than I thought it would. So there was a lot of unexpected costs when actually renovating the house. So to have a lot of these unexpected kind of profits come back was really nice and unexpected and obviously welcome. So
one video, it started off really slowly, but off of one video, he made almost like 60,000 from one video. I'm like, YouTube is not a real place. It really is not a real place. Now, you guys, let's talk about Klarna. People don't want to pay their Klarna bills. I saw this video yesterday. I was like, this is too funny. Hold on.
Didn't y'all pay back y'all Klarna debt? Am I the only one that's trying to keep them in business? Are y'all dead ass right now? Klarna, I am off, okay? Klarna?
Not Klarna going broke because y'all won't pay them back. Loan company Klarna is reporting that they are suffering major losses due to customers not repaying back their loans.
All right, so there's a lot of problems. Klarna is in a lot of trouble. A lot of things to talk about. People are saying, I'm not paying it back. And a lot of people are thinking, hey, you give people some money, you dangle that dollar out there. What do you think they're going to do with that dollar? They're going to spend it, and they're not going to be held accountable. But are they? So let's get right to it. Let's talk about this. People are about to get hemmed up from the floor up. They're about to find out.
I have spent $32,196.23 on Affirm and Klarna since 2000.
How can you spend $32,000 on Klarna? Girl, what?
22. And the big question is, what did I purchase? If you are new here, hi, my name is Diva, and I am $107,000 in debt, and I am the Affirm and Klarna girl. Yep, When I started this journey, I had $9,500 in debt to Affirm and Klarna. I now have it under $3,000, and we are about to pay off 8 of those suckers next week. But what did I purchase? This is a question everybody always asks. Honestly, everything under this. I have done groceries. I have purchased concert tickets. I have purchased Airbnb. I have gotten my car fixed on Affirm and Klarna. All kinds of stuff. I think I've even gotten gift cards for random stuff. You can pretty much purchase anything you want almost on Affirm and Klarna. And I do get questions like Affirm. Yes, I have 12-month plans. I have not purchased on anything on Affirm probably since last February. So it's been almost a year. And a lot of these are finally coming to the end, but also I've paid off a lot. I literally had like 50 of these when I started this journey in May. It's crazy. It's insane. I know what I'm saying is insane.
Klarna is pretty much going bankrupt because no one is paying them back. Like they have a record high number of users on the platform. They have 100 million users, but at the same time, no one is paying them back. So they literally reported $136 million of unpaid debt. Like $136 million that people are just not paying back, and they're just, saying fuck it. And now Klarna is at a major loss. Even though they have a record high number of users on the platform, there's more users who are just not paying that shit back. And that's because you guys are letting people finance groceries and finance DoorDash orders. And I feel like people are seeing that and being like, well, actually, if I just do my biggest one right now and then not pay you guys back, I actually am just not going to have to pay you guys back. And then I don't know how much people actually care about things affecting their credit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even think they're thinking like, oh yeah, like this is going to affect whatever, blah, 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 blah. I just think people are like, whatever, I'm running off on the plug right now. Like literally people are running off on the plug, dead ass with Klarna. They said, actually, yeah, I agree to all your terms and uses and all that. And they get their loan of whatever and they say, yeah, but I'm not paying you back. And now Klarna is literally about to go bankrupt because, bitch, nobody is paying them back. And like, honestly, with inflation and how shit really set up, how is that gonna work anyway? You see what I mean? But anyway, oh well, Klarna, we will see.
So
I don't know if it affects the credit because they're all on here. It's really, let's see.
Buy now, pay later. It's like the old school installment loan. You pay for a quarter of whatever you're buying up front, and then you've got installments, usually 4 payments in total. So you make one now, and then if you pay those next 3 installments off, it's kind of a great deal. There's no interest, no worries, no problem. Okay, what if you don't make those payments? That's what Klarna has said. They said, oh, there are a lot of people who are using these plans. They're not making those next 3 payments. You can be subject to interest and penalties and fees. Could be a few dollars, could go up to 25%. So I think that a lot of people like the idea of buy now, pay later, but essentially it is the same trap we often can get into with credit cards. We can spend more than we intend to, and we can actually see fees if we're not paying these off on time.
So do we think that what's happening is a lot of 20-year-olds are saying, look, here's a way to get 80% off sunglasses. You just buy them, pay this little fraction, and walk away.
I don't want to just throw shade on the 20-year-olds because all of us have that moment. Because when you check out online, you know that it immediately says, do you want to pay for this all up front or do you want to spread it out over time? So we're all falling for this. I think the problem is, as always, that if we look back 5 years, we went through this COVID crisis, we built up our savings, the economy reopened, we spent through all those savings, and people still want to spend. Yeah. And credit cards and buy now, pay later plans, they allow you to spend freely, but with a huge catch. You are going to get spanked if you can't pay these loans back. Buy now, pay later, it's like the old school installment loan. You pay for a quarter.
2 things. Like one, when people shop online, credit is not predominantly because you want to borrow, but it's predominantly because you want to see and touch the product before you pay for it. And, if you have a debit card, a little bit of problem is you're shipping this money and then hopefully you get something that looks like that picture you saw online, right? So credit actually has a different kind of function, and it's not about lending. It's predominantly about like that buy now, pay later, which basically is that. But secondly, we also realized that there was a better option to credit than credit cards, What if you don't charge interest? What if you don't revolve is also a very confusing concept to a lot of consumers. It's like revolving. How long am I going to pay this off? Like, I'm going to roll this over. Like, installments are very clear. They're like, okay, I'm paying 1/4 of this every second week until I paid it down. So it's like a fixed term. It's very clear. So we wanted to create a better credit product, one that had fixed installment, that was interest free, that was easier to use.
And we should say consumers have embraced this, right?
Yes.
Certainly in the US, BNPL, buy now, pay later programs have exploded. I think it was partner centric. They had this survey that's found that like more than half of Americans are currently using some form of buy now, because there are many other apps and programs that do this. Your Affirms, your PayPal, as you said. And as it's expanded, for a variety of reasons, people worry that it's just another form of credit debt that people are taking on. And I want to ask you about that, because I have to admit, I am one of those people that when I learned you could basically Klarna your DoorDash burrito, I was like, that seems unwise. Like, why even offer that option?
Yes, and that is unwise. I would not recommend anyone to put a burrito on buy now, pay later, for clarity. But it is also partially because Klarna in the US has become very associated with buy now, pay later. So when US consumers think about us, they think about buy now, pay later. But if you look at Klarna in Europe, we are an equivalent of PayPal. So we offer both debit-based payments, where you pay the full amount upfront, and we offer credit-based payments where you pay in installments or even finance like bigger ticket items for longer periods of time. And obviously, we have realized that in the US, there's an opportunity to offer a better debit solution as well, where people can pay the full amount. And that's what we have done with DoorDash and others. We're starting to come into places.
But wait a second, you just said that's not a good idea. So I feel like I have to stop you.
Yep.
I mean, I can understand business-wise why you'd embrace it.
Yep.
But a lot of us see this as a sign of economic strain, of people who fundamentally have reached the point where they can't actually pay for essentials like groceries, like their takeout.
Yep.
And this doesn't look like a good option.
Yep. But that is, again, what I was saying is that we don't only offer credit. We offer debit. Like 30% of Klarna's total volume is people pay the full price, just like
You mentioned this thing about the US, that people are using it a little bit differently.
People associate us with it, but
that dude is full of crap. You know what this reminds me of? It's like somebody that really has a drug addiction, and instead of like trying to get the person to stop taking drugs, you're finding ways to give them different kind of drugs, and like, it's just not as strong, so it's not that bad. It's like, no, it is that bad, right? People in America have a problem with credit. A lot of American people are not responsible with credit. I was one of the people once upon a time. I ain't gonna sit here and lie too, right? Because me, I think I'm dyslexic, so that's what I'm saying. But it's like people in America have a problem with credit, and we need to be put on a diet. Like we need to be put on a diet. And I'm like, even this whole Klarna stuff, like it's kind of sad because I won't go back to TikTok, but it's really sad because for some people, Klarna really does help them out, and they were truly begging people in the comments to go and pay their Klarna bill because, like, y'all, we really need Klarna. Don't mess it up. Like, you had people saying that they paid their Klarna before they paid their credit cards. They'll pay Klarna before they pay their student loans, right? Because they don't want to lose their Klarna, their access to Klarna. But I'm like, we have a problem with credit cards, you guys. I already have enough channels, but I really feel like I need to have a money channel, like for real. I mean, I do have a money channel. I just don't post on that. But I'm like, I feel like we need to talk about money, and we need to talk about credit. Like, people need to take their credit seriously. Okay? We really have to. Because this Klarna stuff, I get what he's saying, but at the same time, I'm like, he's sounding like, oh yeah, we're just trying to help you out. We want to give you credit for installment, no interest rate. But I'm like, sir, then how you making money? How you gonna make money? Okay. Yeah. But you see, I'm like, because I was telling Lacey, I was like, I have a channel. I have a money channel. Okay. I have like Lena the Money Girl. I have a channel. I even have one called the Lena the Money Girl. And I have another one called like my credit journey or whatever I've got to call, but I have channels. But I'm like, maybe I need to really focus on like making money content, because we need to take money seriously, like for real, myself included, but especially credit. We really do. Because we out here just wasting credit on foolishness. You know what I'm saying? And it's causing a lot of harm to people. You know, we don't take credit seriously. We don't take relationships seriously. It's like, at least if you have two people together, even if there's bad credit, but it's two people, so it's like, it's not that bad. But if you're single with bad credit and you pay everything by yourself, that is crazy. That is really, really crazy. That is truly crazy. That is really crazy. You know?
Klarna we want to grow our options. So to me, what's critical is every time you make a purchase, I want people to have the optionality to push debit or credit on every purchase. And the reason, and that's what Klarna does in Europe. We always offer both debit and credit, and now we're doing it more oftenly in the US as well. So the point when we go to DoorDash, people go like, oh, they're coming there with their credit option. It's like, no, I don't expect there to be much credit on DoorDash. I expect people to use our debit option to pay the full amount on DoorDash.
But why? Like, if you have an economy where prices are getting higher, right, where there's tariff uncertainty, and when your savings may be dwindling, and you have existing credit on other cards, right?
I'm sorry, Val. And this is why I really think this is why Marlene, honestly, you already know this. Look at me, I look so crazy. You guys, I'm practicing flat twist. You like my flat twist? I'm getting better, you guys. I've been doing them since like last week. I've been practicing. I need to get really good at doing flat twist. And I'm using this Design Essential. It's almond avocado cream. And then I mixed it with this one by Curl Smith, right? But Val, let me ask you a question, right? And I know it's embarrassing. It's okay, but you know it's me. You know what I'm saying? I love you. I know it's embarrassing. But Val, would you consider doing a YouTube channel where you talk about your debt? And I know that's the part that is so hard, because it's like, do I want to put myself out there and say, look at me, I got bad credit, I make bad decisions with money? You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, if you were to do it, I think it would actually work. The issue is like being okay with saying, here is my credit, here's how I messed up, and I take accountability. You better take accountability, or they chew your ass up, right? But I do feel it, because that's what Monique said. Monique said when she started her channel, she had the weight loss, and then she had her credit repair journey because they were building a house, right? But it's the credit repair videos that did better, because a lot of people are going through this. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, Val, if you do it, I'm telling you, you know I love you. I would never lie to you. I'm telling you, if you do a credit repair journey, it's going to eat. The money will come. The issue is like being comfortable with putting yourself out there like that and letting people know, especially friends and family, they will talk shit about your ass. I ain't gonna lie to you. Okay? I ain't gonna lie. But if you can overcome that and look at the big picture, like if you can say to yourself, like, yeah, if you can say to yourself over the next 5 years, I'm going to focus on my credit journey and I want to make a channel about that and be honest about it. I know it's hard. It's just like me getting on a Stairmaster with my fat ass. You see how fat I was? But it's like, if you can overcome that block, the mental block of like, oh my gosh, because in all honesty, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. But like Monique said, she started off with the weight loss, the credit repair journey, but it's the credit repair videos that did better for her. Because a lot of people need that help. It's just that people are suffering in silence. So I'll say, think about it. But if you can't commit to it, and then it have to be like fancy videos. Like, no, I'm Val. I used to have issues with buy now, pay later. And that's how much I got myself into debt. And this is what I'm doing to fix it. So over the next 6 months, here are my goals. And it's okay. Y'all can laugh at me. You know, I didn't know any better, but today I'm trying to do better. And over the next 5 years, I'm going to use this channel to document getting myself out of this. You know what I'm saying? Because God, like, let's assume you do a video and the video does like 300,000 views. Because I know, like for me, one time I did a video, it was like 24,000 views. 24,000 views, it gets you like $200 to $300. So if you probably do 240,000 views, 200,000 to 300,000 views, right? With enough ads in there, you could really get like a good $3,000. It's just being okay with people laughing at you for a season. Like that's the biggest block. But once you say, I don't care, kind of like the Kardashians, because you know the Kardashians too, people used to laugh at these people, you know, now they wear designers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like Janet said, we're definitely gonna, you know, I'll definitely support you, right? But I'm like, if you can make peace with that in your head, that I want to document my credit journey, like how I'm going to fix my credit, I truly think it's going to be a banger because a lot of people are suffering in silence. And then you can do videos where you talk like where you review other people's topics also like on social media. It doesn't always have to be around you. Like you don't always have to talk about you. Some days you can talk about you, and in other days you can talk about yeah. You know what I mean? Like I'm telling you, because people are sitting here suffering in silence. But these are the kind of videos that do really well because a lot of people have bad credit. A lot of people got into these debt. They didn't know any better. You can even start like a little book club. Like, we're going to read this book, teach people how to do stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I'm like, if you're okay with that, Val, you could get to a point, if you commit to it for 6 months, where you do at least one video a week for 6 months. By the time we get to December, your channel could probably make like $5,000 a month. You know, there are ladies who've done that. Their credit used to be like crap. And then they repaired their credit on YouTube. And then now they have businesses, like they sell these little envelopes thingy, like where you put your money, you print the money, you go to the ATM, you get the money out in cash, and then you put money in the envelopes, and then you don't try to go over that, whatever. Right? Hey, Rhoda, right? But that's the thing, Val. If you can get past it, if you can get past the, oh my gosh, I'm 30, I have nothing to show for it, I'm embarrassed, right? Cool. But my thing is, Val, at least you're not 60. Put things in perspective. At least you ain't 60. Look at Dawn Richards from En Vogue to sleeping in her car. You know what I'm saying? Okay? So it's like you also got to put things in perspective now, because I think sometimes we can get in our heads and we can over magnify a problem. Like, you got to take into account who you are, how you were raised, what you have and what you didn't have, what you learned and what you had to learn on your own, what you were exposed to, what you were not exposed to, right? So you also got to be also fair to yourself. If you came from like the Trump family, or you came from like the Clinton family, and then you were 30 with a bad credit, okay, like girl, you were given way too much in life to be here at 30, okay? But everything is relative to who you are also, right? But it's like there are people who are 40, 50, 60 now, and they got bad credit. So it's like you also got to look at the flip side. Yeah, you're 30, but also you're 30 with self-awareness, because you could also be in denial, and then you're 40, you're still in denial. Then you're 50, you're still in denial. Hey, Queenie. So you also got to give yourself credit also. Like, everything is not as bad as we try to make it. But I think it's better to wake up at 30, right? Yeah. You know, it's better to wake up at 30 than to wake up at 60. But you, even in like 2 years, 5 years, you can change your credit score. That is not a problem. The problem is being in denial. That's the real problem. Because as long as you deny that there's a problem, you'll never fix the problem because you don't think it's a problem. Right? But it's like me, from what I know about you already, it's like, okay, like, you know, it wasn't as supportive. You didn't have all this, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot you didn't have growing up. So you also got to give yourself credit for that. Because they could have been way worse. Like, you could have a 500 credit score with 3 kids by 3 different men in prison. So you also got to put things in perspective. Like, you know, wow, you're an awesome person. You know, but money, the art of money, the science of money, the science of credit, it truly is like it's something that we should all learn this in school, because it's not that obvious. Because I was telling Lacey, like, okay, you people, you give somebody a credit card with $2,000 on it and expect the person not to max it up. Like, then why is it here? You know what I'm saying? So they give your credit card for $20,000, for $2,000, but they truly only want you to use 30%. Then why are you giving it to me? So you gonna give me a credit card with $2,000, but you expect me only to spend $600? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? Right? If you only want me to use $600, then the credit card should be for $600. Like, what is going on here? Right? Lacey was cracking up yesterday, but that's how my mind used to work. Because I'm like, you start to realize that credit, they give you credit, but they don't really want you to use it. It's like, but then why is it called credit? What the heck is going on here? Right? But it's like, there's a lot to it that you don't know, because to me, it's like, hey, if you give me a credit card for $1,000, I'm going to use up the $1,000. What's the problem? Okay. Come to find out, that's not how it works. I'm like, oh, well, damn. You see, exactly. She said, Val, nothing to be ashamed of. The fact that you are aware now, you can make a change. Your life is not over at 30. It's just beginning. Exactly. She said, I come from a single mother that definitely said, I have to rob Peter to pay Paul, and the Black community don't know. But do you see how that can also be a great video title? My mother told me we got to rob Peter to pay Paul. Do you know the millions of, Val, we're going to do this channel. Do you know the millions of black people who grew up listening to that stuff? You know, the thing about life, you start to realize life is no different than the classroom. Like, everybody is confused AF, but nobody wants to be the first person to raise their hand and say, Professor, can you say that again? Because I don't even know I don't know what you said. But all of us grew up to that, Val. You're not unique. I'm telling you, like, don't feel bad. At least you're 30 and you're waking up. It could have been worse. You could have been 60. And 19 also is very young. You know, it's very young. What the freak do we know? I was signing up for credit card on campus. I was a freaking idiot. Okay. So I'm like, this is my thing. If you can truly, the same way you want to cut your hair, if you truly decide to not give a F, Val, I promise you, by December, you're going to make $6,000 a month. Easy. Because credit videos, how to repair your credit, how to fix your credit. Listen. Yeah. It's like people are really confused. So many black people, we are financially illiterate, Val, just because we know how to spend money. Like, swipe a credit card, go buy designers, go on vacation, what you want. Yeah. We know how to spend money. We know how to go into debt to spend money. But we don't know how to balance our credit. I even think a lot of YouTube girlies have bad credit. I ain't gonna lie to you. Because these people right here, it never gave financial prudence. You understand? But my thing is, like, is it also not beautiful to start a YouTube journey where, like, you're really starting from the bottom, not really the bottom, but like almost at the bottom kind of. And then, like, over the next 5 years, like, people see you like level up to an 800 credit score, you know, like where you can just go into a bank and get the best interest rate. You can go to a dealership and get the best interest rate. You can go get a house and get the best interest rate. I feel like, to me, those kinds of YouTube channels are more meaningful than Black Girl Luxury. Because to me, real Black Girl Luxury is having your credit in check. You understand? Like, to me, like, Black Girl Luxury is really like, I can go anywhere I want and get 1% interest rate. I want to get this car, 1% interest rate. I want to get this apartment. It's, oh yeah, ma'am, your credit is so perfect, right? To me, YouTube channels that make a lot of sense, that are truly impactful, are YouTube channels where people are not pretending. People are just like, hey, this is me. I am flawed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, it's really scary because it's like, people don't, how does this stuff even work, you know? But me, Marlene, I can tell you, I was a plumb fool in college. I truly was. And I'm dyslexic, so I'm not going to make my payment on time. I have a problem. Russ, I got in debt in my early 20s just shopping. Nothing really learned the value of money, but I got my credit and debt in order. It's possible. Rona, you should also have a channel. You ladies, you have to stop being afraid. I like, listen to me. Listen to me, right? Listen to me clearly and my sickness, right? You see how YouTube, it evolves? Have you noticed how, like, YouTube, it's always evolving? Like, when you guys first met me, it was the Black girl in makeup era, right? Right? Then it went from Black girls makeup kind of died down. Then it was like, it turned into Black Girl Luxury, which is like, oh, the fancy apartments, the windows, the shopping, whatever, like everything expensive. I just buy because I'm a Black girl and I deserve it. Cool. But you know, that's also a bubble. That thing gonna come down, right? Then what do you think the next phase is gonna be? Black Girl Luxury is gonna turn into Black girl who understand money. Black girls that teach about money. Black girls that teach about credit. Because that's really the luxury. Because when you have great credit, you can go to sleep. You can sleep peacefully, right? That's going to be the new version, because everything, it always evolves. Like, everything evolves. So my thing is, you might start today and it's like people are still busy, like, shopping, going on vacation, buying a bunch of clothes. Yes, but this is going to die down because it's not sustainable. People cannot shop like this. It is, for most people, it is not sustainable. It's an escape, but it's not sustainable, right? People are slowly, especially with the recession, people getting laid off, like, so many people are losing their jobs and stuff like that. People are not going to be able to spend as much as they used to spend. So they're going to go back to a place, okay, I got to take my finances seriously. I got to be more mindful of my spending and things of the sorts, right? So what's going to happen? They're going to look for people who can help them, encourage them in that decision. Like, okay, I got to be more austere with my coins. So that's why I'm saying, like, Rhoda and Val, y'all need to, even Janet, because Janet also does accounting, but you guys need to come in and teach these Black girls that the real Black girl luxury is having amazing credit. Because when you have an amazing credit score, nobody can tell you no. Nobody can tell you no. When you have an amazing credit score, I'll tell you, whatever you apply for, 15 seconds, you're already approved, okay? Because the credit is freaking amazing. But the thing is, you got to teach people what it takes to have an amazing credit score, like what really goes into it, what can hurt it, what can lift it up. And I just feel like if you do it yourself, you'll be a better teacher because you went through it. It's just like the first few videos of the first 3 to 6 months, people will probably laugh at you. I ain't gonna lie to you, but people laugh at everything. So it doesn't matter. Even Kai Cenat, when he released the Streamer University, they started laughing at him. But this is what people do. I think sometimes people laugh at people because honestly, it's a laugh of nervousness because they wish they had your courage to put themselves out there like this. So they want to get in your head and make you second guess yourself. No, right? Because I know I am not alone. Maybe I'll do it first, then y'all can be inspired to do it, right? But it's like we shouldn't be afraid because bad credit or going to collections or things happening to you, like even me having legal lashes, like when it started to go left, it really affected my credit. Really, really badly because I didn't have investors. So everything was self-financed and it got to a point I couldn't even keep up with all these payments, right? So it's like it does happen. But we thank God for every 7 years, you get to somewhat start new, right? And me, like I said, I'm 40, Val, you're in your 30s, but I'm like, it's way better to wake up in your 30s and try to fix your credit than to be like, oh my gosh, no, at least you're 30, right? So, okay, your 20s, you messed up. But you have your 30s to fix it. And then your 40s is going to be amazing. And then now that you're not going to make the same mistakes. It's not a big deal. But mistakes happen. The issue is not fixing it. That's where I take issue with, right? I think like right now, even my credit right now, I think my credit is 670. Lacey was like, Marlene. I'm like, girl, you don't even know how far I came, right? Lady Lashes messed me up, okay? I mean, the way I handled the money, it messed me up, right? But it's like, but my goal is, because I asked ChatGPT, like, what would it take for, like, AI, what would it take for me to go from a 670 to a 620, like, in the next 6 months or whatever? But I really want to get, like, as close to the 800 as possible. But, for a very long time, it was never a concern of mine. Oh, I'm just going to be rich, and now I will need credit. But it's like, no, that's also a weird way of thinking about stuff, okay? That's just weird, right? But I'm like, credit really does matter. Maybe I'll post my credit up so you can feel more comfortable. But I just feel like if you can commit to, even like in the next 6 months, you can see for yourself. But if you can say, you know what, I'll do it for the next 6 months. Once a week, I'll make a video about like, not even just your credit, but just the attitudes around money, the stuff your mom used to say about money and things, just start a conversation until you get really, really more comfortable. And then maybe like, and then in 2026, the whole year of 2026, it's going to be like more intentional. Oh, let's read this book. Let's read about this. Let's see how to remove collections and things of the sort, right? But the first 6 months, it could just be like, just you talking about your credit, buy now, pay later, where you messed up, what you could have done better, the stuff that you learned from your mom, like you can say things for some like, the 5 worst money advice I got from my mom, something like that. You know what I mean? That people can relate to. You know what I'm saying? No, Val, that's the devil right there. You didn't kill anybody. You didn't kill anybody. You didn't kill anybody. You didn't molest a child. You didn't touch a child. Like, these are the kinds of things you didn't steal from no one. These are things that you should have shame about. But a credit score, no, you shouldn't have shame about that. Even Mary J. Mary J is older than all of us, and she got bad credit, and she had the money. Okay, she's coming to millions of dollars. Same thing for little Kim. Even Nikki owes money too. Nikki owes a lot of money. So, and we've never made money like these ladies have made. So there's no reason for you to carry shame about that kind of stuff. Shame is like for serious stuff, like murder, touching children. You know what I'm saying? Like those kinds of disgusting, diabolical activities. That's what shame is for. But the whole credit thing, these are predictable mistakes for most Black people. Especially most young Black people. Because according to Dave Ramsey, bad credit is a good thing, but his philosophy is to really not use or have credit, paying cash for everything. Oh, Val, I love you forever. right? I love you. You're my baby. I love you. I love you for the rest of my life. Maybe one day we'll meet in person, but I don't mean to hurt your feelings. And if I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. I love you. You know I love you. You know I love you with everything I have. You're my favorite. You know that, right? You know what I'm saying? But there's no need for you to carry shame about this. Millions of people. And you think your credit is bad? I'm sure there are people out there that are like in their 50s or their 60s. They got 400 credit score. So put that in perspective, okay? I'm like, put everything in perspective. Just when you think it's bad, it could have been worse. Yeah. A lot of rich people do not use their cash. Like a lot of rich people, they use credit. Because I think when you use credit, you can even write off the interest. It's something weird like that. Because I was hearing, what's his name? Grant Cardone talk about that. Rich people do not use cash. So they put their money in the bank and then they get a loan against their own money. It's something so crazy. I'm like, what? But, once again, we don't know. And I even feel like even the rich Black people who know this or who have learned this, they don't want to share with other Black people. It's really hard. It's truly, truly hard. But like the knowledge of money, it really is some kind of alchemy. Like it's a science to itself. And if you don't talk about it, you're not going to get help for it. You'll just suffer in silence, right? You'll just suffer in silence. But it's like, it really is. It's not as obvious as it seems. It really is not. Even like, what's it called? Eugene and Toya too, when they were going through their money problems on the show. But Eugene said it, like Eugene, he makes so much money, but he does not know how to manage money. So him and Toya are always getting into debt, right? You see that one year he had to work so hard because they owed $100,000 to the IRS. So he was taking all these extra trips. He was traveling out of Georgia. They went on that trip. He had high blood pressure, could have died. I'm like, what is this? But a lot of us, like, we were never properly introduced to the science of money, how you handle money, what attitude you should have about money, right? Even normalizing saving. Like, I can't afford to save. What do you mean you can't afford to save, right? Like, we really have these weird ideas, and it's really bad. This is why I said it's all limiting beliefs. That's why most Black people live around pawn shops, title loans, payday loans, Black people usually are surrounded by a bunch of predatory people because nobody wants to teach the financial literacy stuff. Like, it really is a problem. But I just feel like the best teacher is the person who has made mistakes, because then you have more empathy for people. But if you've never been through like credit issues and you try to teach people about credit, it's like you're probably gonna come off like very pretentious. But if you've been through it yourself, you're more likely to have empathy. And then it's easier for people to open and connect with you because, okay, she's not going to judge me because she's been through it, But I'm like, a lot of people are going through this. Yeah, you see? And that's why I say all men are not bad. All men are not bad. All patriarchy is not bad. A man can add a lot to a woman, just like a woman can add a lot to a man. Right. But I feel like because most men also are wired to not spend money like that, because, most men, I think they can be happy with like the same pair of shoes, the same pair of jeans, and the same, like maybe like 3 or 4 t-shirts. Most men don't need a lot to be happy. Right. We as women, we have a spending problem. So I do feel like this is why I really believe in that women need to be with men to some extent, not just sexual, like not just romantic, but whether it be fathers, brothers, deacons, I don't know, but some kind of a male person in her life to kind of help her balance out her thinking. You don't have to buy everything you see. It's okay to upcycle. It's okay to find something cheaper and do some renovations to it, right? You don't have to buy a brand new car, right? You can wait for a car that's like 3 years old and then buy that car, right? Like, men can add a lot. But when you have conversations where people want you to believe that every man is evil, every man wants to hurt you, every man wants to kill you, every man hates your guts. I'm like, oh gosh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Because are most women here also encouraging other women to be more steadfast with their spending and things of the sort? No. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sometimes put stuff in your cart, not buying it just helps you. But not needing credit is a real flex. Yeah. But so, Nicole, you should also do a class. I'm telling you, ladies, there's money and money. There's money and money. What? There's money on the finance side of YouTube, right? Teach and don't feel like, oh, I need to have a big house and let me tell you, those days are gone too. Like the 2016, where in order to be a money coach, you had to have a G-Wagon and you had because people have come to realize that these people too are scammers. Okay. You don't have to have it all to impart on people. And sometimes I even feel like the less you show off like this, the more people feel like they can connect with you, because sometimes too much stuff, clink, 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 it can make you feel inaccessible. So that's crazy too. You know? Yeah, but like there's only yeah, it happened, but you can't linger in the shame forever. It happened, it happened. The money was spent. You know, now it's like, okay, how do we move on from that? But I just feel like it's the devil that causes people to live in shame every day. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, when you realize that you messed up, you should feel shame, because by God's grace, you're not a psychopath, right? But it's like, ultimately, it's okay, I can linger in the shame. What does that do? We got to come out of this, because ultimately, it wasn't a real crime. I'm saying, like, there are things out here that are truly disgusting and despicable, that a person should feel shame forever. But shopping or wanting things, especially as a girl growing up on social media, where you see all these unboxings, you see all these hauls, and you see all these vacation and stuff like that. I want that too, right? But like now it's like, okay, how do we recover? Right? That's my thing. Like we should not linger in shame. We should, okay, mistake was made. It was messed up. I should have done better. Now I know what did the next 5 years look like for me? You know, because I feel like that right there is more empowering than the no, I'm sad, I'm ashamed. Okay. You know? Yeah, Toya is the problem. Eugene can do really little by himself, but Toya is very, very insecure. And because she's not a doctor, that also weighs heavy on her. And she tries to compete with Dr. Simone, who makes doctor money. Dr. Jackie, she makes doctor money, right? Crazy over here. Heavenly, she's also a dentist, so she makes doctor money, right? So when you're a stay-at-home mom and you want to keep up with the female doctors, it's a little crazy to me, because these women make doctor money. Like Dr. Jackie and Dr. Simone are legit OBGYNs. You know, how many babies they push out every single day? Like, how do you compete with that? So you got to get to a point where you're satisfied. Like, hey, that's what Dr. Jackie and Dr. Simone chose to do. You can focus on yourself. But I'm like Toya too. I just feel like if she could learn to be more grateful, she would see that she has an amazing life. But Dr. Jackie and Dr. Simone are bona fide OBGYNs. Like one pregnancy, pushing a baby, just vaginal, is like 30 grand. So if you push like 20 babies a month, how much you made? Okay, you push 30 kids a month, and they probably do more. How much do they make? Plus the people they see in house, like people who actually come to the office. So you cannot compete with these ladies. And that's why I feel like Toya, she has to work on her jealousy and her envy, because you have to be reasonable. You know what I'm saying? You have to be reasonable. It's like trying to keep up with LeBron James. How does that even work? Like, no, just be grateful. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And you can even do that too. Like, you can even do a video like, oh, what's in my wish list, but why I'm not going to buy it too, right? That could be a great video for people too. But I'm like, do not be afraid to make content, and do not be afraid to say, this is me. Here's my credit. I messed up. And hopefully within the next 5 years, I'm going to try to fix it. You know, because that's like, that is more authentic to people, and people resonate with that a lot more, because it's like, okay, like, you know what? This girl's just like me, you know? Yeah, because you see it all over. And that's why I feel like even eventually a lot of Black girls are going to stop watching this Black girl luxury content, because it's not sustainable. These girls who are doing it, they're YouTubers. Many times they get free vacations. You know, many times they get free clothes. They get paid to travel. You know, most people cannot afford that. So eventually, you know, okay, girl, it was cute for a season. Now I'm moving on, because YouTube always evolves, right? And when people can't keep up with you financially, like, okay, well, I guess I can't afford that. Let me go find people who can afford, you know, who's the content they show I can afford to keep up with. You know what I mean? But I just feel like everybody knows, like YouTube, people who do finance videos on YouTube, they get the highest RPMs. Like they make the most per 1,000 views. They make the most money, you know? And then it's like, it dwindles down from there. But anybody who does finance on YouTube, they make the most money, you know? Like finance books, talk about your own attitude towards finance, things you would have done differently. your 5-year goals, like how much you want to have saved over the next 6 months, how much you want to have saved over the next year. I just feel like doing content like that, it really is inspirational. You know what I'm saying? But I can understand too, like if you're a young woman and you grew up on social media, everywhere you turn, there's some kind of unboxing, there's some kind of haul, there's some kind of vacation, there's the latest shoes, the latest wig, the latest this. Like, oh my God, like it's just too damn much, right? But after a while too, it gets to be overwhelming where people want to see something else, which is why I think the opportunity is ripe for other Black content creators, a new class of Black women content creators to come in and be like, okay, I try to keep up with the girlies and now it burned a hole in my pocket and don't mess up my credit and now I got to fix it, right? Because then it's like, yeah, and that'll be the new wave, you know, because social media is always evolving. Like it never stays the same. And people that used to be relevant 5 years ago, they're like not relevant anymore, right? Because people want to see something new. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, do not be afraid to share. Like the more you don't know and the more you mess up, that's exactly when you should create content. Because to me, that makes you more relatable. Because like, yeah, I've been through that. I can identify with that. This sounds familiar. And this is why I think like weight loss journeys, they do really well because a lot of people can relate to a weight loss journey because they themselves trying to lose the weight, right? Or you're like, oh, I want to grow my hair. Some people can identify with that too. But the money thing, money is even a bigger thing because everybody needs money. And everybody needs good credit, at least a decent credit, right? But when you're like in the 400 or the 500, it's like, oh my God. And then people get really desperate. They start paying people. They give away their social security to a bunch of strangers. Like that is just insane because that can actually get worse.
Why wouldn't you click on that option that lets you split up the payments? Like, I feel like in the US, we are seeing people embrace that more.
Yes, that's true, but it's an extremely small proportion. So like we obviously, because we do this in Europe as well, we do see that like on the equivalent of DoorDash in Europe, it will happen occasionally that people put it on credit. But most often people put these on debit with Klarna, just like they use PayPal Wallet to pay online, right? Like, and they use Klarna online to pay with us, but they pay the full price. But the point is also what one forgets in that comparison is I can go to DoorDash today and I can use my credit card. And if I do that, I actually accumulate all of my spending on credit and I get a bill at the end of the month to pay that down. And then I'm likely to revolve. So what we want to do is we want to provide a better option than credit cards, meaning that every time you make a purchase, you should have the option to choose between debit and credit like you used to, allowing you to rack up a smaller outstanding debt. In general, people owe Klarna about $100 to $150 on average compared to the $5,000 on the credit card.
In total loans or any single little loan?
No, per consumer outstanding. On any given moment, an outstanding credit card customer will owe about $5,000 in average in the US. A Klarna customer will owe about $100 to $150. So the point is that like what we believe, if you take like 20 years down the road, let's just imagine Klarna is on every place where you buy something, just for the sake of it. I would argue that we want people to use debit more often and then occasionally use buy now, pay later, rather than everyone using a credit card where they put all of their spending on credit, right? Which is what you do with a credit card. You put all of your spending on
But
credit.
what if you're just doing it all at the same time, right?
Sure.
And you do see a lot of those people who are in the category of delinquent or who are paying you late. They're stacking those loans, right? So they've made a small purchase, a Klarna purchase. They've maybe made a medium-sized Affirm purchase. They have a Visa somewhere with even more purchasing. Like it feels like you can separate them out and say one's better than the other when actually the Venn diagram is a circle. There's people who are just accumulating debt.
Yes, you're entirely right. That problem has always existed with credit cards. There's people that have 5 credit cards and rack up, etc. So it's not necessarily a new problem for the credit industry, but you're totally right. And I think that to really understand, like, are we driving a more healthy credit behavior compared to the traditional solutions? The only thing you can look at in the end is the losses. And if you look at our losses at Klarna, our losses are about 20 to 30% below credit card industry standards. So we do see that consumers that use this product overall, looking in total, is actually racking up less debt than if they use only credit cards. So to me, that's like, from my perspective, enough of evidence that this is a better solution in general. That doesn't mean that you won't be able to find single consumers and point to the fact that, to your point, they have used and build up debt on multiple services. And I think that there are one problem here has been that traditionally the way that banks try to avoid credit card over indebtedness was through credit bureaus. And the information in the credit bureaus may be very outdated or very old.
Right. So to be clear, every time I'm using my credit card, either well, paying my bills on time, or not so well, not paying my bills, the banks could report that to credit bureaus, and that could hurt me down the line. It was a way of sort of that report card, which we all deal with, is a way of keeping us in line.
Exactly. And today, for example, Klarna applies some newer, more modern technologies than credit bureaus to make that decision of whether we can extend credit to you or not. So one example of that is today people connect their bank accounts, allowing us to get access to their real-time financial data, like what you're actually spending today and how much you're spending and what your income is, rather than relying on a year-old information. And this is where the innovation is happening, that we're trying to be even smarter on how you take those decisions to prevent people from getting into those situations. But generally speaking as well, I would say that because we don't charge interest, the interest here is paid by the merchant, right? They pay for the fee of these loans. So generally also these loans, because they are smaller, shorter term, fixed term, and interest-free, everything else equal, is a healthier type of loan than the credit card debt that you can rack up. And that was what I meant back to the McKinsey study in 2015. They estimated that in the US, there's about 20% of consumers who don't care about loyalty points and don't care about, all the fancy stuff that credit cards have been providing to kind of bring you into their system. But they have felt they have lost track of revolving. They have gotten themselves into credit card debt and then taken themselves out of it. And they only want to use debit. They don't want to use these credit cards. They want to use debit. But occasionally they need a little bit of credit, or they want to use occasional little bit of credit. And that's really the category of consumers that Klarna is coming into. These are what we call the self-aware avoiders. We always recommend use debit predominantly, and that's why we also want to offer debit as a payment method. But then occasionally you can get access to a fixed installment.
Let me come back to something that you said about how credit card companies kind of they report information because over time, that's how everyone can kind of keep track of who's paying their bills on time. One of the ways, as I understand it, that Klarna has tried to get people to pay is you have high fees for being late. And there are people who feel like, oh, I thought I was getting this interest-free loan, but in the end, between the fees, or maybe I struggled to return the item, that there's actually hidden costs to doing this. And because it's frictionless, you don't totally engage on that in the moment of your purchase.
Yep. That's very fair. And if you look at all banks historically, there's been overdraft fees, late fees, and so forth, right? So it's not uncommon. But the interesting thing that people don't know is when we launched our product in the UK, we actually decided to go entirely without late fees. We didn't have any late fees or no interest whatsoever. We only relied on the merchant fee that the merchant pays for offering Klarna. And unfortunately, after testing that for a few years, we also realized that if there were no consequences to not pay on time, actually people racked up even more debt.
Right, correct.
So it wasn't, it's a little bit like a city with no parking tickets, right? Eventually, unfortunately, it will lead to not great parking. So what we've tried to do is to set some late fees that there is good that there's some consequence for the consumer of not paying on time, tends to lead to people being a little bit more careful about how they use the product. But obviously what you want to be mindful of, and we've seen tons of examples of payday lenders and all types of not so healthy credit providers throughout the history of these services. If a company becomes reliant on these fees or builds too much of their income from them, that can make a company over-index on those things, and then that can create a very unhealthy product and so forth. So it is a balance act where we generally...
I feel like I should translate that for a non-business audience.
Yeah.
So basically, if you start over-relying on penalties, after a while, your customer penalizes you.
Exactly.
Basically.
Thank you. That's a very. I'm going to borrow that description if I'm okay with that, because it was a much better way to put it.
Okay. But I guess the reason why I'm focusing on that is because while it sounds, there are lots of ways you're describing Klarna that makes it sound, as you said, can it be healthier than a credit card? But then there are lots of ways that, as someone who grew up in college when everyone was like giving away credit cards and we all got into credit card debt, it does sound very similar, you know, because at the end of the day, it is about frictionless purchasing, right? It's about taking away those moments where you might say, do I need to buy this or not? Because it takes away the, can I buy this or not? And in that way, it feels, I don't know. This is my inner bank teller coming through. I was a bank teller in high school. So I became very intimate with like kind of the people who would come to the window who had very little left. And the friction of asking and that moment, and even sometimes the shame involved in that, was the discipline. Buy now, pay later just takes all that away. Yep. You don't have to feel embarrassed. You don't have to feel shame. You don't have to engage in any kind of discipline to get what you want in that moment.
Yep. Yeah, some people argue that. I would though say that like when you swipe your credit card, there's not a lot of shame in it either. And also actually the opposite. They try to make it look fancy and cool to swipe that platinum card or whatever it is. So like, I don't think that exists. Maybe you would argue that when you sign up for that card, there's a little bit of like shame associated with it, or like some kind of friction point.
Or reality, right? Because your credit report is going to impact that. If you've been delinquent in all kinds of payments and you go to get another credit card and they say no, that's a point that says to you, hey, I'm not good at this part.
Yep. No,
maybe I shouldn't have credit. And this, for instance, doesn't have a hard credit check. So you're able to get involved in the credit economy very easily.
That's true. But I would actually argue that if you look at it, I think, again, that there's actually a big difference. Like when you apply for your credit card, they will check your income and they will give you a very high limit. Like they may give you like, you know, $2,000 or $3,000. Like that's not actually how we do it. So what we do instead is we look only at the single purchase you're doing. So let's say you're buying for $80 or $100, and we take a decision for that $100 only. And then if you show that you pay back that $100, we may extend another $100. And we take a decision transaction by transaction, which the credit card companies don't. And this is actually one reason why the losses are lower, because we're looking at it like over time on how people use these products and whether they're using them in a responsible way, to make sure that like people don't overextend themselves on the debits on the credit side, right? While the problem for the credit card companies is more often that they want you to overextend because they want you to build that revolving credit that, you know, they have $5,000 that's running at 20% interest. So the incentives are just slightly different.
And to your point earlier about the credit cards, you know, the credit card companies actually have to report a fair amount of information, right, to the credit bureaus. I know that Klarna has done some reporting in certain markets. Reporting is not universal in this industry. No. And there are a lot of financial experts that are like, we actually don't have our arms around how much debt is out there with BNPL because you guys aren't having to report it. So like, that's nerve-wracking as someone who lived through the sort of too big to fail, you know, period of the housing loan crisis, that there could be a kind of burgeoning debt that people don't fully understand.
Yeah, so it's not entirely true in the sense that like Klarna, as an example, is a bank in Europe and we're fully regulated. So we need to report all our balances, including our American ones. But I do agree with you. And I think that there is, like, to me, it's funny, like, you know, people sometimes say, you know, that I'm pro-regulation, sometimes anti-regulation, but like I'm in general, like I am a big fan of, you know, capitalism, but I'm also not an anarchist. I don't believe that like a system without rules makes sense. And I think financial industry and banking requires some rules. And in Buy Now Pay Later, when there was a government that was more pro-regulation, we agreed. And now there seems to be a government that's more anti-regulation for banks.
You mean like, here in the U.S.?
Yes, as an example.
Yes.
Right? But,
right. And not just that, I think the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has been dismantled, right?
Exactly,
so even some of the new rules around BNPL, I don't know who's going to enforce them.
Yeah, but I mean, in Europe, where we have also been very involved in the regulatory environment, like I always said that, like, I think some rules make sense. I don't think like anarchy makes sense in financial services, because you do need to realize that not all consumers are always going to be fully educated and fully aware, and some are going to be, in, to your point, vulnerable situations. And I think if it's an entirely rule-less system, it's going to malfunction, and it's going to lead to bad practices and bad businesses. If you, however, regulate poorly, you might get the opposite, which is excess profits that we see in banking, where banks are making too much money because the barriers of entry are high, and it's like over-regulated as well is not necessarily the solution. So the delicate challenge for government is to find a balance between the two, right? And I think when it comes to buy now, pay later, I'm not particularly, like, I know what the objective of Klarna is, which is to build a healthier form of credit. I know we are consumers coming to us and saying, oh, it's odd, like my mom is criticizing me for using buy now, pay later, but she's using a credit card at 25% interest and I'm paying down in installments at 0% interest. Like, who's the smarter one, right? Like, I get those comments as well. So there's like conflicting, views of these products.
It's generational for sure. Yeah, Gen Z and millennials are using it way more in the US than older generations.
Right. So that happens. But I think that so I know what we want to accomplish with Klarna, but I also see that there are other players out there who may have different objectives or be more profit hungry in the short term and may overstep and do things that are more harmful to consumers. So that's why, in general, when we've been talking to regulators, we encourage that there are some basic rules in place.
There's two bits of recent news I want to tackle for a second, but I was taking a look at that earnings report from the first quarter. Klarna lost nearly $100 million in the first 3 months of the year. That's up more than 50 million since last year. And I understand some of that has to do with like you're getting ready for an IPO.
Yeah, they're losing. Some people are not paying their bills. People are complaining on here. People are not playing.
I don't know who need to hear this, but y'all need to pay Klarna back. Because why would y'all mess that up for us? Like, why one bad apple got to spoil a whole bunch? Because I ain't do it. I get them people back their money faithfully. But now y'all got these people getting ready to go bankrupt. And guess what? Afterpay gonna be next. Zip Pay ain't gonna want to get to us no more.
Not Klarna going broke.
I don't know who need to hear this, but y'all need to pay Klarna back. Because why would y'all mess that up for us? Like, why one bad apple got to spoil a whole bunch? Because I ain't do it. I get them people back their money faithfully. But now y'all got these people getting ready to go bankrupt. And guess what? Afterpay gonna be next. Zip Pay ain't gonna want to get to us no more. PayPal Pay in 4 gonna want to shut down. Like, why would y'all do that knowing that we need that service? Like, do you know how much I use Klarna for? Like, when I go in the mall, I be feeling like I'm rich because I be having like $3,000 spending power because I pay them people back. Like, I be needing them for my Fashion Nova. I be needing them for my Shein order. Hell, I be needing them for concert tickets. If I could use it for gas, I'd do that too. But damn, why would y'all give them people that money back? And y'all know we be needing it. You know how many times I done heard people use it just for food? Like, I don't like y'all who did that. I can't wait to find out who not paying them people back because I know my group of friends do it. But I don't like y'all that don't be doing that. Because why would y'all mess it up for the good people? Like, just get them people back their shit. Don't be out there ordering shit and you know you can't pay it back. Get them people back their money because I need them and they need me. Like, why would y'all do that? I don't know who needs to.
A lot of people not Klarna going broke because y'all won't pay them back. Loan company Klarna is reporting that they are suffering major losses due to customers not repaying back their loans. Klarna, which is a buy now, pay later company, says that the first quarter of the year, January to March, they've acquired a loss of $99 million, bringing their total loss to $136 million. The company says that this is a 17% year-on-year increase. And according to a survey conducted by the Lending Tree, 41% of buy now, pay later customers say they repay their loans late. A lot of the customers take out loans to pay for groceries, the survey found. And here I thought the big recession indicator was Klarna allowing people to pay for their DoorDash using their service. Like, bruh, this is actually really unfortunate because it goes to show you that times really are hard for a lot of people right now. But that's still not an excuse, though, to abuse a system that was meant to help people. Now they're going to be even more strict about who's allowed to sign up for these buy now, pay later programs. And then you are liable for that owed money, too, because what ends up happening is when Klarna or Afterpay can't get a hold of you, they just end up sending your debt off to a collections agency, which can and will affect your credit. But I'm assuming the type of people that just, conveniently keep missing those payments don't really care about that. Not Klarna going broke because y'all won't pay them back. Loan company
Klarna's going bankrupt and I'm the only person that paid them.
That was rude. There's fake news going around that Klarna declared bankruptcy. That's not true. It is true that the company has actually faced significant financial losses from some of you guys that have actually destroyed the buy now, pay later feature because some of you guys don't want to repay. Now you see what you've cost. It is being reported that Klarna's net loss more than doubled the first quarter in 2025, reaching about $99 million, and its valuation has plummeted. So yeah, while they're experiencing crazy financial difficulties, thanks to some of you guys, they actually haven't gone bankrupt. So you know what that means, guys? As a collective, we all have to pay back. Well, not me, I'm not owing. Well, you guys have to pay back their money. Because let's be for real, without these guys, some of you will not have the clothes and the lifestyle that you have right now. Do you know how good you have it to have a platform that has 0% interest rate? By the way, going in debt for clothes is actually crazy. And some of you guys that think your debt is going to be forgiven if they go bankrupt, nice try. They're going to push that shit to a debt collector. There's fake news.
So Klarna just came out and said a lot of y'all ain't paying them back. And they going broke. Their Q1 numbers show they have lost over 100 million.
Do you have to put music on your
I just woke up and apparently we're losing Klarna. Babes, guys, why are you not paying back the people them their money? I'm so no, you're supposed to take and then pay a little piece back.
Yeah, people need to pay.
Klarna. It's not good news for Klarna. Basically,
in today's lesson of this is what happens when companies get greedy, let's talk about Klarna. Currently, they reported a 55%.
Klarna
going bankrupt is the example of a business going too well or becoming too popular because it has an incredibly high number of users on the platform, and so many, I think hundreds of thousands of people use the platform, but despite that, that's why it's going bankrupt, because people are just not paying it back, paying the money that they finance on products back. So I heard that in the US, I don't know if you can do this in the UK, but in the US people were like financing grocery bills, like food shopping and like buying a burger or like a takeaway and then paying like $1 or $2 a month. And I heard it was 0% interest and it doesn't impact your credit. I don't know if that's correct, but back in the day, like in the 2000s in the UK, where credit cards became like a big thing and people went into a lot of debt, that impacted their credit score massively, but also the interest rates were insane. So that had a lot of like consequences, but I don't know if this does have consequences. So of course people are going to use it if they need to, especially if you're a student or on a low income and you need to like sort out your week's food shopping, you are going to put it on Klarna. But it's almost like the business did too well and attracted too many people. And I'm not laughing because it's comical. It's sad whenever a business goes bankrupt, especially I think something like this where there were users paying it back and using it sensibly, and people who needed to sort of finance their food bills for maybe their children, or maybe they were a single parent. So I think it's really bad that like the people not paying it back are ruining it for the people who are using it responsibly and paying the money back.
That's nice.
But I just don't know how people thought this would work as a business platform. I'm eager to learn.
Serious question, girls. With Klarna going bankrupt, does that mean we don't have to pay them back anymore? Because they're bankrupt and they're dead.
No, you need to pay.
As of today, apparently, Klarna is going bankrupt.
Does anyone else find it extremely funny that Klarna might be shutting down because it is in debt to its customers? When the whole point of Klarna in the first place is the customers to be in debt.
Question I thought is about Klarna finna go bankrupt. Why are y'all not paying these people back? They give you the option to pay in full, which means you can pay for something in a 2-month span with no interest. Or you can stretch it out with interest. So why would you not pay these people back? These people done paid for countless trips, stay on my Shein way to pay. They even made it options now where you can use it in the store. You got physical cards, you got online cards. So why would y'all not pay them back?
Yeah.
Because if Klarna gets taken away from me, I promise you I won't be mad. I promise you I won't be mad. Because Klarna done paid for Chris Brown concerts. Klarna done paid for, like I said, trips.
Wow.
I'm one of those people that if something comes up to $5, I will split it in 4. If it comes up to $1, I'll split it in 4. So why are y'all not paying back Klarna?
That is excessive.
And Klarna, why did y'all let them get this far? It just really upset me when I saw that, because I literally just got my physical Klarna card 2 days ago. Pay these people their money back.
Rilla,
Is it true that Klarna doubled its losses because people are losers and they're not paying?
Yeah, it's basically buy now, pay never.
People didn't pay their bills, though. That's not fair. Some people are really crying about that because they really count on Klarna. Let me see if I can get her video.
So Klarna is going bankrupt because nobody's paying them back. If you don't know what Klarna is, it's basically a payday advance type app that you can use specifically to buy things. So it's kind of like a small personal loan or like a very small credit card. You can use it to buy, at this point, pretty much anything. A creator made a video discussing this and it blew up. There's about 11,000 comments on that post. And the majority of the comments sound something like this. What do you mean you guys aren't paying back Klarna? We love Klarna. We need Klarna. You need to pay them back. We need them. Or, what do you mean you're financing groceries? What do you mean you're using Klarna for DoorDash? If you're that poor, you shouldn't be using Klarna. God, you people are awful with money. You people are under spells. You're under a spell. Wake the fuck up. This is a multi-million-dollar capitalistic company that you are sitting here riding the dick of like your life depends on it, saying, oh, we need to save them. We need to save them. I'm sorry, but the average consumer is not actually responsible for a multi-million-dollar capitalist company going under. Yes, maybe people should repay them if they, want to keep the service. However, it is also a business's responsibility to do risk management. And so if you're realizing you're so under because nobody's paying you back, you stop lending for a while. And they didn't do that. They just kept doing it because they don't give a fuck. And what are you gaining from riding for a huge company? Half of y'all, like, say you're leftists and you're in here like, oh, please save Klarna. Please save Klarna. Are you okay? Are y'all okay for real? And I know y'all love to say this shit, like, you shouldn't be using that for DoorDash because if you can't afford DoorDash, you shouldn't be doing it. Guess what? I know you guys hate to engage with the concept of this, but disabled people do exist and they do deserve to, I don't know, have a nice meal every once in a while. And God forbid they can't afford it and still would like to have a nice meal. Sometimes,
girl, disabled people don't need
Klarna left a lot of people in a panic due to news reports of them declaring bankruptcy. If you like to hear stories like this, make sure to hit that follow button as well as like this video. Klarna is a Swedish company that provides buy now, pay later services. They have over 100 million users worldwide. They reportedly had deep losses due to a lot of people buying now and not paying later. Many users over TikTok were all in a panic because they used Klarna to pay for their vacations and concerts. Now, Klarna said they are perfectly okay. They just took a financial hit due to the impending tariffs. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that they're going to be okay? Or do you think that possibly they're going to go bankrupt? Let me know in the comments. As always, make sure that
Let's go back to the CEO and his video. Hold on.
We'll talk about that in a second. You had some restructuring costs because you're like, we're going to have AI workers, or are we? But some of it is because people aren't paying back their loans, correct? And is that a sign for someone like me to worry about in this economy?
We haven't seen in the US that losses have increased to what we would call macroeconomical factors. We have not seen that. I'm not saying it's happening.
So translating that, you haven't seen high rates of people just ditching the loans altogether.
No. What you are seeing in Klarna specifically, as an example, one reason they're growing is because in general, we have everything else equal, higher losses in the US than we do in Europe. Like everything. It doesn't mean they're high in the US, but they're higher. And as US is our fastest growing market at this point of time, with over 30 million users and high growth and so forth, it means that compared to, because US was a smaller proportion of our business a year ago, our losses are going to grow a little bit faster just because the US is becoming a larger proportion of our business. But if you
what
look
does
at
that tell you about the US? Because you want to do more business here, right? And
we have a problem with credit. I think American people, we have a bad attitude when it comes to credit. We don't think we should not be able to afford something. Oh, I want it, I'm gonna get it. We can't. I think Europeans are more austere. Like, okay, like this is a little too much. Like, Europeans are not excessive consumers. Yeah, but I'm like, we just have a problem. We just have a problem with credit. We taking that stuff a little too far. We need to dial it back in. I think in Europe, people don't use credit as much in Europe because they're a bit more reserved. But here it's like the American mindset is, How dare you tell me no? I want it. I got to have it with me right now. I got to bring it home. And we have to learn, like, no, you're broke. We treat credit the same way we treat food. We don't know how to say no. Like, this is just too much food. You can't eat this food. Like, oh, you can't hurt people's feelings about obesity. Oh, yes, you can. Okay. You're broke. You can't afford this. You're too big. You can't eat this. All right. Because we got too comfortable with not trying to hurt people's feelings. And I'm like, this is why we're so far off. But there's a reason why America is their biggest market, because we don't have a healthy relationship with credit. And that's why they can come out here and offer us to finance food. And we're like, oh, yeah, I'll finance a burger. I'll finance Chick-fil-A. I'll finance Popeyes. But I'm like, in Europe, it's like, you are insane. Why would I ever finance fast food? So like here, we're completely out of it. We need help. Yeah. Like we have a real problem. Like we just have an obese mindset. We need help. We truly need help. But I'm like, it's really problematic. Like when you notice that in America, we're using credit and Afterpay way more than in Europe, that's also a red flag that like, okay, American people are not responsible when it comes to credit. Yeah. How can you finance Popeyes? How can you split a burrito into 4 payments? Like at what point do you admit to yourself you're a crackhead? This is like crackhead behavior. Like it's really, really crazy. You know, and I feel like we waste our credit on foolish things instead of like wasting our credit on stuff that can really change your life. Like the lady earlier on, she was like, oh, she spent $32,000. And I remember telling Lacey, like, the thing that makes me more mad is like, girl, you had $32,000 on Klarna and you still look basic. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like if you were able to have $32,000 worth of credit afforded to you on Klarna, you need to be like a size 2, a size 4. You need to have rhinoplasty, Botox, a new set of hair. You know, I want you to be all brand new. Like, you need to look a supermodel. Because then that way you're going to level up in life. But you were basic before you got the Klarna money, and you're basic after the Klarna money? How can you spend $32,000 and still look basic? Hello? I know it sounds mean, but hey, I'm just like, you know, because me, if I had 32 grand on Klarna, y'all, I'll be a size 2. Okay? You wouldn't recognize me. Because as they say, you're not ugly, you're just broke. Okay? Thank you very much. But you spend $32,000 and you still look regular? How did it make sense? Oh, because I spent my money on concert ticket. You didn't spend your money on liposuction? Go spend the money on something that's really going to... Exactly, Val. That's exactly what I'm saying. You need to completely transform like a whole Barbie out here. Like, damn. Because $32,000, that's enough for a BBL, liposuction, a mommy makeover, okay? Brand new hair, brand new clothes, a whole new attitude. But you were basic before you got the money, and you're basic now. You're probably even bigger now. How that make sense? Okay? But to me, if you have $32,000 with Klarna and Afterpay, I want to see a glow up. Okay? I want to see a glow up. I want your life to transform. Like, damn, that's what money well spent looks like. But after I spend 32 grand, I should not look the same. No, you look just the same. Girl, no, that's not how you scam. Like, no, that's not how you scam.
Already our signals are, can we even pay on time? Right? I mean, I don't mean to single us out, but like that's kind of the signal you're sending me here.
Inherently, again, what we've seen over time, I've heard like when we started only in Sweden, then we went to other markets, people said, this is only in Sweden, this is only going to work. Then it was like only going to work in Germany. Then it was only going to work in the UK. Then it was only like, over time, we've seen the same thing happen over and over again, which our losses come down to very, very healthy levels in every market when we have been there for a few years. And
so taking it out of Klarna then, because I think the thing I'm trying to get at is when we cover business in the US and we try and look at an array of the consumer confidence index, right? What businesses are doing, we look at debt and we try to see if people are paying their bills and if they're paying them on time. And when we see data points like this, it raises at least a yellow flag. And should it?
in my opinion, not by the data I see for the US in our volumes, and we're pretty big in the US. But if you look at, to your point, the macroeconomical factor, I think it's very clear that what happened during COVID was there was a lot of money from the government. A lot of people managed to pay down the credit card debt. And then you have to remember, like a few years ago, credit card debt in the US was at record low, right? And then as like we reverse back from that, some people forgot the benefit of being low in debt. And we've seen like an over-indexing again. And now credit card debt is at record high. So I am worried that generally speaking in the American society, there's a larger risk of a recession and, more people over indebting themselves. But you have to remember, I've been doing this for 20 years. I took Klarna through the 2007 financial crisis and so forth. And I've seen the benefit that Klarna has is that when macro changes, when people, when things get worse in the economy and stuff like that, for a regular bank, they have all these credit card debt that's been sitting there and it's going to sit there throughout that, financial crisis or at least depression or, whatever it is going to be the worst.
Yeah, but Sebastian, I spend all my time looking at recession tea leaves, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I'm trying to figure out what's coming.
Yeah.
And I'm bringing this up to you because, Klarna was supposed to have an IPO.
Yep.
And I'm under the impression, please correct me in this moment if I'm wrong, that you didn't do that because of the uncertainty in the U.S. economy under this administration.
That would be to take it far. Like, I think that like we happen to, we have been in the works for an IPO for quite a while. And it's been something that we've been planning to do. Now, obviously, as any company, you're going to look for, let's say, a more stable environment. And as we all know, for the last few weeks, the markets have been fairly unstable. So it doesn't necessarily hasn't been the best conditions for that. I think now we're seeing they seem to stabilize again. And that would give us the prerequisites to IPO. But it has not, as much as media wants to make the connection to, the macroeconomical. That is not true in our case, at least. But, people will still draw their own.
I can see why, because in layman's terms, I hear us saying the same thing, which is I'm like, things seem uncertain because of moves by our government. And you're like, things are uncertain in general. But either way, things are uncertain.
Yeah.
When are you going to do this IPO then? Is there anything that you would hear in the US market that would make you feel more comfortable?
No, I think that it's just bound to happen. I think, again, people in media tend to think that, Klarna, we set out already decades ago. When are we going to IPO? We're going to IPO when we're a global company with a profitable business in the US.
You have 100 million active users and 700,000 merchants globally. People are waiting. They want this IPO.
But we weren't profitable in the US until 1.5, 2 years ago. And at that point in time, when we accomplished profitability in the US, I'm not talking just about, being available and growing and having consumers, but actually making money. That's when we decided, okay, now it's time to prepare. And since then, we've been working on it. And when the market conditions will be right, we will IPO in the US.
When you think back to that 23-year-old, could he or would he have used Klarna? Because when I think back to when I was 23, I can actually remember going to an ATM and there being so little there that I had whatever threshold there was, I couldn't take money out. And boy, did that impact my choices and how I did spending. Right now, that wouldn't have happened to me.
No, that's totally right. But I also remember when I used to go on the train and I didn't have any money on my debit card and I would be able to swipe it because the card readers at that point in time weren't connected. And I would end up with an overdraft fee that was twice the price of the ticket. And at that point in time, to have given me interest-free credit would have saved my life. And we know that there are consumers that this interest-free credit to them is actually a very, very attractive option to other alternatives. Now, that's one thing. I also remember first time I got a credit card and I overspent that month dramatically because I felt like I had both my my money on my account plus the credit line. And then I ended up falling into the trap of the credit cards when I did that. And it took me some time to get myself out of that. So again, those are my experiences. And I think that the products and again, that's why I'm always saying that if we're fighting fire with fire here. Let's be honest about that. We're fighting fire with fire. We're fighting credit with credit. And so it's easy to criticize us for saying, yeah, but it's still credit. And you will be right. Like, it's right. But it's turned out that fighting fire with fire is actually quite effective. Like, you burn off a little bit so you don't burn the rest. And like,
yeah, I'm gonna keep meditating on that, because I think the part of me that feels like it's fire and fire for you guys, but maybe we get burned in the end, because this psychology around our spending is so different. It is so different. Like, we are still in an economy where people are spending like crazy. When we had an inflation problem in the US, it's because we were spending like crazy. Right. And I have to wonder, there's literally nothing to stop you from spending.
Yeah.
And almost any credit. I do.
Do you have debt on it?
I do. In fact,
maybe
I have
you
multiple
have
cards. Would I? Or would I
have
just
less
maybe I would just
a debit card and a little bit of Klarna buy now, pay later.
But also maybe I would have bought more things, smaller things, because I'd say to myself, it's just 4 payments. My brain would not go, hey, but what about your other 2 credit cards? In that moment, my brain would go, it's just 4 easy payments.
You think so? I think it's still compared to like a credit card, like I have unlimited money on this thing, like it never stops. It's still like, it's such a, to me, a concept that is so much more likely to drive me into spending more than I should. Than if I like always being asked debit or credit, and then I choose credit very cautiously and consciously on that purchase. So again, I mean, and that's why I said, like, we don't argue that this is necessarily a better product for everyone, but we see clearly with those self-aware avoiders, the people that did overspend, that are tired of the dirty tricks of the banks, but still occasionally need a little bit of credit. They seem to favor this product and finding that it's less, less likely of putting them in over-indebtedness. It's cheaper to use than the credit card because it doesn't charge you interest rate, and hence seems to lead to that. But we don't necessarily mean that that's true for everyone.
Leave me with what you're looking for going forward. I don't know if there's a magic number of risk and credit losses or delinquencies here in the US where you'd be like, well, okay, wait a second, this is not to our benefit now, right? Because that's you taking the hit. I don't know if there's something about the economy in general. I don't know if it's when you do this IPO, but what are you looking at now, and what are you going to be looking at in the next couple of months that'll give you an idea of our financial health?
Yep. I think that it's one thing if you look at like macro. If you think about macro in the US, the thing that I am
which is the big picture economy for people. They hear the word macro, big picture. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I think that there I am mostly focusing on what's happening with the jobs, because in the end, it's the jobs that impact whether you can pay off or not, right? And if you look at the jobs, I'm concerned that AI may start having an impact on the employment rates in the US.
And we should say, you say this as a person who actually tried to do some restructuring where you used more AI rather than workers.
True. And we have also, like, despite mixed writings about it, but the truth is we were 5,500 people about 2 years ago, and we're 3,000 now. So we are, and we're a significantly bigger business. So we have been able to utilize AI to become fewer to do the same amount of, or even more work, right? And I think that is becoming a reality, and it's different this time around because maybe, like, as I remember as a kid, when things got worsened in the economy, it would usually hit blue collar workers. You would hear like now they have let go of like a lot of blue collar workers, right? Like that was always the thing. People lost their jobs in the factories.
Yeah. Or for the record, the bank.
Exactly.
Like, the bank, and no one's coming to a bank teller anymore. So glad I found another line of work.
I think this time around, the risk is that, and I hear that now as I hear a lot of manufacturing companies announce, they're not touching their blue collar workers. Like all the factory workers are staying, but they are reducing the size of their headquarters, their offices, the knowledge workers. And so the white collar jobs are at risk this time around. And that obviously people in general tend to make more money, be maybe more middle income and high income than lower income in generally speaking. And that is something that I'm keeping an eye on. Like, is that going to happen? And we know that already the changes by the administration has been to let go of people in the federal jobs, right? There has been some that, but so far that has not seemed to have impact to the unemployment rate or the job employment rate in the US. But if the combination of that and AI could lead to more jobs, so that's something I keep an eye on. I'm a little bit worried about to see how that develops in the coming months.
Is there anything you want to ask me as a nosy reporter who's been banging on about your company for the last half hour?
No, I think we're good. I've already asked you if you have a credit card, and I feel like I've already asked you some personal questions on this call.
No. I'm glad you did, because can I tell you something?
Yeah.
When I first heard of BNPL, it made me think of something from when I was a kid, which was layaway. And layaway was what? Did you do layaway? How poor were you? I feel like this is something we can bond over if you ever did it. Or was that an American thing?
It was an American thing, but I'm very familiar with the concept. Yeah.
Well, it let you do this thing you talked about. You got to touch the product, right? Your mom wanted to buy you this shirt or jacket. And what they did was yank it from the shelves so no one else would buy it. But you at least got to know. And then it went behind the shelves and behind a counter, and you would come and pay in installments. But it wasn't frictionless, right? Like even standing in the layaway line was like, if someone from school saw you, it's like everyone knew you couldn't afford your clothes. Again, I feel like this destigmatizing credit is a good thing, but it has created a very serious cultural consumption obsession.
Yep, I think you're right. And I think there's unfortunately, you wish there were a silver bullet solution to things, right? And the truth is probably that maybe it got better, but it all.
And I think social media makes it worse. I really think social media makes it worse. From the unboxing videos, the trips, the luxury lives, the black girl luxury, the whatever, everything luxury. I think that also makes it worse because it doesn't prioritize savings. And sometimes one thing I also take issue with people who do all the luxury content is that you're showing all this luxury stuff, but you're not even teaching your followers how to make more money, how to have other streams of income that they can indulge with you as you're showing all this stuff, right? Because I did $1,000 haul, I did this and that. Okay, cool. But I also feel like you should show your people how to make some money too. Because otherwise, I feel like after a while, it's just you just bragging. You know what I'm saying? When in all honesty, if you were not doing YouTube, you also couldn't even afford this life your damn self. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, put the people on to the YouTube. But it's like, they don't really want to do that. Because I know you should teach your audience how to also create content. You know what I mean? So that way you can have your salary. Like if you have a job, that's your salary. You keep that for serious things. And then whatever you make from content creation, that's the money you use to go crazy. Right? Because you truly cannot live on one stream of income. Like it's sorry, you guys, it's not sustainable. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't use your paycheck for foolishness. You truly cannot. Like you have to have another stream of income for silly stuff, right? But when you don't explain to your people where your money comes from, and I also think that some girls do sell the box. I really do. So it's like you're probably messing with ball players and things of the sort. So that also is another stream of income, okay? But the girlies don't even know. And now the girlies are like, oh, what's wrong with me? How come I can't afford this? What's wrong with me? You know, we see like bunch of BS like, oh, $1,000 knotless braids. Like for what reason? For what reason? Like, why would braids ever cost $1,000? Utter madness. Utter madness. Or even like normalizing traveling out of state to get your hair done. I ain't gonna lie, I indulge like once in a year. But you have some people who make it seem like you should travel out the state every month or every other month to get your hair done. Yeah, that's crazy. That is really crazy. Okay, that is truly insane. These are not normal activities for normal people, right? Hey guys, come with me as I go to Georgia to get $3,000 knotless braids because they give me a glass of champagne. No. Okay. Yeah, they really are. It's like that's like to me, that's just that really is crazy to me, right? But I do feel like if you put your people on how to make extra money, and then you've told them, and the girlies don't want to do it, and that's on them. But if you put your people on ways to make extra money, and then everybody makes a little bit of extra money from like an extra 500 and up, then it's okay. We can do these unboxing because I told you how to get money. I told you to post your content. I told you to do X, Y, and Z, right? So if you're making the money because you ain't listening to me, right? But sometimes, like out the blue, if a young lady is watching you and you're not telling them like how exactly you made this money, how it works, how long it took you to even make this money, right? It can cause people to be like, well, what's wrong with me? How come I can't afford X, Y, and Z and you know, and things like that. When in all honesty, is like when you do content creation for a long time, you know, you get to a point where the money just starts rolling in because you have the audience, you have the views, you have the brand partnerships and things of the sort like that. But you can make way more as a content creator than you can working a job. Now, I'm not against the job, but I do feel like people should take content creation a bit more seriously so that you can have multiple streams of income, right? And maybe you'll get to a point where you get to decide, do I want to keep my job or do I want to do the content, right? Or maybe you'll do both. I don't know. But it does help to have other streams of income. And then you can use your other streams of income to buy the things that you want to buy to make yourself happy. Make sense? Sorry, I can't read.
It also get worse, right? Like that's the conclusion. I think also though that you have one thing that I always think about as well is that like if I think about when there would be 1 or 2 weeks before my salary where I didn't have any money on my account, right? And the question is like, how did I act in those situations? And there was a lot of situations where a little bit of credit there, if interest free, would actually be beneficial. So like, for example, when we went to the grocery store, maybe we bought like a single package of something instead of being able to buy the big pack, which would have actually saved us, especially if it was interest free. And people with credit cards had that option and we didn't. And it actually made us take a lot of bad financial decisions. And I think that like there's an interesting study in the US that shows that credit cards in the US is the most effective income redistribution mechanism that has ever been created, because credit card companies charge 2-3% for using credit cards. You're not allowed in the US to charge as a store extra for people swiping their credit cards. So you raise your prices. But that means that your debit users are paying higher prices in the stores to fund your credit users, who are generally people of high income. And actually, some people calculated that it redistributes about $350 from lower income households to higher income households, the whole credit card system. So again, I think it is a system that requires a little bit of like competition and alternative thinking.
No, for sure. And I'm glad you brought that up, because
there
there are so many ways when you are working class or poor that you spend more in weird ways.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like life
Exactly.
costs you and your family more. I don't know if you grew up this way where you're like watching your parents trying to make that
For
math
sure.
work.
Yes.
And you just live with it forever. Like I always have this sense of like, do I have enough? Am I managing this stuff?
That's it.
Me, honestly, Marlene, I truly encourage everybody to get into content creation, because I'm like, yeah, your first 6 months might be horrible. The first year might not bring you much money. You know what I'm saying? You know, but it's like, you never know, like 5 years from now, like where can your channel take you? Like, you just don't know. Oh yeah, he believes in his business. But I think I see where he's coming from also, because I feel like, because he's from Sweden, right? So in Sweden, they're very different. Like these Europeans, they're not money hungry. They're not obsessed with capitalism. So I could see like in their country, like, oh, let's have a better system where we help each other out without trying to make a profit off of people. And then you have the merchants pay the fee, because when you're a merchant, you take Klarna, you pay a fee to Klarna, right? You understand? Like you pay the fee. The people don't pay the fee. So I can understand, like, when you're from Sweden, because IKEA is also from Sweden, right? So they have a different mindset out there. Very chill. They don't try to, price gouge people, just squeeze you for every dime and nickel that you have. It's very, very different than American psychology. So I feel like in Sweden also, people have higher morals. People have more shame out there. Like they're not going to go sign up for credit that they're not going to pay back. In America out here, we're very scandalous. Because today we don't have morals. We still at the self-checkout line, we either don't pay or we change the price tags and stuff, right? We don't care about messing up our credit. We don't care about our names. We don't care about our reputation. Like out here, we're just a bunch of hyenas. We really do not care. Whereas like some European countries though, like they truly care because they have a community mindset where it's like, you don't just think about yourself, you think about the group, like, okay, there's Klarna stuff, let's not mess it up because it helps lots of people. Whereas like in America, people don't care. Because I'm like, from what I've taken Klarna for legal lashes, but I've never used Klarna myself. I've never used Klarna. I've never used the firm, things of the sort. Like personally, I've never used them because I'm like, God forbid, I'm gonna forget a payment because I know how I am. But I just felt like when I read the comments yesterday on TikTok, it's like a lot of people, they truly love Klarna. Klarna has, came through for them. Like, because I'm sure they probably don't have good credit. So because of Klarna, they were able to live like people with good credit because you don't have interest rates, right? Whereas like the traditional American system is like, when you don't have good credit, you pay more interest rate. Like nobody's gonna be nice to you. You're a credit risk. So I feel like Klarna was like a lifesaver for a lot of people who do not have good credit, you know, but who can still afford to split something into 4. So now here you have people who are coming in and they're not paying it, which is making it harder for people who are like, okay, Klarna is all I got because credit cards are maxed out. I got a bad credit score and things of the sort like that. So I'm like, people definitely need to pay it back. But the problem is in America, people do not care about honoring the vows and honoring the promises. We don't care out here. We do not care. Vows of marriage, we don't care. Vows to pay back your debt, we don't care. We just don't care. We're very scandalous. Like people are extremely scandalous. They do not care. Whereas like I feel like in Sweden, for example, if you commit to doing something, you're going to do it, you know, because they take their word really seriously. But that's not the American way. In America, people don't care. People don't care to be scandalous. They don't care to steal. It's the culture out here. So I'm like, I don't know. So I think Klarna, they need to really look like they probably need to dial it back on how much money they loan to people and who they give these loans to. You know, they need to make it very difficult now because this is not Sweden. And we don't have the same ethos as Swedish people. Out here, we are truly scandalous. Like, we're really ratchet. We do not care. We don't care. And we don't think about, okay, what about tomorrow if I do need Klarna tomorrow? Like, you know, we don't care. We'll mess it up now, but I don't care. And then 2 weeks from now, you need help. You're like, oh, where do I go? So, but from the comments I saw on TikTok, it did seem like a lot of people do enjoy, they really do love Klarna. They love Affirm. They also love Afterpay, you know, because it makes life a lot easier for them. It makes things more affordable for them to be able to split that thing into 4 payments and not have to worry about paying interest. So I do think it's really fucked up how some people are about to mess it up for a huge chunk of the population who does need that. Because for them, it's an extra lifeline. But then again, it's the American culture. People here are extremely selfish. They don't think about other people. They don't think about how their actions affect other people. So they might have to rethink that because y'all being too nice. Yeah, he's being too nice because I can see it. I can see what he's saying because, yeah, imagine a person that needs to pay money to like a Metro card or a bus card and you really don't have it. So either you swipe your card and get like a $30 overdraft fee, right? Or what do? You just walk? So it is nice to know, hey, I can pay for my Metro card. I don't have the money, but I know I have it like in the next 2 weeks. So it really is nice. But my issue is the American people are not the people for that. Like maybe in Japan, you know, I think Japanese people, they take their word seriously. Like if they commit to something, they're going to do it. You know, because in Japan, you have storefronts that have nobody in there and nobody steals. People go in there, they get what they need, they pay for their stuff, and they walk out, right? American culture today, there is no culture. You know, anything goes. People steal, people lie, people kill and steal. People don't pay back their loans. People don't pay their bills. They don't care. They don't care about anything. That's the culture. I don't care. I just do me. So I'm like, I don't know if Klarna, like their Swedish model is truly compatible. Oh, why? She speaks, well, no, she's been on TV, so she got to talk a certain way. But I'm just like, you know, I just don't think that it's, yeah, but the problem is like the quality of the American consumer is not what it used to be. Because I feel like in the 90s, for example, they wouldn't have even had these problems because they would have paid the money back. But these new age American people, they do not care. They are truly shameless. You know? So I'm like, you don't have the same quality of consumers that you used to. Like even back in the day, like the return stuff, like you can return something or exchange something. People were actually really honest about that. Like it was always an honest mistake. Like, okay, this is really not my size. Like I really do not like this. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? These were honest people returning stuff because it truly didn't work out. And usually they would return something and get something else, right? But today we have a whole deviant generation that only wants to scam. And so they're taking advantage. And a lot of stores now are changing their return policies. A lot of stores now, they have a certain dollar amount. If you return past $1,000 or you return past $2,000 in a given year, you can't shop there anymore, right? A lot of stores also have closed self-checkout. They have no self-checkout at all, or like they truly reduce the number of self-checkout lanes. Some stores are even making you pay a fee to use self-checkout, right? But I'm like, these things were meant to make life a lot easier and things of the sort. But it's like the American consumer today is nothing but a scammer. You know, you have aunties, you have grandmas, like you have grown people stealing from self-checkout. I saw this one grandma, like she said, oh, I don't want to lose my job. Mind you, it was only $60. $60. I'm like, so why didn't you think about your job before doing this? Right? And people think they're really not being watched. No, you're being watched. They have cameras all over the place. But you got to get to a certain age. It's like stealing should be beneath you. Like I cannot be in my 60s stealing from Target. That is so embarrassing. Yesterday, I saw this other sister, like she drives a Tesla. I'm like, how you going to drive a Tesla and you out here stealing from Ulta? Girl, respect yourself. It's so embarrassing. You drive a Tesla, you have an Apple Watch, you have an iPhone. She had something else, like a bunch of expensive ass jewelry. So why are you stealing from Ulta? This is so beneath you. And mind you, her son was in the car. So I'm like, so you know your son's in the car and you're still going in there to steal. Like, what is this? What is going on? So I'm like, a lot of people really have to reconsider, do you really want to sell to the American market? Because it's a huge liability. You're barely going to make any money because people are just not ethical. Like people they have rationalized stealing in their heads and they think they're justified to steal. You know what I mean? So it's like, what do you think this is? But I'm like, it's really unfortunate. Like so they really have to think about that. But I just feel like they probably need to dial it back a bit, especially with the recession and the tariffs and stuff. They need to dial it back and focus more on getting the money that they lent out for people to pay it back. You know, but unfortunately, the American consumer is not who the American consumer used to be. It was, oh, I really take pride in paying my stuff back. I take pride in my credit. I take pride in not, you know, people looking at me all kinds of crazy. But I feel like also like during the whole COVID stuff, a lot of bad behavior was normalized. A lot of bad behavior also during COVID was decriminalized. Oh, if you're not stealing over $1,000, you're not gonna get prosecuted. Whatever. So like people got comfortable just stealing. But you never saw this kind of behavior before. You know? Yeah, people don't care anymore. People do not care. And I think COVID made it worse. COVID, defund the police, whatever you call that thing. People, like, you know, California they started raising, like, okay, because before, I guess it was like $100 you could be prosecuted. There's, oh no, now you got to go steal all the way up to 1,000 to get prosecuted, right? So people just got too comfortable with just stealing. You know? Like we truly have a culture of theft. Like we really do. It's really sad. People have changed so much. So I'm like, you got to think about this. But I'm like, what they're trying to do, I feel like in Japan or some like Indonesia, you know, places like that, where it's like, it's a big shame to steal. It's a big shame to not pay back your loans and stuff. I feel like in those places, it would do a whole lot better. But over here, we're ratchet. We are truly ratchet. We do not care. So he needs to think about that.
My parents overspent it on their mail order catalogs, and they were paying like 30% interest of that and stuff like that, right? So again, I think it's sometimes also when you have more money, easier to forget about that there were situations where actually the lack of money made you take worse decisions and put you in worse stops. And so again, as I said, like I feel that the product that we supply is actually a healthier alternative. But as any credit product comes with risk of overspending, indebtedness, or to your point, making it too easy, too accessible, or may encourage people to incur more debt than they should. And so it is a delicate balance to try to balance those two things and think about like how do we provide these services in a way that makes sense. And I think that comes back a little bit to how long-term you are. I mean, When I started this company, I was accused of I just wanted to exit and sell it quickly and move on with my life and make a lot of money. I think 20 years into it, people start to recognize that maybe he's a little bit more long-term than that. And I want to disrupt financial services. I want to build better banking services for consumers that are healthier and better. And I'll be here hopefully another 20 years trying to, prove that this model actually leads to healthier outcomes.
We're going to pray for you.
That they want to cancel Klarna, Afterpay, and Affirm, all buy now, pay later options in 2025. Let's see what people are saying online.
We have got to stop using Klarna, Afterpay, and Affirm for every purchase we make. Since when did that become so normalized? I literally just Klarna'd something that was $80. And I'm sorry, but if I don't have $80 to pay up in full, maybe I just don't need it. It's not an essential. I just feel like using those type of services are so normalized, especially if you're in your early 20s. And if it's not for a necessity, I'm sorry, but it's not normal.
Yeah.
So for 2025, I want to pay off all of my debt I have when it comes to those, because yes, you accumulate this huge number and you're like, oh my gosh, what happened?
And they love when people accumulate these high debts on Klarna and Afterpay. Why would they not? They're able to get interest payments off of people. And it keeps you in a debt cycle, constantly having to owe these people all this money. I keep telling people, these companies are not your friends. This is a business and they are here to...
I truly feel like America, the way this country is set up, this whole system is set up, I really do believe that they always want you to be addicted to something. Food, sex, credit, alcohol, drugs. They do not want you to be free. They don't want you to experience what real freedom is, what real freedom is, right? Drug free, sex addiction free, stress free, debt free. What else? Give me something, right? But it's they always want you to have some kind of addiction, So that way, by the time you retire, you're broke. They want you to die. They want you to die poor, die unhealthy, die stressed out, die they just want you to be miserable. But they always find a way to give you a new slave master. And your job is to really set yourself free, though, right? That's why I feel like people need to really force themselves. Do I really need to buy this? Do I truly need this? Have I used up everything I needed to use too, right? And learning how to watch content without feeling okay, I have to buy this. And if you do want to buy something, I feel like you should save for this. We should go back to normalizing saving, having the actual cash to buy this. Now, the one thing about Klarna, Afterpay, Affirm, I also do feel like even though it might be a better solution than to use a credit card, the thing is, I don't think you can build your credit with Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay, right? Because they don't report to credit bureaus. So you can pay your payments on time. I guess it increases your purchasing power or whatever, but you're not going to build your credit with those kinds of things also. So that's another thing to consider. Whereas credit cards, yes, you have revolving credit. The interest rates can be crazy, but if you do a good thing with your credit cards, you can use that to build your credit. But you don't get to build your credit with buy now, pay later. Okay, so hopefully people understand that too, because that's a big difference.
To make money off of the fact that some of y'all, because I know some of y'all say, oh, I'm going to pay it off on time. Some of y'all ain't going to do it and you're going to owe money. They want you to fall on a hard time or have an emergency that you didn't know was finna happen. So then they can hit you with those penalties. SYMONE, trying to keep you out of debt. Hit the stop. Touch the screen.
A video on Klarna and Affirm is going viral again, so let's talk about this. This person's comment is exactly what I'm referring to. And I'm bringing this up because I've personally been through it. And I know that...
Oh, okay. It says, I had 7 Afterpays at once. Oh, I was paying almost $400 a month in payment. I was using it for big purchases, but I had the cash. So just paid them off. It was a stressful thing having them. Wait a minute. So why'd you use it?
I made on Klarna and Affirm. But that's exactly why I want to highlight this. Been through it. And I know the mistakes I made on Klarna and Affirm, but that's exactly why I want to highlight this issue, because people don't understand how bad it can get. 100%, this is a discipline issue at the end of the day. Yes, you should.
So that's what Val said. That's what it is. It's not helping your credit at all, but you're liable for it, credit, bingo, the ultimate trap. But only if you allow it self-control. So see, Val, that's another topic. Val, you got lots of topics. You can make a lot of videos. And you can do what what's my girl's name? DoorDash? I forgot her name, right? Doug Dash. But what she does, she makes videos out of her car. There are a lot of people who make videos out of their cars and they do really well. Okay. Sometimes just talk from the heart. Don't even have to worry about editing and all that kind of stuff. That's a little too much work. Sometimes it's just talking from the heart. Like, what the heck is going on? Okay. What are we doing? Because a lot of people don't seem to understand that. Buy now, pay later will not build your credit. Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's a little crazy sometimes. But what I do like about her, she didn't give up. But you see how she'll make videos from her car, though. Right? Way better than her doing DoorDash. Right? Yeah. It's like we don't have a good culture. We do not have a good, people don't have shame anymore. People do not have shame. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, that's the thing about buy now, pay later is that you cannot build your credit with buy now, pay later. So to some extent, it's probably good for like little people. But when you get to a certain age and you want to do certain things like big people purchases, like a house, a car, and things like that, using buy now, pay later is not going to help you. Really not going to help you. Now, it could also be, let's say that somebody's already like into the home buying process, so you don't want to use your credit anymore. Then I guess at that point you can use buy now, pay later. Be very careful because I don't know if they do a soft pull on your credit. I don't know. I've never used them, so I wouldn't know. Because y'all know I'm dyslexic, so I will pay you late. So yeah, but I've never used them, so I don't know. But I do know you can build your credit on those on buy now, pay laters because they don't report to credit agencies. Now, do they do a soft pull on your credit to approve you for these things? I don't know. I do not know.
Should have like the self-discipline not to buy something that you know you can't afford. But the way that these companies work is that they trick you psychologically. So they say you want to buy something at $700 and you're like, I don't have $700 right now. So I'm going to choose their option to split it up into monthly payments for 12 months.
Right.
And usually monthly payments for 12 months for $700 purchase, be $58 straight if you were just paying that. However, because then they add an interest, say it's maybe $70 a month. Now, if you were just doing that one purchase for $70 a month, honestly, that's not too bad. But then that's where the issue comes in, where people start thinking, okay, I only have a $70 purchase. I don't have to worry about that. Oh, I want to buy this other $300 thing. Oh, I want to buy this $500 plane ticket. I want to buy this. I want to buy that. It's only this amount. However, all of those little things add up.
But I am telling you, and you know what? I really think it might even be lethargic for you to make those videos. Because you know how people say you're only as sick as the secrets you keep? Okay. I really think it might be very cleansing for you to make those videos. I mean, we'll go there and get all the tea. But I'm just saying, like, you're only as sick as your secrets. So I'm like, sometimes YouTube also is just a place you just release. You know, and then you're free. Like, oh, it feels so good to talk about this. Because I feel like you've been suffering in silence, huh? You know what? Sometimes I do believe I'm prophetic. Because I'm like, when I go live, there's always somebody who needs to hear my voice. But I hope you do it. Fix your credit with Val. It's what, 800 credit score with Val? I don't think of something, right? But do not be afraid to start a whole, hey, Queen, do not be afraid to start a YouTube channel that focuses on you repairing your credit. I am telling you, like, yes, people are going to laugh. Some people are going to make fun of you. Some people will take screenshots. Yeah, it never fails, okay? But I promise you, when you figure this thing out and when you start being successful, the same people who are laughing at you, who laughed at you, took screenshots, wump, are going to be the same people that slide in your DMs and be like, oh my gosh, Val, can you help me? Like, yeah, I charge, bitch. It never fails. Like when Kai Cenat came out with his Streamer University, they started laughing at him. Watch, next year, they're all going to sign up to go there too. Okay, people love to laugh at you for being the first to do something. And then once you're successful, everybody wants to ask you for advice. Everybody, oh my gosh, how'd you do it? Oh, can you give me a shout out? Oh, can I pay you for promo? Wump. Because people don't believe in themselves. And therefore, they don't want you to believe in yourself. You know, but like Simone, like her, the black girl right there, Simone, her entire channel now, because when she started her channel, it was a hair channel. Like she started like her hair journey. Then she got into sister locks. Well, we don't care. Nobody cared, right? Then she pivoted. She pivoted into the whole money stuff because her entire channel is about money. Her entire channel is about money. Let me show you. Hold on. This is why I tell y'all, I love DDG. Y'all think it's a joke. This is why I tell you, I love DDG. Okay, But you see, she changed her entire channel to only focus on money stuff, right? And now her channel is doing really well. Where's she at now? See, almost 24 million views. Her channel is doing really, really well because all she does now is just focus on money, right? But when she first started her channel, though, she was talking about the hair and things of the sort, and people really did not care. Like, girl, bye. Okay? But ever since she's been doing the whole money stuff, like talking about money, talking about debt and things of the sort, like, you see, people care about these things. What does that show you? Hold on. Oh, I'm out. Hold on. Stop sharing. Okay. What does that show is that a lot of people are suffering in silence. Like a lot of people have money issues. Right. But before we put in care, because her old videos were all about hair care, my alopecia journey, child. I'm like, girl, what is this? Okay. But she tried though. Then she had her little lock journey. They're like, yeah, no. Okay. Sister locks, like, okay, we don't care. And then she went into like making videos about money. Okay. All kinds of money stuff. Right. But it just goes to show like there truly is. Oh, always, right? I don't want y'all to be struggling. You know, it's not fun to know that your people are not doing well. You know what I'm saying? And that's why even me, you can say I'm not. It's not you can say no. I do come off really, really harsh. I get that. That's a fact. You know, but that's the big sister in me, and that's the West African woman in me. Like, I wouldn't be a proper big sister if I wasn't a bully. Okay, but it's like, okay. But I just feel like when you're a big sister too, like your job is to make sure the young ones, okay, they understand. All right, there's trouble coming. You need to be ready. You can't be out here like, I don't know what I want to do. No, right? But it's like, but you know, I don't think you're a poor little black girl though. I think the problem is the issue was it's like your mom, she didn't know about money because most likely her mom also didn't know about money. She didn't care to learn about money. So it's like she also didn't teach herself about money, and then she didn't teach you about money. But I don't think you're poor, Val. You're an American, boo-boo. You can't be an American and be poor. But what it is that we're uninformed. And so because we're uninformed, we have financial struggles, right? Because we don't know. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, I'm telling you, Val, like if you do this like over the next 5 years, you're going to be just like Monique, like, oh, $20,000 a month, $30,000 a month, $60,000 a month. But the only thing is being okay with being uncomfortable. Like, I'm not okay with people talking about me. I'm not okay with people making fun of me for a season because all it's going to do is just going to make you better. No, everybody has something to offer. Like, that is such a lie. That is such a lie. We all have something to offer. The issue is believing that. You know what I'm saying? But God puts something inside of everybody. That is not possible. Everybody who is born, you're in God's likeness. Now, it's up to you if you want to ruin your life or if you don't want to find out your gifts. But God, he put something special in everybody. But you also got to have self-esteem to believe that I'm special, right? You got to believe that, you know? Queen said, I did that to myself. I kept adding purchases to a firm and racked it up to 12. You see? So you see? You were saying, oh, I feel ashamed. Now here comes Queen. Here's your little twin. You see, y'all telling on yourself. But I love that you guys are telling on yourselves, right? So see, even Queen did it too. So that's what I'm saying. You're not alone. Me, I just never used them because I'm me, Marlene. I'm dyslexic. Seriously, I will forget to pay you. It's not even a joke. I could have the money. I'll do it tomorrow. And before I'll do it tonight. And before I know it's already like midnight. I'm truly dyslexic. I really am. Right? I stopped ordering things and started paying it off as quickly as I could. I can't believe I just threw myself into debt. But it's a real thing because nobody is talking about it. Everybody's just suffering in silence. But Queen, I think you should also have a channel. And I'm gonna also say this. If you're not comfortable, you can even have a channel without your face. Like they have channels where you can use an avatar. It's just that it's gonna take a bit more work to get the avatar to talk for you, you know? But you have faceless channels also, where you don't have to show your face if you don't want to show your face, right? It would be better if you showed your face so people can connect with you. But there are people who don't show their faces, right? But I repeat, and I will say it again, a lot of people are struggling with debt. You're not alone. Like, don't be, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Yeah, sure, whatever. But you can turn your embarrassment into money. Kim Kardashian turned a sex tape into $1 billion empire. You don't even have a sex tape. It's just debt. Put things in perspective. And mind you, she went back and recorded the sex tape 3 different times. You don't even have a sex tape, right? You only have debt. Put things in perspective. It's not that embarrassing. Okay? You see? Right? And you can also do a video where you show how you're paying it down. So like, are you like, how much you're doing a month? Like all of that, Val, it is all content. Y'all need to listen to me. Content is really not that hard, right? And let's say you pay them like $50 a month. You can make a video about that. Because I'm telling you, y'all got to trust God. That's what I was telling Average earlier. Y'all got to trust God. Because you make a video like this. How do you know the video is not going to get 100,000 views? You okay? How do you know? You guys listen to me. I think sometimes when I say stuff, y'all think I'm crazy. This thing called YouTube, you don't know. You could do a video you think is a stupid video. And then 3 months from now, the video is at like 300,000 views or even 1 million views. Or what the heck? What is going on? Stop thinking that the girls on YouTube are better than you. Stop thinking that, oh my gosh, like this girl's been doing it forever. You're just as good. You don't, like, what the heck? Like sometimes when you can watch Aaliyah's face. Yeah, Aaliyah, I like Aaliyah. That's my girl. That's my little Gemini. I love her. But you don't know that your star is not bigger than hers. You have no idea. You have no idea. You can watch this other girl. What's Kira? Whatever her name is, right? Your star can be bigger than hers. The only thing is, Kira's actually putting herself out there. You're not doing it. You have no idea where God wants to take you. But just because you see somebody doing it and they're doing it well, doesn't mean that you can't do it better. It doesn't mean that your money cannot be better and bigger. You have no idea. And you see, and that's why I said earlier, limiting beliefs. People, they limit themselves. Oh, this can never happen for me. Oh, I can never have this. I can never have 300,000 views. I can never have 1 million views. How do you know? Have you ever tried? Have you ever tried? Okay, so then how do you know? Have you ever said to yourself, I'm going to challenge myself to do a video that gets 100,000 views? You've never done that. So then how do you know you can't get that? You know what I'm saying? Everybody has something to offer. Everybody has a story to share. Everybody can empower somebody. Like it's not that crazy, you know? It's not that crazy, right? It is not that crazy. But until you've made up your mind to do something and do it well, you cannot say, oh, this can't happen for me. You don't know this. You don't know. You don't know until you commit yourself. Like, oh, wow, like that's crazy, right? But I'm like, even her, Simone, I don't think she thought that she could get these kinds of views until she found the stuff that actually works for her, which is these like money video stuff, right? But you just never know. You could really be a person where your YouTube channel makes you like 5,000, 10,000, 20, whatever. But I'm like, you got agents saying he makes 380,000 a month. I'm like, okay, this is just too much, right? But I'm like, limiting beliefs. Like we truly have to confront, like, what are the limiting beliefs that I have about myself and then I have about money, right? But you can make a video saying, okay, this is how much I pay on my Klarna bill, right? And then 2 months from now, the video could have 100,000 views. You're like, what the what? And now here's extra money because you put yourself out there and now let God do what he does with that video. Then you get another video. Oh, growing up, my mom, like, here are the 5 bad money. Here are the most horrible advice that I got from my mom about money. Number 1, rob Peter to pay Paul. Number 2, something. Number 3, da-da-da-da. Number 4, and then number 5, right? Easy video like that. And then you say to the people, leave down below in the comments the craziest thing your mom has ever told you about money, right? And then you people just gonna start sharing because people really want to share. Like I've come to realize that, like, people really want you to ask them a question. Like I did a thing on my, let me show you. I did a thing on my TikTok, right? My other TikTok, you know, I have a bunch of TikToks. You know me. I got a bunch of pages. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Where she is. Okay. You know my other TikTok, right? So look, you see this video? right? Y'all, I made this post. So this post says, girl to girl, tell me the biggest mistake that you've made with your natural hair to grow your hair growth journey that still haunts you. Plus, would you haunt you today? Shit, I don't even know what I did because I just copied somebody's. I should have read that text over. That's crazy. But you see, this picture post got it's almost at 48,000 views, y'all. It's only 3 days old. Let me show you. It's only 2 days old, and it has 1,600 comments, y'all. Because I just realized people want you to ask them questions so they can just start talking. And I just respond to the stuff. I just respond to the comments, okay? So I can keep the algorithm going, okay? But people want to talk. So if you do a video and then you say things like, here are the five worst money advice tips I ever got from my mom. Number 1, rob Peter to pay Paul. Number 2, I ain't here. Like, I don't know, whatever it is, right? And then you say, okay, leave down in the comments the worst money advice that you ever got from your mom. You might have, because the thing about YouTube, that's not just YouTube, but TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, right? The thing that really gets a video going, the comments. Like, and that's why when people leave comments on your videos, you want to answer those comments, because the more comments you get, the video is going to go all the way up. The video will go all the way up. You understand? And that's why, like, the first hours or the first day or the first 2 days, you want to answer as many comments as you can. Because when people come on the video and they see that the creator is engaging, the creator is responding, it makes them want to comment more. Oh, is she going to respond to me? Because people are used to not being responded to. I think that's why a lot of people also stop commenting, because they realize that they would comment and nobody responds back. So they just stop commenting. Does that make sense? So if you have a video that talks about the most 5 horrible money tips I got from my mom, and then when you end the video, you say, okay, you guys, now it's your turn. Tell me what's the worst advice you ever got from your mother when it comes to money. And I'll be in the comments responding, right? But if you can get like 1,000 comments or 2,000 comments, oh, that video is going. That video is going. That video will not stop, because the comments are everything. Engagement is everything. Thank you, Janet, right? But the more you ask people questions like that, the better, right? You do a video about Klarna, and then you say, okay, this is how much I'm paying. Now, tell me in the comments, how much are you paying to Klarna every single month? Okay? They're going to start writing. Yeah, they're going to start commenting, girl, I got to pay them $100. Like, ooh, girl, what? Then you go in the comments too, like, girl, that's crazy. $100 says, ooh, Lord. Oh, you owe 60? Girl, what? You know, like, people just want somebody to converse with. Like, it just makes them happy. You like the comment, you like and you heart the comment, and you leave and you reply to the comment, right? But the goal is always respond to the comments, because the higher the engagement, the video will just go. It just goes and it goes and it goes and it goes. And I'm like, yeah, people are looking for someone to talk to. People are truly by themselves out here just figuring things out all by themselves, right? Like, let's see if we can ask DeepSeek. Hold on. Let me show you how to use AI. Hold on. Because y'all know I love DeepSeek. Like, that's my favorite. Let's come over here. You know, I treat it like it's a real person. Hey, DeepSeek. What's up, boo? Can y'all see this? Okay. This is how you use AI. Let me show you. Sure. Hold on. Oh Lord. Let's see what it says. Okay. So you can type the stuff in the AI, right? And let's see what AI does. Let's see what it says. This is just too funny. Child, I love AI, you guys. I love AI. You don't even have to think about these videos by yourself, okay? Let's see what it says. And you can ask, you see, I asked it to give me some titles and things like that. I love AI. Yo, I love this little thing. I love it. I really do. I can spend days talking to AI. It's just so much fun. It's just the weirdest thing ever. Hold on. Let's see what it says. You see this, Val? You see how I do this? Right? So you can just type whatever, like type what you want, like, and then tell AI how you want AI to help you write your script and things like that. So it can script everything out for you and kind of give you an idea. So you're like, okay, I know how I want to do my video. Okay. So let's start. Let's see if we can start from the top. Okay, so here's what it says. Hold on. Okay, the user wants help creating a YouTube script about bad money advice from their mom that led to poor financial decisions. They specifically mentioned their mom's robbed Peter to pay Paul, saying and their resulting paycheck to paycheck cycle, buy now, pay later debt like Klarna. They wanted engaging and 15-minute long video with title and outro ideas. This feels deeply personal. The user is sharing vulnerable financial mistakes stemming from childhood teachings. There's probably some shame, frustration here, but also empowerment in reclaiming their narrative. The mom reference suggests complicated family dynamics around money. Okay. Oh, look at AI, child. Psychoanalyzing you, Val. Okay. First, I should validate their experience while gently reframing mom's advice. As well-intentioned, but outdated. The script needs humor to keep it engaging, but must avoid mocking the mom. The paycheck, and buy now, pay later examples are perfect hooks. Very relatable pain points for millennials/Gen Z. For structure, a strong hook is crucial. Maybe open with my mom's advice left me broke, text overlay. Then quickly establish the loving mom disclaimer to avoid backlash. The 5 tips should follow from immediate pain. Buy now, pay later to deeper issues, saving avoidance. Each tip, mom's quote, why it backfired, an actionable fix. Title must be clickbaity but authentic. Mom's money advice left me broke. Leans into vulnerability. Outros should convert frustration into action. Emphasize they're not alone and offer concrete next steps. Free resources, community call to action for a subscription. Comments will boost algorithm favor. User didn't specify the audience, but buy now, pay later references suggest younger viewers. I'll assume casual, Gen Z friendly tone with cuts, editing notes. Should include visual ideas too, like showing a Klarna checkout page when discussing buy now, pay later traps. Biggest challenge, balancing tough love with compassion. Need to say these habits hurt you without shaming. The fixes section is crucial. This can't just be a rant. Editing on hope or transformation will make it shareable. Good, okay? So let's see this now. Okay. Yeah. So let's see this. Here is a fully fleshed out YouTube script designed to be engaging, relatable, and packed with actionable advice, hitting that 15-minute target. It balances humor, vulnerability, and empowerment. Video concept, a canning story-driven video sharing 5 harmful money mantras learned from mom. The real life consequences and how to break the cycle. It's relatable, a bit humorous, but ultimately empowering. Target tone, conversational, authentic, slightly snarky, but loving, empowering, and fast-paced. Okay. Well, Lord, recommended visuals, quick cuts, text overlays, expressive facial expressions, maybe some childhood photos, blurred or styled, graphics illustrating savings or debt or savings, screenshots of buy now, pay later apps, sample B-roll of paying bills, saving money, etc. So here are some video title ideas. My mom's money advice left me broke. 5 toxic tips I had to unlearn. That's cute. Sorry, Mom. Your money advice was wrong. 5 tips that kept me poor. 5 money lies my mom taught me that led to debt and paycheck to paycheck. 4, rob Peter to pay Paul broke me. Unlearning mom's worst money advice. Mom's money mantras that sabotage me. My journey to financial recovery. I am this amount in debt. Blaming mom's money advice. Kinda. Okay, so here's the hook. Okay, it says what? Visual upbeat music fades, quick cuts of you looking stressed with the bills, a Klarna logo flash, a paycheck stub, maybe a funny childhood pic with mom. Okay, you energetic, slightly exacerbated. Hi, DeepSeek fam. Raise your hand if you've ever heard financial wisdom from your mom that, well, let's just say didn't exactly set you up for success. People raise their hand. Okay, you. Yeah, me too. Big time. I love my mom to pieces. Seriously, she's amazing. But when it came to money, some of those pearls of wisdom became my personal financial kryptonite. Okay, you leans in conspiratorially. Okay, we're talking living paycheck to paycheck on repeat, drowning in buy now, pay later debt like Klarna and Afterpay, feeling like I'm constantly spinning plate just to keep the lights on. Sound familiar? Okay, you. Today, I'm ripping off the Band-Aid. We are diving into the top 5 worst money tips my mom ever gave me. The ones that genuinely led me down a path of some pretty horrible financial decisions. And more importantly, we're talking about how I'm unlearning this stuff and building real financial health. Okay? Text overlay, mom's money advice equals broke me. Okay? This isn't about blaming mom. This is about understanding the roots of our money mindset so we can grow. Okay, we can grow. Stick around because I'm sharing the brutal truth and the fixes. Disclaimer, context, all right? One photo of you and mom, a cozy graphic. Okay, so, super important disclaimer before we get into it. I love my mom. This isn't a mom roast session. She came from a different time, probably learned these things from her parents. And honestly, she was just trying to survive and teach me how to navigate life with the tools she had. Oh, yeah, that's kind of cute. Yeah, I like that. Oh, look at DeepSeek being empathetic. That's so cute. Okay. Financial literacy wasn't exactly taught in school back then. Let's be real. It's still pretty lacking now. So no mom hate year, just acknowledging that some well-intentioned advice can have unintended, pretty crappy consequences when applied to today's world. Okay. Think of this as an intervention for my own bad habits that started with my mom's logic. Okay. Tip 1, rob Peter to pay Paul. The paycheck to paycheck trap. So that's 1:30 to 4 minutes. Okay. Visual, you mimicking rob Peter to pay Paul. Graphic showing money moving between 2 stick figures. I guess B-roll of bills piling up. All right. Let's kick it off with the classic. Tip number 1. You got to rob Peter to pay Paul. Oh, man. How many times did I hear this growing up? Whenever money was tight, which felt like always, this was the mantra, okay? You mimicking mom. Just shuffle things around, honey. Take from this bill to cover that one this month. This is just how it is. Here's the problem. This normalized the constant juggling act. It taught me that living paycheck to paycheck wasn't an emergency. It was just life. It was the expected way to manage money. No biggie. Just rob Peter, pay Paul, promise Peter you'll pay him back next month, rinse and repeat forever. The consequences, I became a master juggler and perpetually broke. 0 savings buffer, 1 unexpected expense, car repair, medical bill, heck, even a parking ticket. And the whole fragile house of cards came crashing down. Constant stress, late fees, playing whack-a-mole with bills. It was exhausting and demoralizing. The fix, breaking the cycle. This meant getting brutally honest about my income versus expenses, creating a real life budget, not just guessing, tracking every dollar, Prioritizing building even a tiny emergency fund, 500 to 1,000, became non-negotiable. It meant saying no more often until the buffer existed. It stopped being about juggling bills and started being about assigning every dollar to a job before the month began. Tools like YNAB or even a simple spreadsheet were game changers. It wasn't instant, but it broke the Peter and Paul shuffle. Okay. Tip 2, buy now, pay later is smart. It's like free money. That buy now, pay later trap. Visual, Klarna, Afterpay, Affirm logos popping up, shopping cart animation. Okay, whatever. Okay. Tip number 2 hit me hard. In the era of online shopping, just use Klarna or Afterpay. It splits up. It's manageable. It's basically free. Or my mom's version, spreading payments out is smarter than putting all in one credit card at once. Okay, the idea was seductive. Get the thing now, pay tiny amounts later. I felt responsible because I wasn't maxing out my credit cards. Right? Wrong. What this advice ignored was the psychological and cumulative effect. Suddenly, 4 tiny $24 payments a week weren't so tiny when you had 10 different buy now, pay later plans running simultaneously for clothes, gadget, home decor. It became invisible debt, silently draining my checking account every few days. The consequences, hello, buy now, pay later debt spiral. I lost track, late fees piled up. That free money illusion vanished when I realized I was paying hundreds per month just servicing these micro debts, leaving nothing for actual savings or even essentials. It felt impossible to get ahead because I was constantly paying for the past. My credit score even took hits from the lender's reporting. Oh, that's correct though. Okay, the fakes, cold turkey and accountability. I had to delete those apps from my phone, seriously, out of sight, out of mind. Then I had to face the music, list every active BNPL plan, the total owed, and the payments date. I consolidated where possible onto a lower interest card only if I had the payoff plan, or just aggressively paid off the small amounts one first. Snowball method to free up cash flow. The biggest shift, adopting a pay in full or don't buy it rule for non-essentials. If I couldn't afford it outright without financing it, I truly couldn't afford it. Okay. Then just goes on. Let me see what the outro looks like. Okay. What's the outro? Hold on, let's see the outro here. What did it say? Okay. All right, DeepSeek fam. Which of these toxic tips, money tips, did your mom or dad or family pass down? Did I miss any classic? Spill the tea in the comments below. Seriously, let's commiserate and support each other. Share your story. If this video resonated with you, gave you that OMG, that's me moment, or just made you feel less alone in the money struggle, smash the like button. It helps so much. Subscribe, hit the bell. I'm diving deep into breaking bad money habits, building real wealth, and all things personal finance without the boring jargon. You don't want to miss it. Share this video, tag a friend who needs to hear this. Let's break these generational money curses together. Want to take it first step right now? I create a free downloadable Break the Cycle starter kit. See, oh, look at that. I have a product. It includes a simple budget tracker template, a list of my favorite money apps, and the exact steps I took to tackle my buy now, pay later debt. Link is down below in the description, so grab it. Okay, remember, your financial future isn't set by your past. You can rewrite your money story. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, blah blah. Okay, but all this to say, is like, you don't have to like think about this whole thing by yourself. Like, if you have all the five money tips your mom gave you, you write it up and you put it into AI. It can really give you like a whole YouTube script, right? That way you have a better idea. That make any sense? Yeah, so it's like, do not be afraid. Like, I feel like making content now is so much easier, especially if you have AI. Like, if you have the idea but you don't know what to say, just have AI help you. Like, oh, AI, can you help me come up with a YouTube script real quick? This is my idea. I want the video to last about this long and help me to make it very catchy and like algorithm friendly, up pace, stuff like that. And then I'll just help you out. But I love working with DeepSeek. That's really like my favorite. Okay, so where's Simone at? Hold on, where's she at? This one.
That's what my video was about. And that's the reason I even started talking about this, is because people don't realize how bad it can get very, very quickly. And some people are comparing it to credit cards. And I would actually argue that it's not the same as credit cards, because with credit cards, the interest and like the minimum payment can differ each month. And it's only a percentage of like your total of what you owe. But with like Affirm, if you do multiple separate purchases, they all have their own interest. But two, your minimum monthly payments can actually be way higher than if you had put the amount on a credit card. Because at one point, I added up all my minimum payments on Affirm, and it was over $400, just like this person right here.
For one, I didn't know that the interest rates vary from purchase to purchase on Klarna or Afterpay, whatever the case may be, right? Buy now, pay later options. But she said that it also can be worse than credit cards. That is a strong statement to make, because do y'all know how high credit card interest rates can get? If they're higher than that, I don't even want to know. That's stepping into payday loan territory if it's higher than a credit card, in my opinion.
I didn't have 7 purchases. I had like dozens of purchases. And I was in a scary situation. And that's why I make this video, because I know what it's like. I've seen it happen to other people, and it's scary. And you need to be more aware of this. But if you're a person with self-discipline who doesn't purchase anything on Affirm or only purchases a couple things, like, this video is not for you, and that's fine. Like, you don't need a comment. It's not for you. Move on. But this is for people like me who purchase on Affirm and Klarna and, you know, had never considered this. I think this is a good wake-up call for y'all.
And she even taught me something. I didn't know that's how it worked. So yeah, this is why it's important that people share this information. You think about why people are sharing certain things online. Just think about the fact that a lot of us wouldn't know stuff unless other people shared it online. That's just how this world works. Information is very valuable, but we all haven't been in these situations. This will help somebody.
I saw a video of this lady talking about how she has over $1,200 a month in Affirm payment. How it gets that bad, because as somebody who loves Affirm and Klarna and Zip and PayPal paying for, my balance has never been that high. Like, even when I can afford the total, I'm gonna still do a paying for option if it's available, because I just like doing things in like small snackable bites.
See, it's different if you're actually going to do it and you're not going to get hit with all the interest rates and you're going to be responsible. Now, there's going to be people that argue, I pay my stuff on time, or just pay it on time. Y'all don't know why I got to be so hard. And that's great for the people that do that. But there is a larger probably majority of people who don't do that. A lot of people don't even have $1,000 in their savings account for an emergency or whatever the case may be. So when we're talking about Affirm and Afterpay and all these things, may not be bad for you, but it may be dangerous for somebody else. And that's why I think it's important to discuss.
You know, those little kids who, like, you got to cut up their food for them so like they can just eat it like that. That's who I am in real life and in my finances. But with that being said, I'm still pretty responsible. Like, half the time I pay the stuff off early. How do you have $1,200 in Affirm payments? Like, what did you buy? What is your limit? Man, what's going on? And keep in mind, that was only Affirm. She had balances on all the other payment platforms too. So she was just paying everything in full.
Well, that's because y'all are different people. And that's why I said it might be good for you that you're able to do it and it works and you don't put yourself into debt. But some people are truly going to huge amounts of debt behind Affirm.
Be paying her rent in for, if that's possible. You never know.
Listen, this is a one for anyone who has never done Klarna. Listen, if you've not done Klarna, stay the fuck out of it. Because listen, when I tell you Klarna is not your best friend, it really is buy now and pay the consequences later. Trust me. Listen, Klarna is setting yourself up for failure in the future. It might be all good and dandy now. You know, you're doing it. You get your little purchase. You get your new shoes and that tomorrow. But then when you've got to pay it next month and the next other couple months, you're just setting yourself up. To me, it all starts.
Oh, hold on. How do you pay these people? You pay them every 2 weeks? Is that how it works? Because I know, like, so when you check out, that's your first payment. Then your second payment comes in, like, what, the next 2 weeks? And every 2 weeks they need money from you? I'm too dyslexic for this crap. Okay. But I also wish that sometimes people would ask themselves, it's not even just like the whole saving, like save your money to go buy it. But I really wish people will actually challenge themselves. Like, okay, what else can I do to get this money? You know, I want to buy this thing. What else can I do to get this money? Because once again, I feel like people don't want to be entrepreneurs. Like, I don't know. I feel like people just want to be consumers, right? But what if you really want to buy something and then you say, okay, maybe I can come up with an ebook, or maybe I can come up with a class, or maybe I can come up with some kind of service. Like, what can I sell to people that I can make the money and go buy what I want? You know what I'm saying? Why do you want to use credit? Right? Let's say somebody says, oh, Marlene, I want to go on vacation. Let's say you want to have a vacation. Like, so next summer, you want to go to Italy, you want to go to Greece. And let's say like everything together, it comes out to like 10 grand. Okay. Why don't you say, maybe I can become a content creator. Like, I can post content and that's going to help me to save the $10,000 so that by next summer, I can have the money to go to Greece. Why don't you challenge yourself to come up with a product? You know what I'm saying? Why don't you challenge yourself to come up with a service? Why are you so quick to lean on credit? Like, that's my thing too, right? Because I'm like, if more people were to challenge themselves, like Lacey was laughing, but I came with a new channel. I have a new channel now too. I do. Because I'm like, it's gonna be all things like, y'all seen the channel before. I had the name, like Everything Shower, whatever. Because I told Lacey, like, you know, I'm always buying like body care stuff. Yes, y'all. Because y'all like to go to TJ Maxx, right? I go to TJ Maxx and I buy my stuff from TJ Maxx. Now, I did splurge recently and I got the way, like their body cream and their scrub. Because I like their scrub. I got samples of that, but they were on sale. So I had a sale. They had a sale on TikTok and then they had coupons. So, and then it was free shipping. So it was the sale, the coupon, and the free shipping. I said, okay, sure, I can splurge. So I got that on thingy. But the reality of it too is like the scrub from the scrub, by the way, is so small and it's like almost like $40. Like, that's crazy. I can once in a while, one time I can do it, but lifetime, no, I cannot. Right? Because I go to TJ Maxx and I get like my body scrubs and stuff from TJ Maxx, right? But you see, these big things right here are $6 each, right? They are $6 each. Listen to me, okay? Y'all need to listen to me, okay? You can have a YouTube channel. Listen to me. I think some of y'all, you think making money on the internet is complicated when it's really not. You create content or you see content, it just flies right before your eyes, and you're just too damn scared. Put that damn iPhone to use, okay? Put your phone to freaking use. That phone can work. The phone can make you money, right? How often do you buy body care? How often do you buy scrubs? You buy oils, like, you know, even this one, because people were raving about this one on TikTok, right? Osea, right? It's some algae body oil. So this size is $52 year, right? So I went in for a sale and a coupon. And so the sale and the coupon, because they had a coupon, and it was like, if you buy one of these, you get this size and then free shipping. So you know that I bought it. Okay, that's like a good deal. So I'll buy it, right? But I'm like, how often do you buy body oil, right? You'll buy body sprays. You'll buy scrubs, right? You'll even buy like what's it called again? Hand wash. You know what I'm saying? Soap for your hands, okay? Like, you buy all of the stuff. I even found these also. I found these as well at TJ Maxx also. $6, right? They smell so good. These are by Raw Sugar. I have their oh Lord, my foot. I have their scalp thingy that I really like, right? But I'm like, you buy body stuff every single day. I mean, at least like once a week or once a month, right? But do you not know that you can make content of all the stuff you buy for your skin? This one smells really good. Yeah. Oh, yes. I love the smell of this one. What is it? Shea and rice flour. Okay, sure. Whatever this is. Okay. $6. $6, you guys. $6. You don't got to spend lots of money to smell good. Okay. This one is like raw coconut and mango. So I can't even speak today. Oh, yes. This one smells as if y'all can smell. Y'all, this one smells good. $6, right? Do you know that there are people out here on social media, all they do is just go to Target? They go to Target and all they do is just record stuff. Have y'all seen these videos? Huh? All they do is go to Target and just record stuff. Let me show y'all. Right? Let me see if I can find these videos. right? You see? There are people out here, all they do is just go to Target, go to TJ Maxx. They show people what's in the store, what's new at the store. That's all they do. Okay, look at these views, y'all. Look at these views, right? Do you see these views? And this one was just 4 months ago, right? 4 months ago. This is a very affordable video to make. 132,000 views. So probably like what? Maybe like a $500, $1,000, right? But it's like all she does is just go to Target and show people what she sees.
This is amazing. I love.
You see? That's all she's doing. You go to Target or you go to TJ Maxx and then you just record. Like you just show people what's there. That's it. That could be a channel. And maybe you do it on the weekends, like Saturdays, Sundays, and maybe another week out, like another day out the week, right? You don't have to buy anything. You just go to the store and you just record stuff. Hey guys, so this is why. Yeah, you don't even have to pay. You just want to show people stuff, you know, because some people can't afford stuff. Just want to see it, right? But I'm like, this is all she does.
Build up from your scalp, so I think I'm gonna get it. Oh, I'm gonna try it. If I were to
like seriously, you guys, do you think this is hard content for you to make? What's hard about this? Okay, what is hard about this? Do you know how many times you go to Target? Do you know how many times a month you go to Walmart? Do you know how many times a month you go to TJ Maxx? Do you have any idea how many times a month you go to you even go to Marshall's, right? You're always outside. Record something. And if you're not comfortable making like long form videos, just make shorts. But one trip to TJ Maxx though, you can probably have like 15 different shorts. Boom, you're done. Boom, you're done. I'm like, this is not hard content to make, right? This is not hard content to make. So instead of saying, okay, I want to buy something and therefore I'm going to go use credit to buy it, right? What I'm saying is challenge yourself to come up with a YouTube channel, right? And just make content for your YouTube channel. Then once your channel starts making money, right? Then you take that money and go buy whatever you want to buy. But in the meantime, you can use your iPhone and you can record with your iPhone when you go to TJ Maxx, when you go to Target, when you go to Marshall's, like, you know, those kinds of places. You don't have to buy anything. You just have to show people what's on these aisles and your job is done. But I'm like, this video right here, this is not a hard video to make. Okay. This is truly not, and it was like 11 minutes, right? Almost like 12 minutes, right? Look at her channel. These are not hard videos to make at all. Look at all these videos, okay? These are not hard videos to make. But I'm like, challenge yourself to not be a consumer. Challenge yourself to be a producer. And then when you make money from whatever you produce, then you take that money and then you go shopping with that, right? But I'm like, you're always buying soap. You're always buying body wash. You're always like you're buying scrubs. You're buying skincare. You're buying all these kinds of stuff. Create another channel. You don't even have to show your face if you don't want to. But you're like, hey guys, so I bought this. It smells like this. It smells like that. Boom. That's a short. You're done. Go about your business, right? But I'm like, you do it for 6 months, do it for a year, do it for 5 years. That's just an extra stream of income without you killing yourself, right? You don't have to use debt. You really do not have to use debt. Think of something you can do that can make you extra income, like with what you already have. Like, oh, I already have an iPhone, right? Cool. If you use CapCut, you can also use CapCut. CapCut is free. Like the basic version is free, right? You can even start with the basic version, right? But if you can do a weekly video or like multiple shorts throughout the week, because one trip to Marshall's or one trip to TJ Maxx, you can get about 10 to 15 shorts, right? And sometimes you can just post the stuff without even showing your face. But that can change your life. That can truly change your life.
Like this year, right? I wanted to get my mum Uggs, but I spent off the last of my Christmas money. So I said, all right, cool, let me Klarna it. So I Klarna my mum some Uggs. All right, cool. It was only like £70 a month, splash wash. Then it went from, let me get a little clothes for this one rave that I'm going to. Let me get this, let me get that. Before you know it, guys, I was Klarnaing my bed. Yeah, my bed that cost me £1,200 midday. So that's
Oh my gosh, not the bed too. But you see how this just escalated. It started as something so small and innocent, some Uggs, and then the next thing you know, he's talking thousands of dollars already. And he's saying here that's $400 a month. Goodness.
£400 a month. During this time, I was paying off my holiday, yeah, which I was like getting payments left, right, and center. Because one of my friends cancelled on the holiday, I had to pay another extra £300. So there was money coming left, right, and fucking center because I wanted to go pay a fucking bed that I did not even need. I mean, I'm so happy and grateful that I got my bed because my bed is like the comfiest bed in the world. But like, I was getting direct debits coming out this time. I'm like, blood clot. And then I didn't learn off my lesson then. Then I bought Creamfield tickets and I was literally paying that off, which was like £70 a month. I was then getting other festival tickets and then I went on another holiday and then I was paying off my next Klarna thing. And you know what really done it for me? It was literally the other month, I booked flight tickets, yeah, and I Klarna'd it. But I didn't realize that I Klarna'd it. You know, in the moment when you're using Klarna, you're just like, oh, it seems like a good idea, yeah? I forgot all about this. So I've Klarna'd now flight tickets. I've come on Klarna just to see, that make sure I've cleared up. Maybe I got like about £50 left. I come and I have £500 left. And I said, pussy Klarna. 500. I said, this must be bugging, so I must be using my Klarna. I come click on it and it's my flight tickets. I'm like, fuck.
See, now what he's describing, in my opinion, is he is into like the way he's even leaning towards the camera right now and his hand is over his head. It's just letting you know he's in too deep. Now, he explained to y'all he went on holiday, which essentially means he was on vacation with the Klarna money. And then he said he went and booked some flights. And he didn't know he booked the flights because, now he's getting a little comfortable. And he's like, dang, who done broke into my account? But it was him. And his facial expressions is telling it all. He is definitely in too deep and he is tired of Klarna and Afterpay. And I can't blame him. This stuff is dangerous. Like, who wants to keep seeing all those alerts coming out saying, oh, you owe all this money? Like, your anxiety has to be just going through the roof. And who wants to experience that?
Who even Klarna's flight tickets? I'm like, shit. So I just paid that in full and I was like, this is the last time I am using Klarna, guys. This shit wraps you up. Next minute, you're paying thousands and thousands of pounds to fucking Klarna and you don't even know it. It's such a good idea at first. And it's like, all right, cool, I don't have the money, but I'll have the money next month when I get paid. But then when you get paid next month, you've got some next bill. You've got this, you've got that. They're teeth. Yeah, it's teeth in, yeah? Guys, don't do it. Another thing, don't let anyone use your Klarna on, yeah? Listen, I've had so many people, oh, can I use your Klarna? My Klarna doesn't work.
They out there asking to use other people's Klarna? Nah, this is next level stuff. Is this really what's going on in the world? People are asking to use people's Klarnas because theirs isn't working. If your Klarna ain't working, I'm just going to assume you're banned. I'm going to assume that something happened and you ain't pay them people their money because why isn't your Klarna working? Why you need to come get my debt? What?
Bullshit, yeah? I had someone who was close to me. I let them use my Klarna. Now, I come see on my Klarna thing, £600-700 they're Klarna in. So I'm like, oh, like, you got money to be spending that like a month, innit? Oh, no, I'm just going to refund it. I said, are you fucking stupid? So you got your Klarna account banned. They want to refund your shit on my account. Are you dumb? Using my name. So I'm not even getting my Klarna, account banned for myself because I've been refunded. You're going to be fucking doing, you're taking a piss. Take your shit off. You're not using my account. And
I even called it. I said, something ain't right if they coming to you about Klarna. That's like them people who hit you up on Facebook or Instagram, whatever, saying, I can help you make money if you just give me $8,000. Do you got Cash App? If you don't go on somewhere.
Whole purchase, yeah? Because you're not fucking stupid. Don't let no one use your credit cards, your Klarna, none of that shit, because people will fuck it up. Another thing, if they're Klarnaing something for 3 months and you get into an argument with them, what's going to happen now? They ain't going to pay that shit. That's in your name now.
No.
And listen, guys, I've had multiple people ask me to use Klarna. Multiple fucking people.
Who is this man hanging out with? Because I have never had any, well, then again, my circle's small. But you got to reevaluate who you got around you. Why is everybody asking about Klarna? Is something in the water or you just, what's going on?
I'm not even friends with you like that for you to even be asking me about Klarna. Are you fucking stupid? Listen, don't ever let anyone use that shit. Yeah? I've already learned before, I will never put my name on a holiday and let people pay it off. None of that shit, because when you get into a mix up with them and it all goes pear-shaped, it's in your blood clot name, Klarna. Don't ever ask me. Listen, I know people could be like thinking, oh, I asked him to use my Klarna, to use his Klarna and shit. I don't give a fuck. Don't ask no one to use their Klarna. Fuck that shit. Now I've got to go to work and pay off my Klarna debt.
Then he said he got to go to work to pay off his Klarna debt. But what also got me was he said these people wasn't even close friends like that to be asking them. Why did they feel so comfortable asking him to use his Klarna? We're not even friends and you're asking? Whoa.
I just finished paying off $7,500 on a firm, and people in my comment section absolutely want me to delete the app.
This lady was in another video I did months ago, where we were talking about her being in all these payday loan cycles and all that. And then she had all these Affirm and credit card debts. So I'm happy to hear that she is out of debt with Affirm. But yeah, I'm with her. I'm like with the people in the comments, delete the app. But let me see why she won't delete it.
I'm not going to. Please hear me out. I come in peace. This is why I won't delete this app. I have pulled this up a minimum of 5 times. Your purchases are paid off. This is my journey of paying off 49 Affirm loans in 2024 into 2025 in the first month. In 13 months, I paid off 49 Affirm loans, and that's simply
49 Affirm loans. Y'all, she had so much debt. And I don't say that to be mean. She did have a lot of debt. I am glad to hear that she has paid off so many. Oh, the hope this must give people. 49 Affirm loans is crazy. The dedication, the motivation must be like, I hope y'all are motivated if you're in debt or you suffer from having all these Affirm Klarna afterpay payments, because she did too. But look at her now. I love to see this.
Have been possible, you guys. This is like my little history of showing myself I can do it. And if I can do it,
yeah,
you can do it too.
No.
True. So she doesn't want to get rid of it because it's a
Val, no, I'm not saying to buy. I'm saying if you do buy stuff that you like, record it. But you don't even have to buy stuff. I'm saying like you can have a whole channel, right? Like, I don't know, Val loves body care or something like that, right? And on that channel, you just show stuff. Like, so when you go, you just record it. You don't have to buy anything. You can go to Target, just show the aisles. Hey, I like this, I like that, put in the cart. You don't have to buy it. The point is not to buy it. The point is like you show people. Because people like those kinds of content. Like some people, it puts them to sleep. Some people, it helps them because they're like on a don't buy list type of stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some people like to see what's at Target. You know, some people also, they live in like certain places do not have Targets. Like certain European countries don't have Target. So they're like watching Target hauls, whatever, right? But the whole point is have a channel where you can just show off skincare. Now, whatever you have that you buy for yourself, you can show that too. Hopefully that makes sense. But I'm like, these right here, I bought these for me though. Like these right here, I use these, right? But I'm like, this is content. Because y'all see my new channel coming up soon. Because I always buy this stuff. Like, because I buy body care stuff, like maybe like once a month or like once every 2 months, I'll buy some stuff, you know? But I'm like little things like that. It's like people like these kinds of things. Oh, like your body care. Because some people are promoting like the Josie Moran, the Fenty body butter. But I'm like, these things are just too damn expensive. Okay, like $42 though for body care. Like for what? That's crazy. But the way stuff, I bought it because they had lots of coupons and things of the sort. I wouldn't buy it again though. It's too much. This one was like $6, right? So I'm saying if you do happen to buy stuff, share that too. If you just want to go in there and just record, like what's new, what do you see in there, record it and post it, like do it as a short and put some music to it and you're done. Here's what I found at TJ Maxx. And then make it like 30 seconds. Boom, you're done. Okay. Yeah. And then you just make content off of that. If you look, you'll see like, so, oh, come to Target with me. Here's what I found at Target. Here's like my body care stuff. You know, like things of the sort, because people really like that kind of stuff. And then whatever you have around the house too, like you can review that as well. You don't have to buy new stuff, right? But I'm like, people really do enjoy body care stuff, like body care, like body lotions, body sprays, you know. But the goal is like, just do it for fun. Like just keep doing it and you'll be surprised, because then you might get monetized because people really like that kind of stuff. And then once you get paid by YouTube, then you can use your YouTube money to go shopping with that, you know, as opposed to like just leaning on credit. Because the thing with whether it's a credit card or it's buy now, pay later, is that at the end of the day, if you only have a job, your income is limited because you only have your paycheck and you get paid twice a week. You get paid bi-weekly. What I'm saying is, right, instead of treating credit like it's an increase in salary, come up with another stream of income and then use the other stream of income and then you go have fun with that. But like any new stream of income, it takes months to get it off the ground, right? Like it takes time to make money. But if you have like a skincare, body care type of YouTube channel, right? Who knows? 3 to 6 months, it can be monetized. And once it's monetized, then you can do whatever you want. You know, you can have fun with that. Let me see if I can find my other channel. Hold on. What's it called again? You know, because these everything shower stuff, they do really well. This girl, I saw her post also like this weekend. Look at this. That's all she does. She'll just post pictures. Oh, plan your everything shower. Choose a shower. And then she has 3 different types of showers. She'll be like, oh, choose a shampoo, choose a conditioner, choose a body wash, choose a body scrub. And I'm like, people go crazy for those kinds of videos. I'm like, what is going on here? That's all she does. So you see, even this girl right here, she doesn't even buy anything. Look at this one. Okay. These are all pictures. Make a yellow gift basket. Pick a basket. You have 4 options. Pick a body scrub. Pick a jelly cat. Pick 2 snacks. Pick 4 skincare products. Pick 3 extras. 7 if you like. Like what? You see? So she's not even spending any money. And she has 500,000 subs. But look at her shorts. So she's not spending any money. These are just pictures. You see what I'm saying? These are just pictures. So you don't even have to buy anything. Just have to make the pictures, I guess. And then tell people to pick what they like. Make your own vanity. Choose a vanity. Choose 3 perfumes. Choose 2 face mists and 2 toners. Choose 2 serums and 3 moisturizers. Choose 3 blushes and 2 bronzers. Choose 5 lippies. I'm like, girl, what? That's content? Pick a side. Make your outfit. Girl, what? How's that even possible? I'm telling you, some of these young people, they're really good at making money, man. They just get it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Where's her channel? Hold on. So she mostly does shorts, though. Let me see if she has a TikTok. 156 million views. That is crazy. And she started her channel November 13, 2024. Yo, what? Well, Queen, what can we say? November? So like what, 6 months? She already has half a million. You know what? I'm about to start doing them little pictures. This is ridiculous. What? When I tell you these little people know how to, they just understand social media like way better than I do. I watch the Zara ones all the time to see what items on the website. Oh, I've never seen those. Let me see. Sorry, y'all. But are these girls buying it or just going inside the store? I feel like the skincare stuff would do better because people like body care stuff. Her latest one got 2.9 million views. What? Make an elf lip gloss. Okay. Pick a Summer Fridays, pick a Laneige, pick a Rhode, pick a Glossier, pick a Glow Recipe, pick a Tower 28, pick an Elf, pick a what? Lanolips? Oh, wow. Yeah. Ladies, y'all gotta be entrepreneurs. You have to be content creators. Cause I'm telling you, like, look, this young lady in 6 months, 7 months, 500,000 subs. I'm about to start doing this. Or maybe because it's like they can't afford it, so it's just fun. But what can happen is, like, when you get monetized, you can even tag the product. So if people want to buy from you, like if people want to buy from watching your videos, and then you'll get commissioned that way. You know? But like you can do something like this, or when you go to Target, you go to Marshall's, like all you do is like you grab your phone, you put the product, and you hold the product at an angle. That's it. Just make sure, like, clean the back of your phone too, right? People can properly see the product and stuff. And then that's it, you post it. You know, but don't feel like, oh, I only have to work my job. No, you can make cute little videos on the side too, though. Right? Because my thing is, the thing about content creation, if you don't do it, you make no money. Right? If you do it, yeah, it might take a while, but you're gonna make money. But either way, you don't do it, you're not gonna make money. So you don't have much to lose. Okay. But what if your channel takes off? Because if she only has a YouTube channel and that's all she does, and she was able to get 500,000 subs in 6 to 7 months, that is crazy. That is really crazy. I might even do this with the hair stuff. Like, pick your shampoo, pick your conditioner, pick your hair mask, you know what? I'm gonna start doing this too. She just gave me an idea. Because let's see her channel. Hold on. You go to her oldest. And see, and it always starts off really slowly. So when did she have 100 subs? Let me see. That was 5 months ago. She had 100 subs. This is wild. What? So 5 months ago, she had 100 subs. What? You guys, I'm telling you, we seriously have to confront like our limiting beliefs though, like for real. So which one, her biggest video was what? I think it was this one. Almost 1 million views. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, about like 4 months ago. So make your own Sephora store, pick 5 brands to sell, pick 4 workers to hire, pick your Sephora store. Oh, mama. People are sitting here just eating this stuff up. Make your school bag. Pick a backpack. Pick a water bottle. Pick a hand sanitizer. Pick a pencil case. Pick some extras. Boom. And I think also what really helps her, because she's asking these people to pick. So they're writing comments. And I told you, if you have lots of comments, your engagement is high. And when your engagement is high, the algorithm will just keep pushing your content. That could have been her inspiration for this. Let me see her most popular one. 7.5 million. This one. Make your ice cream, okay? So what is this? Pick 2 flavors. Pick a cone. Pick 1 topping. Pick syrup. Pick a spoon. What? What is this? Oh, this one is cute. I like this one. Make a yellow gift basket. Pick a body scrub. Pick a jelly can. Oh, we saw this one already. Yeah, this is so cute. I like this one. pick a side. Okay. Wow. I really think that sometimes, I really do believe that we just we make creating content a little too hard in our heads when it can truly be super easy. Because I'm like, in 6 months, 7 months, you have 500,000 subs. Oh no, I need to work harder. This is crazy.
Reminder to her, and I get it. She's not saying she wants to keep using it. I just pray she doesn't go back to it. I'm just so glad, and I don't think she's going to go back. 49? Whoo, she's on fire.
I don't know if you've seen the video here on TikTok. There was a group of 5 women at dinner, and they decided that the person with the highest Klarna balance is the person that will pay the bill. So if you're not familiar, Klarna is a buy now, pay later system where you buy stuff and then you can either pay by the end of the month or you can pay in 3. They went round and somebody's balance was like 99. The numbers went up, they were varied. And the highest balance was like 500 and something. And then the woman made a joke and she said, well, I got some cute pieces for the fall, right? That's why my Klarna balance is 500 and something. And it was a joke, it was funny. But at the same time, it made me realize that we are all in our own worlds. And what is normal to you, what is normal in your world is shaped by the people around you. And if you want to level up or you want to change something in your life, the first place you should look at is who's around you and what's normal, because that's what's informing your worldview.
Oh, this is so great, because I was just saying with the guy who had all that Klarna stuff and his friend was asking him about using his Klarna. He said they wasn't really friends like that. And I said, who is he hanging around? Because yeah, it does matter who you're around, because you never know. These people you're hanging around might be influencing your bad decisions when it comes to your finances. Or depending on who you're hanging around, they might influence some good decisions when it comes to your financials. Maybe if you're hanging around businessmen, maybe you'll have more business ideas, or you're hanging around people that like to cook. You'll get more recipes or things like that. You see what I'm saying? It definitely matters who you have around you, because it's going to shape what type of conversations you're having. It's going to shape what type of thoughts you're thinking. Having different people around, it might challenge your views or maybe open you up to some stuff, or maybe it's going to expose some things that maybe you didn't know were a problem. But if you're just in a certain circle where everybody is around you doing the same thing and nobody really has anything positive going on, or just for example, everybody's in debt and you're not around people who are trying to get out of debt, that might just feel like, oh, this is just how it's supposed to be. And it's not. It doesn't have to be like that. But that might be how you see it, because you're not really around anybody else doing things different than the people you're around or than you. This is one of the reasons why I like to listen to people who have different perspectives, because I feel like you can learn a lot from people, whether you agree with everything they say or not. I feel like if it's good information, you can eat the meat and spit out the bones.
There's nothing wrong with using Klarna, especially if you're using it responsibly.
Right.
But when I read through hundreds of comments, people were saying, oh my God, I can't believe that your balance is 500. If you see mine is crazy. I'm Klarna's biggest customer. I'm their biggest spender. Essentially, everyone's joking about that.
Yeah.
Which is not really a laughing matter. And it's something that we should all look to avoid being in. And there was a lot of it being made light of. And that was just interesting to me, because that's not what I see or hear in my real life.
Yeah.
So the question I'll just put out to you is, what is normal in your world? And who is shaping that?
Definitely some thought-provoking questions that she was asking there at the end. But y'all let me know, what do you think about this down below? Are you down to cancel buy now, pay later in 2025? Are you done with Klarna, Afterpay, Affirm, or...
This is just too much that. It gives me, it really... This is just too much that. Hold on. Oh yeah. This is what I saw yesterday. Hold on.
This next story, we have to have a conversation about lessons to be learned, and I'll present an option that I think could be a solution, and you can let me know what you think. 0 to 10. Remember back a few months ago when people lost those federal jobs and I told you that this would come back to bite people in the ass? Guess who it came back to bite? It came back to bite Black women. I told you this would be a problem, right? Get this, folks. This is the talk of the town. Like this article has people up in arms. I'm going to make a connection here from this article all the way back to the Great Depression, so you can see how this has been a trend. Over 100,000 Black women lost jobs in April. Here's what's behind the surge. First of all, 100,000 is a lot of freaking people. Let's make this bigger for the people in the back.
Create content, child.
While national unemployment rate remains steady, Black women face the sharpest job losses in April, pushing their unemployment rate to a month-long high, according to recent data released by the federal government. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that Black women lost 38,000 jobs, and their unemployment increased by 106,000 last month. Their unemployment rate jumped from 6.1% up from 5.1% in March. That's a full percentage point increase in just 1 month. So last year, I ran through those unemployment numbers, even under Biden's presidency, and I was trying to explain to people at that time that unemployment rates among Black people in the U.S. were increasing. So the increase didn't start this year. It started in 2024. But this particular report is about Black women, and this all happened in the month of April. It goes on to say data from the digital platform HBCU Money shows the number of Black women employed is at a 5-month low, and their number of unemployed is at a 5-month high. Meanwhile, and this is the important part, meanwhile, other groups saw no significant changes. White women's jobless rate held steady at 3.3, and Hispanic women remained at 4.6, according to the report. Unemployment among Black men dropped slightly to 5.6%, down from 6.1% in March. This is the part I wanted to show everybody, that other groups saw no significant changes. And this is exactly why I said before, and I'll continue to say this. This is what happens when you just focus on a class-only analysis. Because if we are just focusing on class, how is it that none of those other groups saw any significant changes? Now, some of this has to do with the federal employed jobs. This is what I was saying about people losing those federal jobs. This is important to the Black community, because what people have to know is that back in the day, before all the Civil Rights Act and all that kind of stuff, when Black people were having difficulty finding those jobs through the state or local jobs, the federal government was the one that stepped in and said, we will offer federal jobs to help Black people be able to establish some type of generational wealth. And the numbers still show today, and I'm a living product of this, the numbers still show today that a lot of Black families were able to establish some type of generational wealth and become homeowners by having those federal jobs. When the cuts were made to the federal government with Elon and all his craziness, by the way, he's taken a step back recently, which he needs to just step all the way off. Those jobs that were cut heavily impacted Black Americans, because a lot of Black Americans have those federal jobs. But more importantly, Black women. There is a saying that is called last hired, first fired. That saying isn't something that people just throw around. That saying applies to Black women in particular, but Black people, because oftentimes we are last hired, first fired. We'll go into that a little bit more. Let's get back to the article. Overall, the Black unemployment rate rose to 6.3%, continuing a troubling trend. April marked the third month in a row that the number increased. Nationally, unemployment remained unchanged at 4.2. And this is important because it's easy to look at the national unemployment rate and I can say, hey, the unemployment rate hasn't increased, right? So this is how corporate media can change the narrative. If you are media that is pro-Trump, you can easily put up certain data and you can say, look, under Donald Trump, the unemployment rate hasn't increased. But what they won't dive into is the information that I just gave you. If you just look at the national rate, yeah, you could say that, but they're not looking at the rate for Black women and the Black community as a whole. Economists and labor experts opine that the numbers reflect a broader decline in diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives due to policy changes under the Trump administration. So we have to go back to this again and remember, women, what did I tell you? Women are a part of that, right? So this is why you'll see that for Black men, it shows that their unemployment decreased some, but for Black women, it increased. Remember that women, and especially Black women, you have 2 points. So let me explain what that means. In a hiring process, in an admissions process, you get 2 points because you're a woman and because you're Black, whereas a Black man would get 1 point because he's Black. So this is why a lot of times, again, last hired, first fired. It is not uncommon a lot of times for us to be hired as a last ditch. Oh, we still got a spot open. We need to fill some type of diversity. So let's hire the Black female, right? But then we're also usually the first ones that are released. William Michael Cunningham, an economist and owner of Creative Investment Research, told Black Enterprise that Black women's rising unemployment is directly tied to anti-DEI policies and federal workforce cuts under the new administration. He said Black women, particularly in government jobs, are disproportionately affected. This is demonstrably damaging to the Black community, something we have not seen before. The unusual nature of this increase in Black women's unemployment is a testament to and a direct result of anti-DEI and anti-Black focus of the new administration's policies. So when those rules, when those changes happened, people will let go. The federal jobs, those were the ones that I was warning people about. According to Cunningham, the number of Black Americans unemployed rose by 29,000 in April, reaching nearly 1.4 million. He said the labor force also shrank slightly, with 7,000 fewer people counted, as reported by Black Enterprise. April's job report also showed that federal employment fell by 9,000 jobs. Since January, it has dropped by 26,000. Black women have historically held a larger share of federal jobs, meaning these cuts have hit them especially hard. And this is true. I remember graduating undergrad, some of my friends, that was their first job out of college. They got a federal job. There were like some of my friends moved to DC. They got those federal jobs in DC, and that kind of helped them. And by the way, those jobs don't always pay much in the beginning, but when you have the federal jobs, like you get like these grade promotions, right? So you can have a job that's like a GS1 or a GS2, like that type of grade, but you know that you'll be able to get promoted. It's a little bit different for those of us that worked in the private sector or those of us that even worked in higher education, because I never got promoted in higher education. If I wanted a higher level position, I had to apply for that job and interview for it. But with those federal jobs, you knew that you could get those promotions, right? Employment in industries like retail and hospitality is also down. Those sectors employ a large number of Black women, which adds to the impact. I want to say something about retail and hospitality. When the economy's not good and people are trying to stretch their money, one of the first things to go is retail and hospitality. One of the first things that people will stop doing when prices are high and they're trying to make money last is that they'll say, I'm not going to go out to eat. We're not going to go out to eat. We're just going to cook at home. That's usually one of the first things to go. And then also retail, like, no, we're not going out buying clothes or shoes or anything like that. And as someone who worked retail, when the store is slow, It's not uncommon for management to say you can go ahead and go home. Sometimes they'll have people leave early unless you were scheduled to close. Same thing with the restaurant. If you're a waitress and the restaurant is really slow, it's not uncommon for the manager to cut people from the floor because they can't really explain having you there if you don't have any tables. Andre M. Perry, a senior fellow at Brookings Institution, pointed to similar concerns. The layoffs at the federal level where Black people are more represented, the impacts of the tariffs, particularly on small businesses that hire Black women, and just the overall use of DEI as a slur, all of these factors are probably at play. DEI programs, especially in government and corporate settings, have been reduced and eliminated under new federal policies. Some large companies have also pulled back on such initiatives in response to political pressure and lawsuits. As a result, roles tied to DEI have disappeared. For many Black women, those with career entry points or promotion paths that no longer exist. So, yeah, I'm not going to mention their name on here, but I was talking to someone recently who just got laid off, just lost their job, been working at said company for years because of this particular, the policy change. But this isn't new. This has been a problem for a while. I want to bring you to this video here. This is from the Griot. This video was published 3 years ago. Unemployment rate for Black women outpaces all other groups. 3 years ago, not too long after the pandemic. Listen to this.
According to the latest job report released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, every racial group in America saw a dip in unemployment claims, except for Black people. The unemployment rate for Black America actually rose to 7.1% in December, up from 6.5% in November. Black women especially have experienced the highest downturn in employment of any group. According to the data, the unemployment among Black women climbed from 4.9% in November to 6.2% in December.
What this shows you, again, 3 years ago, not too long after the pandemic, is that when there are these issues with unemployment, when we have economic issues in the United States, Black people are hit the hardest, in particular, Black women. This is why, and I continue to say this, and you need to spread this to your friends as well. This is why I think it's not good to tell people to just focus on class, because there are certain groups that are hit harder. When there's an economic downturn, data shows that Black people are hit hardest. Not only that, but even after unemployment, it takes us longer to find employment again. And I'll get into the reasons about that as well.
Simultaneously, the unemployment rate for white women has fallen to its lowest mark since the pandemic at 3.1%. Much has been made about America's labor shortage, but do these numbers reflect an opportunity shortage or a disparity in the wages being offered to Black workers? Joining us to discuss is the Dean of the College of Ethnic Studies at California State University at Los Angeles, Dr. Julianne Malveaux. So, Julianne, I'm trying to understand these numbers, and I'm hoping that you can make them make sense for us. Why would Black unemployment rates go up when they went down for every other racial group in America?
Well, there's this little word that begins with R called racism. I think you put it more kindly when you called it an opportunity gap. I mean, the fact is that we're still last hired, first fired. We still, especially in the industries that we seem to see more growth, like the service industries, hospitality, that's where unconscious bias really comes out. But the other thing, Charles, that's happening is that Black people are also leaving the labor force. Black women especially are leaving the labor force. Why? COVID gave people the opportunity to reevaluate their lives. Now, some of the people leaving are starting businesses, doing all kinds of creative things, but others are simply leaving because they don't like the way they're treated in the workplace, and they have the opportunity to look for some different things. Some people are calling it the Great Resignation, the number of people who left their jobs. But be clear, it's happening to Black women much more acutely than to others.
Now, here's one thing I want to mention that they don't get into in this particular conversation, and that's networking. And here's the thing, folks. Networking actually matters. It really does, especially in corporate America. And a lot of times people won't tell you this. Like they'll say, oh yeah, I applied for that job and then I got the interview. But they may kind of sometimes leave out that like they happen to know the HR hiring, manager. They knew the HR manager, or they knew the hiring manager, or they already had a friend that worked in said department at that company. And I bring this up to compare it to like Black women in the job force and all this kind of stuff to say this. A lot of times we don't have the networking. A lot of times we don't know the right people to get said job. And you have to think about this. When you apply for a job, it's not just you applying for that position. Depending on the job, depending on the demand, there can be anywhere from 50 to 500 people applying for that same job. Your resume alone is not enough to make you stand out to get that job. So oftentimes what people do, and I've seen people do it and I've done it myself after I learned this, the hard way, a lot of times what people will do is they will reach out to someone that they already know who works there that can help them get an in, or at least get the interview, right? Because like I said, you're not the only person that's applying for these jobs. This applicant tracking system, particularly in the corporate jobs, higher ed, et cetera, it kind of just speeds through these resumes and it selects keywords from the resume that will apply to the job description. That's another hidden thing that some people aren't aware of. You kind of have to tailor your resume to the job description. It's a pain in the ass because that means you're changing your resume all the time. But you do kind of need to have those keywords. But the way that you get around all of this is by networking. Some people used to refer to this as a good old boys club, but women have clubs too. And if you look at some of the universities, they also have a network. The reality is that Harvard University, Stanford University, these schools have a different type of network than, let's say, the University of South Carolina. And I know because I've seen it. The companies that went to recruit students at Harvard, Boston University, MIT, et cetera, are not the same companies that came to my undergrad. There are certain companies that will only recruit at elite institutions. And people who have attended those schools like Harvard and Yale, they establish a network while they're at that university. And these people help each other out to get.
But it's, I hope you guys are listening to Sabrina, right? Because I watched this video, right? Because, Sabrina's a socialist. She's a socialist, right? And she has a big heart for Black people. But I do too. But my approach is very different because I really feel like at some point, like I said early on the live, right? We as Black people, we're going to have to realize that this right here is a competition. We're just too passive. Like we're just way too passive. Because even the fact that the federal government hired so many Black women like that, that's not good. That is not good. Because nobody should even aspire to work for the federal government. Like, girl, what? No. Okay? No. Okay? If the federal government is the number one hire of Black women, that is incredibly problematic. Because off the rip, it's like the federal government doesn't even pay as much as corporate. The public sector will never pay you as much as the private sector. So it's like, why are Black women disproportionately going to the public sector? Like, what is going on? You know what I mean? I'm like, why are you not competitive enough to get hired in the private sector, right? And then I feel like you spin the block. It all goes back to ownership. You don't have enough Black people owning stuff. And so when you don't have enough Black people owning stuff, or even when it comes to like shareholders and things of the sort, so therefore Black people can't create jobs for other Black people. Black people can't give jobs to other Black people. So you go into corporate world, most likely you'll deal with Ashkenazi Jews because they own a lot of stuff. You'll deal with Asian people, South Asian people, white people, right? You're dealing with corporations that are owned by non-Black people. And those people will do what? They'll favor their own people first. They will favor their own people first. So consequently, I guess if you're Black, you kind of have to go for the federal government to give you a job. And I'm like, that right there too is really, really concerning, because the number one hire of Black women should not be, even Black people period, should not be the federal government, because it's not the most competitive arena. Like public sector money, no. Are you okay? You might have good benefits, but it's like, how much money are you really making? Right? And then you see over generations, if you have more Black people working in the federal government, then you have less Black people in the private sector. Then long term, you're not going to have an amazing network of Black people in the private sector. So therefore, they can't recruit other Black people in there, because you barely have enough Black people in there in the first place. Hopefully I'm making sense, right? Because you have more Black people in the public sector. So most likely it's probably a lot easier for a Black person to recruit another Black person, but you're going to come work for the federal government as opposed to working for a private business. I don't like that. Okay. Number two, I will also say this. I'm like, okay, because it's like, to me, these things are very cyclical. Oh, what's up, Uncle Charles, right? To me, these things are also very cyclical. Is that we know everything that goes up, it goes down. So my thing is, when the money's good, overall, when the American economy is doing good, right? What are Black people also doing with their money? You know, because I'm like, there's going to have to come a point where Black people also understand that everything that goes up, it going to come down, right? So right now the economy is good, but if it goes bad, what's the plan, right? It also goes back to financial literacy. It's that it's not even just how much money you make, right? But it's how much money you save. It's your credit score. So when the economy is good, when money's coming in, what are you doing with your money? And what are you doing about your credit score? Because one day the economy is not going to do that well. It never fails. Like what, every 8 to 10 years or whatever, we have a boom and a like bust cycle, whatever it is, right? It's like you have to prepare for these things. And that's why I say savings that matter. Savings matter. Your credit score matters, right? And also living below your means, it matters. Because it's true. I will never deny it. America's racist. But at the same time, too, it's like there comes a time where you also have to learn. You understand? Like, okay, I know it's racist. And because America is racist, I need to look out for myself. And what does that look like? When the economy is doing well, what am I doing with my money? You know, because when I was listening to Sabrina, I was like, this is really giving like the cicada and the ant, because the cicada was having a good old time singing and dancing, wearing a suit. Meanwhile, the ant was working the whole time. I was like, girl, you work too much. It's like, no, I don't. Okay. Because winter is coming. Right? But I'm like, do Black people also plan for winter? Because there comes a time you have to recognize, okay, we're usually the last to get hired and we're the first to get fired. Okay. So when are you going to start planning accordingly? Right? When are you going to start planning accordingly? Another thing I'm also going to say is that most likely if you're the last to get hired, you probably don't have degrees that are truly meaningful. Right? And this is why I feel like when it comes to going to college, because you know, especially with the election, you saw a lot of these ladies, especially on CNN, all these Black women making fun of these Black guys for not going to college. But I was like, no, the joke is on you. Because if you're going to college to get a basic ass degree, you shouldn't even go. If a young man doesn't really know why he wants to go to college and he wants to pick up a trade, that's actually a whole lot smarter. Because you should go to college with a vision. Oh, I want to major in this, and that. But you don't go to college to party. Okay, that's not the point, because it's expensive, right? So it's like it's better for you to go get a trade than to go to college just to have an overpriced piece of paper that really can't get you a job. And that's what I was saying about this whole student loan stuff, because that's what I was telling Lacey, that is that young people, when you go to college, like I think at the schools, like student accounts, they should also have career counselors to talk to young people. Okay, you want to major in psychology. Here's how much you're probably going to make. Let these young people know, hey, you want to pick African-American studies, no problem. But when you leave this place, you're more likely to make $40,000 a year. Are you okay with that? Right? You want to go pick psychology, undergrad, most likely you'll make less than $50,000. Okay? You want to go pick, I don't know, marketing, I don't know, whatever this degree, like people have to sit down with these young people, 18, 19, and let them know this major that you have chosen for yourself, here's how much you're likely to make. Here's how long it might take you to even get your first job. Here's how many internships you should have before you graduate college. Otherwise, yeah, it's giving unemployment. Okay. But I think there's a problem that a lot of young Black people also are not picking the hardest degrees possible that can make it so you're not the last to get hired. You're probably the first to get hired, and you're most likely the last to get fired because what you have or the talent that you bring to the business, it's really hard to find. You know, but if you have a degree that's easily replaceable, or especially now too, if you have a degree that AI can do it, it's like, do they actually need you? So then why is that your major? You know, because I feel like some majors by now need to be banned. I'm like, it could be like a minor, right? But I think that some majors should no longer be allowed to be majors. They should be a minor, like a minor in psychology, yes, a minor in law enforcement, a minor in African American studies. Like certain things, you should not be allowed to take these things as a major, because what job are you going to do with this? How much money are you going to make? And how long is it going to take you to even get a job? So no, you're not doing this. Okay? Because I'm like, we really have to reconsider this whole collegiate thing, because it's not giving what it was promised to do. Okay? Yeah, they should not. Yeah, some majors should not be majors. They need to be minors, because these young people will not get jobs. So, and you have these young people, taking all these loans, all this money. They're signing up for all these loans when they're not even going to have a job to even make half this money. So why are you doing this? And I'm like, these schools need to be sued for that. They need to be sued. You know, but I'm like, because some of these things they call a major should be a minor. You can minor in psychology. You can minor in criminal justice. You can minor in political science. But we need you to pick something harder. Okay? And I also feel like they need to add more math. Like people need to have more math classes in order to graduate college. This is insanity. You know? But I'm like, to me, yes, racism is real. But I also feel like if you're the last to get hired and you're the first to get fired, it kind of gives that your degree wasn't worth it. Because I don't think they're going to just sit here. Like if somebody has a degree in like software engineering, Black or not, I don't think you're going to be one of the first ones to get fired, because they actually need you. Right? But I just feel like a lot of Black people, especially Black women, are not majoring in majors that truly make you hard to replace. Right? But if you have a major that they can just go to AI and they can just get an AI model to do it, of course they're going to fire you. And this is why I said earlier in the lives, like Black parents have to be so careful of talking negatively about math and science in front of their kids, right? Oh, this is hard. This is so hard. This is so hard. How hard, right? Yeah, it's hard. But the hard majors are the ones that are hard to replace. There you go. So therefore, you got to encourage Black children to not be afraid of what is hard, because the more you do stuff that's hard and the more comfortable you are doing stuff that's really hard, these companies cannot replace you as easily. They can't just use AI to replace you. And it's very concerning. I'm like, to me, it's really unfortunate, you know, because I don't think all these Black women saw the day of artificial intelligence like, oh, damn, a computer can do my job. Yeah. Right? So that's number one. Number two is that I think it's extremely problematic to have the federal government be the number one biggest hirer of Black women. That is crazy. Because why aren't these women capable of getting jobs in the private sector? What is going on? And most likely because the majors are not good enough. Number three, the lack of networking. I agree with that too. But unfortunately, if you don't have enough Black people in corporate, right, who can open these doors? Because when it comes to corporate, when it comes to world of business, everybody looks out for their own. You guys, it's a real competition. People can be polite, people can be friendly, but out here, it's every ethnicity for itself. It's every race for itself. You know, an Asian person is not going to open the door for a Black person. You understand? And Indian people, they go somewhere, they only want to give jobs to other Indians, right? It's the same thing for Asians. It's the same thing for whites. You know, it's like it's everybody out here for themselves, because people are not going to they're not going to take bread out of their people's mouth to give to you. No, it doesn't work like that. And I feel like we're the only ones who don't want to accept, like, we don't want to accept the reality of things. And we are excessively passive. We do not like to compete. And we don't understand that this right here is a competition. It's a real competition. You know what I'm saying? Indian people always look out for Indian people. They will not look out for you. They'll be polite though, but they don't care. Because if you leave this job, that's one more brother, sister he can put in your place. Okay? The Korean's not going to look out for you. The Chinese person's not going to look out for you. The white person is not going to look out for you. Right? So that's the real thing. You know, and then also when the money comes in, when the economy is good, Black people, we got to start being more responsible with the money. So much money wasted on hair, $1,000 wigs, $2,000 wigs, $5,000 Beyonce concert. You know, we are a people who don't take money seriously. We don't respect money. We truly do not respect money. Like sometimes if you didn't know any better, just off of social media alone, you would think every Black person is a millionaire. When in reality, we are so financially illiterate and we live off of credit. And we love to gaslight ourselves. Like we need help. Like we really need help, right? But we love to spend money to make other people feel as though we've made it, we've arrived. We're always trying to buy status instead of actually being honest with ourselves. Like, yeah, it's good for now, but it could be bad tomorrow. Do I have enough money saved up, right? But we don't save money. We don't do investments, right? We don't repair our credit. We don't want to live below our means. We love watching all these stupid shows, Married to Medicine, Housewives of Potomac, Housewives of Atlanta. You know, we want to keep up with celebrities. They also lying to themselves, right? We don't take money seriously. And so when times are good, we're not making the right investments. And then when times get bad, it rains all over us. So I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Because water is wet. White folks are racist. But at some point, you also got to look at yourself and say, yeah, of course it's in the blood. We're all the same, right? But it's like we got to look at ourselves and say, like, okay, what are we going to do about it? When are we going to start changing? You know, because it goes up, it goes down. It goes up, it goes down. And you feel as though we never learned. Like, okay, if it's up, it's going to come down. I don't know when, but it will come down eventually. So how am I preparing myself for the eventually? We just don't care. You know what I'm saying? We don't care. Like even when I saw like how much money the girls were wasting going to a Beyonce concert, from the concert tickets, their outfits, flying to Paris. You would think all these Black girls were multimillionaires catching flights to Paris to go watch Beyonce. What a luxury. The whole time they were using COVID money. Living like this is going to be like this forever. No, Beyonce's rich and she's not going to give this money back. But I'm like, we just don't take money seriously. $4,000. There's this one girl, she does like tips, like K-tips, like it's like the glue stuff in your hair. And it's like one set of K-tips is like $5,000. And I'm like, why are you putting $5,000 worth of hair on your head? What are you doing? What the fuck are we doing? Right? But it's like, we don't care about money. We are so immature. Like we are truly, truly immature. We don't care about money. All we do is just spend money. And we think it's cute. We look hella crazy. We look crazy. We truly look crazy. So I'm like, at some point, we're going to have to say to ourselves, like, yeah, we're not that rich. And we have to stop pretending, right? We have to stop pretending. We're not rich. Stop pretending. We don't have more money than the Asian people. But you see us on social media, you would think we're the richest people in the world. It's like, no, that is not the case. We're so damn loud, right? But I'm like, a time is going to have to come where we realize water is wet. So what you going to do about it? Get yourself a freaking umbrella, okay? Hey. But if you don't take money seriously, when you're making money, you're not investing. When you don't want to have self-awareness to realize that, hey, Black people are usually the first to get fired, the last to get hired. If that don't do something to you and make you want to move differently and make you want to save your money, make you want to invest your money, I don't know what else to tell you. But it's like we keep like, especially people like Sabrina. I like Sabrina, but my problem with Sabrina is that the way Sabrina looks at life, because she's a socialist, It's like she expects everybody to change but Black people. No. A racist will be a racist. At some point, you got to stop wanting racist people to change. Like, you cannot control other people. You can only control yourself. You can only control yourself, right? And you cannot be mad at anybody for being tribal. Like, it's like, listen, it makes sense, right? If you're white, you look out for white people. If you're Asian, you look out for Asian people. You know what I'm saying? You can't be mad at that. You got to be mad at yourself for not being tribal, right? You got to mad at yourself. If you don't pick the right major and then you get played, you can't be mad at these people because you still had a choice to make. You picked this major and now look, you can't make no money, right? That's like, what can you do, right? The whole, like, the lack of ownership, that Black people do not own a lot of things. Big consumers, not that many owners, right? It's very easy to consume, but it's really hard to own. So if you don't have lots of Black ownership, a lot of Black people then cannot create jobs, right? But I'm like, just think about, just the hair stuff, like how much money, especially in America, Black women spend on hair. Billions and billions of dollars they spend on hair. But most of that money is going to Asia, right? Most of that money is going to Asia. And when you tell Black women, like, okay, y'all need to cut it back on them wigs, stop wearing all these wigs and weaves and stuff like that, like, start wearing your own hair, they get into their feelings. Like, oh, you can't tell me what to do. You trying to police a Black woman's body. Yeah, and I'm trying to police your money too. Because my thing is, the less you buy these wigs and these weaves from these Asians, you're more likely to buy hair care products, right? And maybe, hopefully, you'll buy hair care products with another Black woman. So instead of your money going to Asia, your money stays right here in the Black community. You get the hair product, she gets the money, and then she hires more Black people, right? But I'm like, even little things like that, like little things like wearing your own hair, even that also keeps money in the Black community, right? Doing your own nails or finding a Black woman who knows how to do nails instead of always going to the Vietnamese people. And I'm like, how often do you see Vietnamese people buy from Black people? Make it make sense. Right? But you're always so quick to part with your money. But then you cry that, oh my gosh, I don't have money. I'm the first to get fired, and I'm the first to get fired, the last to get hired. Okay. Whose fault is that? You know, we truly have to, like, we truly have to grow up when it comes to our relationship with money, because we do not have a healthy relationship with money. We're very immature when it comes to money. We are just way too immature when it comes to money. We'll waste our credit on utter foolishness. We will waste our credit on, like, consumer goods. It's like, okay, like, what the heck? Like, what is this? Right? Credit is for meaningful stuff. We're just wasting on foolishness. Something that makes me feel good. Okay, no problem. But when you see that we don't own stuff, we don't have money, we have to always beg other people to give us jobs, we have to always go beg somebody to hire us. Okay. Right? But at some point, you also have to look at yourself and be like, how am I in this predicament? How am I in this predicament? Now, I'm always the one that has to go to somebody's school. I'm always the one that has to go knock at somebody else's door for a job. I got to go knock over here for a little bit of credit. I got to go do. Why are we not resourceful? That's a real question. And I'm like, and as soon as the day, or as soon as people start asking themselves these kinds of questions, I think a lot of people are going to start making better decisions. But we just don't treat money with the respect it deserves. We truly don't. We truly do not. And as we can see, time, it really flies. Time flies. Today you're 30, tomorrow you're 50, and then you're 60. Time really flies. And as long as Black people do not make the science of money a priority, to me, I'm like, these cycles, they're going to keep happening. And yes, a few Black people might escape the cycle of debt and the cycle of poverty, but it's not enough Black people for us to really be proud of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, the number is not significant enough. But the issue is, we got to encourage young Black people to pick better majors. If you're going to go to college, you need to be there for something serious. Otherwise, just don't go. Do not go. And there's no stigma if you choose not to go. Pick a trade. Do something with your hands, or become a content creator. What do I know? Right? Another thing too, when you decide to get a job where you make money, take money seriously. Study money. Learn as much as you can about money. Learn as much as you can about investments. Learn as much as you can about your credit. You want to have good credit. You want to have great credit, right? We gotta stop all this weird behavior. Stay away from payday loans, title loans, pawn shops. You name it. Stay away from this BS. Stay away from all that, right? Prioritize saving. Like when you have stuff, try to use it as much as possible. Try to wear things as much as possible. Let's normalize cooking. Cook your own food, right? Let's normalize reheating food. You can eat leftovers. You're not going to die. You are truly, truly not going to die, right? You have a car, use your car until the car actually dies on you, right? You don't need to have a Mercedes. Don't need to have the latest Mercedes. You don't need to have these expensive cars because your first priority should be, I need to have whatever the car is 100,000. Do you even have 100,000 in savings? No. Okay, there you go. So that's not the car for you. That's not the car for you. Let's normalize wearing Coach. Okay, you don't have Louis Vuitton money. Okay, but I do. No, you don't. If you have to save to buy it, it's not for you. There's nothing wrong with wearing Coach. Actually, Coach has actual real leather, actually, right? Do you have to buy Louis Vuitton? Do you have to buy this? You have to buy that? No, you don't. You can wear Coach. And you can have one bag. Where are you going anyways? Okay? We have to normalize this. Going out to eat, dinner with my friends, for what? Y'all need to normalize eating in the house. Okay? I cook this, you cook that. We buy some alcohol, we come to the house, we drink it. We have to normalize saving money. We have to normalize treating money with the respect it deserves. Okay? Because money is a powerful resource, but we just squander our money. We squander our money. We squander our money. Oh, but how come Black women only get 2% of like what investment funds? Because this money belongs to Jewish people. Why would a Jewish man give a Black woman money to start a business? Why can the Black woman go to a Black man who's out here talking about he bought this, he spends this money at the strip club, wumpty wump wump? Why can the Black girl go to the Black man and ask for a loan? Right? You see how much money Black men be wasting in the strip clubs? It's all of them, from celebrities, basketball players, entertainers, to a regular person, right? They will spend a fortune at the strip club, but do not want to invest in Black-owned businesses. But then you want the Jewish man to do it? No, it's a competition. And everybody needs to have their financial priorities in order. Black people need to be the first one to get in line, okay? But you cannot go to a different community and ask for money when they see how much money we spend on the internet. We're always the ones to have the latest this, the latest that. We're always at the Paris fashion shows. We always have this, and that. We display so much wealth on social media and in these music videos. Why are we going to other communities and asking them for money? It makes no sense to me. So I'm like, financial literacy, it truly, truly has to be a priority for Black people. It truly does. And the more and more Black people start to care about money, start to care about financial literacy, these ups and downs of the economy, they're going to be more sustainable because you see it coming, you prepare for it, you save for it, and then you're good to go. You're good to go, right? But it's when you have bad credit and you live in paycheck to paycheck. It's horrible. It's horrible to lose your job. It's horrible to not know what's going to happen tomorrow, right? Because you didn't plan. You did not plan, right? Also, the other thing also about encouraging young people to not get married, another thing that's incredibly stupid, because two people paying the bills is better than one person paying everything by herself or paying everything by himself. Right? But there's this new trend now. I got to marry a high value man. I got to marry a multimillionaire. I got to marry. No, you don't. No, you don't. Nobody needs to be married to a multimillionaire to be happy. Right? And my thing is, are you even a multimillionaire yourself? Probably not. Okay. Do you even know how to balance your own checkbook? Probably not. So why would you want to marry someone that has the stuff in order when you don't? Make it make sense. Right? But this hatred for marriage, this hatred for people coming together and building a family together and putting their finances together and paying stuff as a couple versus living by yourself and paying everything by yourself, that also, it's hard. It's hard. Some of the wealthiest people, not just in America, but some of the wealthiest people in the world are married people. And it makes sense why, right? But how much money can you really save when you're always paying everything by yourself? And then you pay more taxes because you're a single body. So you pay more taxes. So we also have to encourage people to get married, right? And there's no perfect person. Listen, marriage is not easy. But also being by yourself, is that also easy? Probably not. Okay. But I'm like, a lot of our attitudes around money, it truly, truly has to change. And a lot of our attitudes about partnership and marriage also, they truly have to change. All these goofy ass gender wars, it needs to stop because people, you're not doing better by yourself. Nobody truly is. Two is better than one. It really is. So I'm like, Sabrina, I hear you, but girl.
Not just the entry level position, but throughout their careers. They bounce off of each other. Some people establish these networks at birth because their parents already had those associations. Their dad or their mom went to Harvard or went to Yale. They already have a connection. This was something that I noticed when I was in undergrad. I noticed that it seemed like, a good portion of like my white friends and white colleagues, they weren't stressed about getting an entry level like job out of undergrad like I was because they already had connections. And this is what I'm saying. In particular with Black women, oftentimes they're shut out of those spaces where those connections happen. So if you're not attending those elite institutions, or your parents didn't attend those institutions, or you're not a part of the women's club, or how they have like these women's organizations and stuff like that where they help each other out. This is how a lot of times we miss out. Networking does matter. And I can tell you this, you can have the best resume. You can be the smartest person in the room, but the person sitting next to you could get that job over you simply because they know someone that works there. Let's go on and I'll tell you how we can fix this.
Yeah, but see, that was the confusing thing to me because I was trying to also understand how the Great Resignation was overlapping with this rise in unemployment rate. But when you leave the market, you're no longer looking for a job. You don't show up in this unemployment rate. So these are people who are actively looking, right? So the two things didn't seem to really dovetail to me. If you were, people are leaving, obviously, as you say. And it is starting a little mini boom of, Black-owned businesses because people are basically starting little businesses out of their homes, or maybe it's just them, maybe it's their family, maybe it's one employee or two. But there's also, seems to be, what these numbers say, is there also Black people coming back into the labor market looking for jobs and not finding them.
No, that's exactly right. That's what's happening. You have a lot of people. First of all, we've known all the economic news. The child tax credit may be going away. This and that may be going away. So there's pressure for people to find work. So they're looking for work because there's pressure for them to find it. They have economic challenges, but the work is not there. You hear about labor shortages, as you say, but these labor shortages are not universal. These labor shortages are shortages basically for those who are favored. Many who are highly educated, and we know there's an education gap, but many who have other, basically other advantages. They have family, they have people who will hire them. Or, I just had a student tell me.
They have families that would hire them. And that's why I say, fix your credit. Fix your credit. I imagine a lot of parents too. I'm like, a lot of Black parents back in the day, they truly, truly could have bought a McDonald's. They could have bought a McDonald's. They could have bought, sometimes you sit here and you think about how much money some Black families have wasted into cars, clothes, shoes, They could have bought a franchise with that kind of money. Could have bought a franchise. And you hold on to it for 10, 20 years. Not only can you get another one, maybe you can have multiple ones, right? But that's something that you can pass on to your kids. So when your kids graduate, they don't have to go, where am I going to get a job? Where am I going to work? No, your parents have a job waiting for you. Your family has a job waiting for you, right? And also, even a lot of Asian people, they have restaurants, they have grocery stores, they're cleaners, they have a lot of small businesses. But it's like by the time you're done with your education, there's always a job waiting for you. You don't have to go somewhere and ask somebody to give you a job. Okay. You don't have to do that. Right. But it's like, we don't have that kind of mindset, because I think like something's happened where a lot of Black people just consider themselves to just work to consume. I work so I can have a paycheck and buy the things I want. Not, okay, maybe I work, make the money, save the money, and then look for investment opportunities so that when my kids are in their 30s, they can work for the family, or they can invest this money or do something, right? It's not just enough to just work just to pay the bills. You know what I'm saying? It's not enough to work just to pay the bills. You got to have a bigger vision, right? When my kids are in their 20s, their 30s, can I give them a job? Can I make it easier for them to start their own businesses, right? But, just work so you go to school, go to college, then you're going to go apply for a job somewhere. No. But there's a lot of Black people, I'm saying, they could have used that money back in the days, like in the 90s. They could have used that money. They could have bought a Subway. They could have bought a Pizza Hut. They could have bought a Papa John's franchise. They could have bought a McDonald's franchise, and it wouldn't have been easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm like, by now, only God knows how much money they would have made. And let me tell you this too, right? Let me show you this before I go. No, sorry, before we move on, hold on. This is why Marlene, I recommend that you really get into this book, okay? I tried to watch it last time, but something happened here, right? But I truly, truly do recommend that if you're Black and you're a parent or soon to be a parent, I don't know, but I definitely recommend that you get into this book by Dennis Kimbrough, because he has a book called The Wealth Choice, right? Tried watching this last time, but it would have been left, right? But it's like, you really, really need to, you need to prioritize saving money. You need to prioritize investing, right? But I'm like, The Wealth Choice by Dennis Kimbrough, I think that's a great book. That is a great book, because the more you read books like this, you start to understand that as a parent, as a Black adult, my job is not just to work, make money, go shopping, right? But go to work, make money, invest some of the money so that later on, I can create opportunities for my own children. Because you should not want your kids to have to go knock on doors for a job. I mean, if that's what they want to do. But it's like, it will be nice to know my mommy has a job for me. My dad has a job for me, right? And this is why we truly have to care about ownership. It really matters. Like, Black ownership matters, right? Even if you can't have the biggest company in the world, but that at least you can give a steady job to your kids, that your kids do not have to go out here and knock on other people's doors to get a job. That is crazy. That is really crazy. Hold on. Oh, my nose.
Color. It was interesting. Meanwhile, I've told young people, if you see one ad, these little coffee shops have wanted signs, go in. But I don't know to tell them that when it's not clear that racism is gone.
The part that she misses in this whole conversation, though, is the networking piece. Like, she doesn't bring that up. She doesn't mention that oftentimes we just don't have the network. We just don't. I mean, come on, guys. Like, think about this for a second. If you don't know your chances are better if you know somebody working there than if you don't know somebody working there, right? So I say we've gone from 0 to 10, because if you look at it now, like, this is crazy that this many jobs have been lost. It's absolutely insane. But I want to get into where last hired, first fired comes from. This goes all the way back to the Great Depression, and you'll see this here. Last hired, first fired, how the Great Depression affected African Americans. While no group escaped the economic devastation of the Great Depression, few suffered more than African Americans, who experienced the highest unemployment rate during the 1930s. This article here is written by a white man. And this is what I was trying to explain. It's not to say that no one else is suffering. Other people are struggling too, maybe struggling too. But when these things happen, when unemployment takes a hit here in the United States, it impacts the Black community harsher. And it's because of some of the things I told you. Obviously.
Yeah, but the issue is, Sabrina, the Great Depression was in 1930s. So I'm like, in less than 5 years, it's going to be 100 years, a century. So it's like at the same time, you got to say, okay, a century almost has gone by. What have Black people learned? Like the first time it happens, I can see why you're shocked. Like, what the heck? Like, what's going on? Right? But okay, then you get to year 25. Then you get to year 50, right? Because we've had a few recessions out here. Then you get to like even 2008. What have Black people learned from that? Right? Like, then you fast forward until now. I'm like, in 5 years, it's going to be 100 years. What lessons have been learned from all of this? And what behaviors have changed or been implemented to like mitigate from this kind of stuff happening? Because like I said, water is wet. America is racist. And you can keep complaining about that. But when are you also going to say to yourself, okay, this is how this game goes, right? And because that's how the game goes, how exactly am I going to prepare myself so I don't get wet? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know, like we also, to me, it's like you also got to take accountability. But I'm like, at some point, America is racist, womp. But it's like, because America is racist, Black people should always have that in the back of their minds. Like, this season of greatness or this season of prosperity is not always going to last, right? So while America is prosperous, how am I preparing myself for when it's not prosperous? Because I know the first person on chopping block is going to be my Black ass. So once you know that, then how do you move? Because you know that day is coming, right? It might be 5 years from now. It might be 8 years from now. But the day is coming nonetheless. So that eventually, like, as you go through the years, less and less and less, it becomes Black people who are always first to be on the chopping block. You also, like, to me, I'm like, even with nature, that's what evolution is. It's like, okay, first you get your ass killed, but the more you come back, you should learn from this and not be so quick to kill, right? You should not be so quick to kill. But it's like, if 100 years have gone by and Black people are still the first to get shot like that, like the first to get fired still, then it's like people are not learning anything. And that right there is problematic, you know, because you have 100 years to learn a lesson. You haven't learned anything. What is going on? I'm like, how long is this going to take for people to realize this is how it goes? Every single time, this is how it goes. So at some point, you have to say to yourself, what am I doing that the next time around, they're not going to get my ass? Right? That's why I say, like, when you think about the story of the cicada and the ant, it's like the cicada never planned because it was summertime. The weather was beautiful. Like, I'm okay. I can sing every day. I can sing all day. Right? But the ant knew good time don't last always. So you better get ready. And indeed, winter came and the cicada was not ready because the cicada never foresaw that the summer is not going to last forever. There's going to be a season when you cannot work. And when you can't work, you need to make sure that you have a storehouse full of food to contain yourself until you can work again, right? Which is why savings, they matter. When it's prosperous, don't spend all your money, right? Because you have to think about the season when it's not going to be prosperous. And that's why you want to have savings so that when it's not prosperous, your savings can hold you out because we don't know how long it's going to last. But I just feel like we have a relationship with money. It's like Kanye said, we spend the money before we even get it. And that's what I feel like. And this is why I feel like buy now, pay later, like Klarna, is really problematic because you are committing yourself financially to money that you have not even made yet. Oh yeah, I'm sure I have $30 later. Oh, I'm sure I have $50 in 2 weeks. I'm sure I have this in 2 weeks. How do you know? Do you have savings? Do you have other streams of income that you can say, yeah, I know for a fact? No, you're just assuming. Meanwhile, you work for somebody. What if he decides to fire you by tomorrow? What you gonna do? Right? But we engage ourselves, like we commit ourselves financially to these loans and these buy now, pay later schemes, right? When we depend on a person keeping us employed and we have no power over that because you can go to work tomorrow and people say, oh yeah, no, right? What you gonna do? But you can only say, oh yes, I know for a fact I can pay you $50 tomorrow. I can pay you $50 2 weeks from now. When you have multiple streams of income, because then you are responsible right? You decide how much you make. You're responsible for your streams of income. You are responsible for your investments. So you can say, yeah, because I have this investment, I have this stream of income, therefore I can commit to doing it because I'm going to have the money. But when you rely on somebody else to give you a job for you to come into some money, it's really hard. It's really, really hard. And if something bad happens, what do? It's like a house of cards that just collapses. And here is the person financially ruined, you know? So I just feel like we have to have more respect for money. We got to be more mindful of money. We have to educate ourselves more about money. We got to be more patient with the money, right? We have to really let savings be savings, you know, and truly, truly live below our means. And we also have to be comfortable with people thinking that we're broke. I think too many Black people are extremely sensitive about being called broke. Oh, they can't think I'm broke. They can't think I'm a dusty. They can think whatever they want to think. Who cares? Right? Because you should have a financial plan for yourself, like 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And that should be your goal. So if that makes you appear to be broke, then so be it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You cannot steer away from your financial plans and your financial goals because somebody's going to call you broke. They call everybody broke. You know what I'm saying? But you got to know what's right for you. You see, like me personally, I made a choice not to get a new car because I don't like car payments. I truly don't like car payments, right? So I drive a 2007 Toyota Camry, and like it works for me because I don't like car notes. I truly, truly do not like car notes, right? And you can be like, oh my gosh, Berlin drives this car, she broke. It doesn't matter. Think whatever you want, and maybe I am broke. It's okay. America's broke too, you know. But I just do not want a car note. Because to me, a car payment for 3 years, a car payment for 5 years, y'all, it feels like somebody wants to put a noose around my neck. I just can't commit to that. It's just too serious. I said, okay, my next car, I'll probably pay in cash, or I need to have all the money up front and I can put the money in a bank account and just let the people like you know, auto draft the money or something like that, you know. But just paying a car every month for 5 years or whatever, like it's just too much for me. I hate paying people money. I just don't like how it feels. I do not like how it feels. I don't like it, right? I don't like it. I don't like schedules like that. I just don't like that, right? But for some people it might work. For me, it's just not a thing. So I'm like, if my car works just fine, what's the problem, right? My little sister, she has a Mercedes. My mom has a Mercedes too, but I'm like, me, Marlene, it's not for me, right? It's just not for me. Some people care a whole lot about what car they drive because they want people to see them on a certain thingy. Me, I could care less how you see me. I am tired. I am really tired, right? But it's like your financial objectives, like they truly have to matter to you. And when you have financial goals for yourself, you truly have to separate like your, I guess, like your sense of self-worth. Like, oh, but people are going to say this about me. Child, listen, people will always have something to say. But you got to know what you're doing this for, right? And your why has to be bigger than what people have to say about you, right? But we need to normalize driving cars until the cars, they actually like die out. And then you're like, okay, now I can really get a new car because I sucked the life out of this car, right? We really have to be more mindful about money. We got to be mindful. You'll see people out here, these young ladies are like spending $2,000 a month on a car note. And none of that money is even going towards the principal. It's like, what the freak? Just to say I drive a Mercedes, like to me, that's just slavery. $2,000 a year, that's $24,000 for what? And none of that money, like, so I guess the girl, she paid like almost like $40,000, but only like $5,000 went towards the principal. Everything else was just interest. I'm like, this is insanity. This is insanity. You could have driven Uber throughout the city for the entire year. I don't even think you would have spent this kind of money. Like, I really do not believe this, right? But a lot of people really, too many Black people care way too much what people have to say. And that's preventing them from doing what they have to do financially to get their finances in order, to get their credit in order, and to really be in a position that not only can you save, but you can become an investor. Right? Because first you got to be financially stable. Then you got to be able to save. But then the goal is you can become an investor. And as you get older, that you see all of your investments like truly germinate and like bring a lot of fruits, right? But you want to get to an age where like you're 40, you're 50, you're 60, where you don't even have to work because everything you sacrifice, everything you invested is paying you back. It's paying you back, right? And you cannot get to that place if you're so concerned about what people think of you. Who cares? They call everybody broke out here. That is not a big deal. It truly is not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? It's not a big deal. Hold on.
Yes, racism is a factor, but also the networking, the networks, that actually matters. Now let's go into a little bit of the history here. You can see here's one of the pictures here. Let's go into this part right here. Lasting from 1929 to 1939, the Great Depression was the worst downturn in the industrialized world. While no group escaped the economic devastation of the Great Depression, few suffered more than African Americans. Sad to be last hired, first fired. African Americans were the first to see hours and jobs cut, and they experienced the highest unemployment rate during the 1930s. Since they were already regulated to low-paying professions, African Americans had less of a financial cushion to fall back on when the economy collapsed. This part is key, right? So this is also why it is harder for us when we are unemployed to bounce back like that. When you don't have that economic cushion to fall back on, I mean, you're literally living not just paycheck to paycheck, but the reality is the fact that you just lost your job, you're not going to be able to pay your rent the next month. We didn't have generational wealth. This is another problem that you can attach to this. A lot of us don't have like mom and dad that we can go live with or we can borrow money from until we get back on our feet. These types of things. It goes on to say here, the Great Depression impacted African Americans for decades to come. It spurred the rise of African American activism, which laid the groundwork for the civil rights movement. The popularity of FDR and his New Deal program also saw African Americans switch their political allegiances to become part of the Democratic Party's core voting bloc, right? Which is also
you see the problem with like the whole Democratic core is that you work, you're a worker, you're not an owner. And not only do they not encourage you to work in the private sector, they encourage you to either like be on welfare or you work for the federal government. So even that too, you're relying on the government, and that also is not sustainable. That is incredibly scary. You need to have your own. You need to have your own. You truly need to have your own, because you work for someone, at any moment they can fire you. You align yourself to a party because they can give you a job. Okay, but what happens when that party loses power and the different party comes in? They're gonna kick you out, right? You align yourself with welfare. You are depending on the government. If they cut the welfare, you didn't learn how to take care of yourself. So then what do you do? What do you do? Right. And I'm like, to me, and that's the big deal about like learning how to do for self and learning how to be an entrepreneur, like learning how to have something else, learning how to have multiple streams of income. Right. Like I said, to me, I always pitch content creation to people, but starting some kind of channel, putting yourself out there about something, doing something else. Like, okay, I can work a job because that's the steady income. You need steady income to pay your rent, pay your health insurance. You need something steady, no problem. But when you have extra time, you can take 5 hours a week and slowly work on something that you own, so that at least you have ownership of something, right? You want to own something, because politicians come and go. Parties, sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, right? But if they're no longer there, how are you going to take care of yourself? You on welfare. It's good until it's no longer good, you know, because there's nothing like teaching a person how to fish, because then whenever they need food, they know how to go get it for themselves, right? Even the income stuff, you might have a great job, but hey, you might say, hey, I want more. I want to do this. I want to do that. But your income is, if you work for someone, there is a cap on how much money you can make. So my thing is, when you have extra time though, work on something that you're going to own. right? Work on something that you're going to own. If all you can do is 5 hours a week, if all you can do is 10 hours a week, work on something that you can own for yourself, because 5 years from now, 10 years from now, that small thing you started, it can be so big. You'll be like, wow, I'm glad I started something else. So now you can have 2 streams of income, right? And then maybe you can have 3, then you can have 4, right? But the problem with the Democratic Party is like, that's also a party that says, rely on me. Don't think for yourself. Don't do for self. Rely on me. I'm like, no, that's also very dangerous, because people should care. Black people should care about ownership. Even if it's something super small, it doesn't matter, right? At least you own something. You own something. You have control over what you own, but you don't have control over what you don't own, right? So that's the thing.
Interesting, because FDR's New Deal snubbed Black people in multiple ways, right? FDR's New Deal was what created redlining. So it's interesting that that's what brought us over to be the core demographic for the Democratic Party, even though it slighted us in many ways. African-American unemployment rates doubled or tripled those of whites. Prior to the Great Depression, African-Americans worked primarily in unskilled jobs. After the stock market crash in 1929, those entry-level, low-paying jobs either disappeared or were filled by whites in need of employment. According to the Library of Congress, the African-American unemployment rate in 1932 climbed to approximately 50%. And now here's something else that I want to bring up, right? They talked about these entry-level, low-paying jobs. Who do you think they have been getting to fill those positions today? I'll let you guess. People who are willing to accept lower wages, people who may not ask for benefits, right? So the cycle continues. Now, here's what I think should be done. And people have different approaches to this. When I saw this article, I said to myself, this is a wake-up call. Because what this article showed you is, as quickly as someone can give you something, they can take it away.
Exactly. You see?
And this is what
happened. I always like this, y'all. I said, whatever the white man give it, the white man take it. You need to know this. Whatever a white person gives you, they're going to take it back. Don't you ever lie to yourself. Even the dollar they give you, they're going to find a way to take that money back, plus interest. And you see it happen every single time with these athletes, right? Whether it's to get your white girlfriend, they're going to find a way. Get you in trouble, get you on drugs. These people will find a way to get all that money back, plus interest, and ruin your name and ruin your career in the process, right? Whatever, I say this again, whatever a white man gives, a white man take it. I've also said, anytime you see a white man in a dress, something bad will happen to Black people. It never fails. From a long dress to a short dress, I do not care. You see a white man in a dress, run for your life. You are not safe. You are truly not safe, okay? But it's a reality. And this is why I will say it again, Black people have to take money seriously. Not just knowing how to make money, but knowing how to save the money and knowing how to invest the money. And no matter how badly you want to go take that money out of that account, do not do it. Think about your kids. Think about your grandkids. Do not touch that money, because the longer that money sits there in your investments, the more it's going to bring back to you. We have to learn to resist the urge to go right back in the savings, go into the whatever. Don't touch it. Don't do it. Right? And if you did it before, it happens, right? But moving forward, don't do it. Don't do it. Out of sight, out of mind. Okay? Because it's not for today. It's for like 20 years from now, 30 years from now, right? But ownership, it truly has to mean something to us. And I'll say it again. I hope that many of you guys, you get into creating content. Even if you do one video a month, it doesn't matter. You do one video a month for 5 years, one day it's going to yield something, right? You want to do YouTube shorts. You don't even have to do all 3. You don't have to do Instagram and TikTok, because they might be overwhelming. But the thing is, the platform that pays the most money is YouTube, right? Start. You know, oh, I'm scared. I'm scared. You need to be scared of being poor. Okay, that should scare you more. Oh, I'm embarrassed to show my face. Be embarrassed to show up poor when you're 50 or you're 60. Okay, be embarrassed to sleep in your car at 60. All right, put everything in perspective, right? But being scared, being shy, whatever, it is not a reason for you not to try to build something for yourself. It is not a reason to not create content. Like it's the future. Creating content is the future. Content creation is the future. You have content, they slap ads all over it, you get paid. Okay? And the more you do it, the easier it becomes. And then like all your other videos get monetized. So it makes it easier to make even more money. Does that make sense, you guys? So I'm like, do not be afraid to start something for yourself. Yes, you're shy. Yes, you're whatever. Cool, whatever. But at the same time, too, shy money don't make no money, right? But think about 5 years from now. Where do you want to be? 5 years from now, how many savings accounts do you want to have? How much do you want to have in your savings? What do you want your financial, like your financial health to look like? Think about your goals more than you think about being shy or being uncomfortable. That's just ridiculous. That is just ridiculous, right? Because I'm telling you, you have to take care of yourself. And you have to find ways to diversify your money. You got to find ways to make multiple streams of income. You cannot just wait for one paycheck. Those days are gone, you guys. Those days are gone. They're gone. They are truly gone. I'm going to wait for this paycheck every 2 weeks. Those days are gone. Waiting for a company to hire you until you die. Good luck with that, right? But today we're really in an age where it's like, yes, I work a job, but if I have to go, I'm okay. I can learn something new. I can go back to school. I can do whatever, right? Because the businesses, they'll do whatever they need to do for their business, but you also have to do what's right for you as well. So when you have a good job and a steady job, I'm saying start working on something that you own. Little but surely. One day it's going to get so big that at least you'll have the good fortune of saying, you know what? Do I want to work or do I want to go here? You know, it's better to have choices than to have no choices, right? But we don't know where the world is going to be 5 years from now. But one thing is for sure is like if you create content now and you stick to it for 5 years, only God knows where you'll be. But at least you did something for the future, right? Do something for your future self. You know what I'm saying? Do something for your future self. Read as many books as you can about money. And maybe that can also be that could be a channel where you just sit there and talk about books that you read about money and share that with other people, right? But do not be afraid to build something for yourself because only God knows where the economy is going to be 5 years from now, you know? But do not wait. Don't wait for bad news.
Happens when we don't have ownership.
Yeah.
And so what I propose is that for Black people that have become very successful and you've been able to make it on your own, build your own, stop pulling the ladder up behind you.
Oh, no, they're not going to stop doing it.
I cringe sometimes when I hear the phrase Black excellence because it's usually used to refer to an individual. Like they'll say, Angela Bassett represents Black excellence, right? It's usually to refer to an individual. And to me, the promoting of that, like Black excellence, first Black CEO of said company, that's fine. But why isn't everybody else walking up the ladder? Why isn't everybody else in the community walking up the ladder? And that needs to change. Okay, so for people like Jay-Z, I don't want to hear your I grew up in Marcy Project story when you pulled up the ladder behind you. I don't want to hear all that. It's things like that. And this is not to say that people can't grow and become successful, but there seems to be a recurring story and a recurring theme of Black people becoming very successful and pulling up the ladder from behind them and not helping or teaching other people in the community how they can do the same.
Yeah.
That's one part. Stop pulling the ladder up behind you.
The problem is, to me, it's like when you call out this behavior, like, oh, stop policing people's money. They don't have to tell you. No, they do, because if you're making money off of Black people, you should tell us how you spend the money, right? I felt the same way about Fenty and Rihanna. I'm like, okay, like you make all this money off the Black women in America. Like, how does this money benefit Black people? No, it's going to white people. She'll give you makeup, or she'll give you hair care products, or she'll give you like skincare, I guess. But it's like substantially, how is this money changing the lives of Black people? It's not. Everything going to a bunch of Jewish people, right? But like I said, Black people do not see money for what it truly is. Is that money is a weapon, right? Money really is a weapon. Like, yeah, your money is like an army. And if you waste your money and you give your money to other communities, you're making them powerful and you're making yourself weaker. They give you conditioner. They give you tubes of lip gloss. They give you tubes of mascara. Okay. Do you have structural power? Do you have ownership? Do you have corporate ownership? Do you have stocks? Do you have bonds? You ain't got shit. All you have is products. All you have is products. They have the money, right? You go and you buy these overpriced, quote unquote, designer goods. And the only time it's called designer is when it's made by a white person, right? So they give you a bag. You gave these people cash money, hard cash. And it's like, what do you have to show for this? Right? But like I said, we do not take money seriously. And I feel like this is why everywhere you go, people always laugh at Black people, because we don't take money seriously. And until Black people become more financially sophisticated, you're going to see the same level of disrespect. You're going to keep seeing the same level of disrespect. Oh, you see, they don't have their money together. They don't have their community in order, but they got all these designer stuff. Like, we look like clowns. Very unserious, if you ask me.
The second part is this: we really have to have ownership, because it can happen to any one of us. Right now, this conversation is about those federal jobs. And this leads me to worker cooperatives, right? Because with worker co-ops, you at least own a piece of the company. Most of us don't own anything. Most of us don't own the company that we work for. We don't own a piece of the company. We're workers. And that's just how it is for most of us, right? But like I said, as quickly as they can give it, they can take it away. And since you now know that we don't usually have a financial cushion to fall back on, that's really where I feel like the community would come in and be that support. But if the community is also struggling, how are they going to help you?
Yeah.
This is why I think, and I heavily promote like Black-owned businesses and people starting and buying from Black-owned businesses. This is why I was so angry about people begging Target to keep their items on the shelves, because once again, as quickly as they can give it, they can take it away. So instead of trying to play ball with Target on their terms and by their demands, as a community, we could have come together and we could have created our own Target. Mm-hmm. But we can't do that because the people who have the means and the access tend to be the Black excellence types that tend to pull up the ladder behind them and aren't willing to help the community move forward in that way. Mm-hmm. So there's, I think, different things that need to happen, but ultimately ownership is a big part of it. Yeah. If we all had worker co-ops and we all owned a piece of the company, we wouldn't have to worry about this. And I think more of that needs to be taught. And I think this is one of the problems I had with my previous position at BU that I said before I left. We're just teaching these kids how to go work for someone else. Yeah. That's what I said to the associate dean. We're not teaching them how to own. Yeah. We're not teaching them like how to have a worker co-op. Mm-hmm. We're not teaching them to go out and transform the world. We were just teaching them how to do said activity to go work for said company. And it got old. And I think that needs to change. And I think that needs to start in K through 12. I don't think this needs to start in undergrad, because not everybody can go to college. I think in K through 12, it needs to be taught. We need to teach kids how to start a worker co-op. We need to teach and inspire kids to be owners instead of worker bees. That's my take on that. And I just think, like I said, it has to start when you're young. It has to start when you're young. And for those of you who did make a lot of money and you pulled that ladder up from behind you, you know, I'm sure you're living large. But I don't understand how you can just pretend that the neighborhood that you grew up in isn't still there. Hey guys, this was a savvy clip. If you like what you saw, hit that like button and subscribe.
Oh, you guys, hold on. Let me see this other video. Hold on. What video did I see? Yeah, I don't even know which video it was anymore. Hold on. Yeah, I don't even know what video it was. Let me see. Because I watched a few of his videos, but I can't recall which one I watched.
Going there on he is literally heaven.
Every conversation.
I can't remember.
And they play so many games. I'll just sit there. I'm just like, yeah, you're just gonna play games. Yeah, just go ahead, play. Just play your games.
Hold on. I don't remember which one it was. Was it this one? I don't know.
We have to get married. We have to like aspire to like having a relationship, having a man in our lives. Like the goal shouldn't be to get married. The goal should be to be happy. So if a man in your life is not making your life better, easier, happier, more enjoyable, like there's no reason he should be in your life. At least when men settle for a partner, they get like a personal assistant, a house manager, a nanny, a chef, a therapist. What do women get when we settle for a man that treats us?
Hold on. Can y'all see this? Let me start over.
I cannot stress this enough. Men are not worth settling for in any circumstance, any way, shape, or form. It's not worth it. Like we're so indoctrinated to believe that like we have to get married. We have to like aspire to like having a relationship, having a man in our lives. Like the goal shouldn't be to get married. The goal should be to be happy. So if a man in your life is not making your life better, easier, happier, more enjoyable, like there's no reason he should be in your life. At least when men settle for a partner, they get like a personal assistant, a house manager, a nanny, a chef, a therapist. What do women get when we settle for a man that treats us like less than the way that we want to be treated? We get emotionally, physically, mentally drained. It is not worth it. Once you get to the like mindset that like men are not worth settling for, that is when you get the good men, because they're the only ones that you'll accept.
Oh my gosh, we're back again on this one
stupid
subject. You know, yesterday I had this discussion in a gym with a 33-year-old woman that I have been communicating with for the last 2 years. 2 years. I've been telling this woman, focus on getting a man. Focus on getting a relationship. I'm trying, I'm dating, I'm not getting anywhere. I'm focusing on my career. I'm focusing on making money. I'm focusing on that. 2 years later, same freaking argument. I'm not settling. And now she's got it in her head, thinking exactly like this one girl here that we just saw, that why is it that we should follow this traditional path. What's wrong with being on our own and just making our own money and surviving to the end of our time? And I'm trying to tell her, as a guy who's about to hit 60, you don't want to be this age on your own. Trust me, because I am talking to women and men at this age, and I can tell you, it's not a beautiful sight. But she is so caught up in this narrative that has been pushed on women. I don't need a man. I'm not settling. This is the thing. I'm not settling. It's insane. So I came across the Megyn Kelly interview with Dr. Jordan Peterson, and he summarized this whole thing so beautifully. And I thought I would rehash this argument to bring you guys this one point that he made that I felt that was so powerful to actually spread to other men and women, to make them wake up and realize the position that they're putting themselves into. So when these women ask,
like, to me, Marlene, when I think about like what, because you got to think years from now, not just today, but the economy, the national debt, the likeliness of us going through more recessions, right? We could even see the dollar being devalued and things of the sort, right? The lack of innovation. I'm like, life is just going to get way more expensive. It's going to get way more expensive. And then we also realize that the vast majority of Black women are hired by the federal government, right? So many are going to lose their jobs, right? When you are single in America, you pay more in taxes because you're by yourself. So I just felt like someone has to understand, like, hey, if I want to be financially solvent, if I want to be able to save money, if I want to be able to build wealth or something like that, I cannot be by myself. You cannot be by yourself. Because two truly is better than one. Two paychecks in one household is better than just one, especially the one of just a woman by herself, you know? But I'm like, what they want to do to these women, I truly don't understand. But for me, I really think it's diabolical. It is truly, truly diabolical. Because what are the odds that a woman can be by herself and she's going to work until she's 60? She's going to work until she's 65. I have an auntie here that I like watching on YouTube. Like, she's in her 60s working at Amazon. It's so sad. It is so sad. Because at least if she had a husband and he was dead, girl, you will have his retirement. I mean, I wish not anybody, but you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, to see like mothers in their 60s, their 70s, and they're working because they chose to never get married and to never have a man. I'm gonna find the video. You know, because she said she had a man back in the day, because she likes to go like she likes to go camping by herself, and he was like, "Girl, you're crazy." So she was like, "Well, I can't be with a man that won't let me go camping." So she broke up with the man because, you know, he was not comfortable with her by herself as a woman in the forest like that. I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And now she's like, oh, you know, I should have stayed with him because now that I'm older, I see where he was coming from, because even I don't want to go camping by myself anymore. I don't even care about camping anymore. And I'm like, you turn your back on a good man because he was not into you camping by yourself. Are you actually okay? Right? Because she's like, oh yeah, he would have asked to go with me. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. You're a woman. Why would you want to go camping in the bushes by yourself? Like, anything can happen to you. I'm like, what is going on? Right? But you see, because the way people are so brainwashed, a man even giving you sensible advice, like do not go into the forest by yourself, is seen as the patriarchy is trying to control me. The patriarchy is trying to tell me what to do. There's this girl who's on TikTok. She likes to go like climbing or hiking or whatever, you know, and she does it with her little TikTok. Well, guess what? They found her body because she went there by herself. And they're saying it was so hot that most likely she started getting like, oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for? Like she was like disoriented because it was just so hot. And maybe that's how she died. I'm like, but why as a woman would you go hiking by yourself? And then you went hiking without water? Are you crazy? But if she had taken someone with her, most likely she would not be dead by now. This is insanity. This is what it's, but I hope this is the right video though. I hope this is the right video. Hold on.
Why should I settle? Dr. Peterson said, no, they're asking the wrong question. And that's what we're going to get into today, my friend. The whole idea of how women look at settling should be refocused. All right. So, my friends, hit that like button. Let's get into this because I'm telling you, man, this is going to be a powerful one. Gentlemen, this is going to be an aha moment. And ladies, this is going to be a moment where you wake up and say, okay, I get it. And if you don't get it, I have no help for you. I really don't have any help. Okay. So, my friends, subscribe, book a session, and pick up my content creators toolkit, my friends. A lot of people are making good progress with this, and I'm excited, and I just want to share it with all of you. $49.95, the best investment that you'll ever make to get into creating your own content. Okay, so let's pick it up from what this woman just said. She's not settling, and all men bring to her relationship are pain, suffering, and this man gets a housemaid, etc., etc. We know this is a BS lie. These are people who have never had relationship, never. These are young women who have never lived with another partner that she wants or that brings value to her. She has never had that man. She has never had to engage with another person and work and communicate and cooperate with another man. All she has seen is bullshit lies told online by other women, and women share their pain and stupidity amongst each other. Yeah. And a lot of them are lying just to tell stories, and also those that are actually going through painful experiences have picked the wrong men to associate themselves with, and then they share those stories. People who are in happy relationships, they are not the primary ones sharing their pain, because women don't share a lot about their happiness. No, listen, let me get, so that you understand the difference between happiness in women's eyes and pain. The pain brings them a lot more emotional bonding. And I'm going to bring you a video on that tomorrow. The reason when women share emotional pain together, why it bonds them together. That's why you get so many comments from videos where women are sharing their pain and they're crying. Yeah, oh my God, you'll be okay, girl, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Oh, you stay strong, blah, blah, blah. You know the stories. But the point I'm trying to get across is women will tell the worst freaking stories more than the stories that are actually true, because the true stories are boring. That's the reason. And it doesn't evoke the amount of emotion that the bad stories tell. Her pain and suffering is a lot more exciting to the sisterhood. So I want you to understand why that is. So let's listen to another woman talk about settling. This is because this is just freaking insane listening to this actually.
How much money does a man have to make to qualify for you?
At least $500,000.
Come again?
I mean, definitely 6 figures is the bare minimum.
But you said isn't 500K like that's 1%?
I would say
1%.
Because I would say at least $1 million for retirement, so we can live in Europe.
Wait,
doesn't that sound almost insane to say at your age that you expect a man with $1 million nest egg take you to Europe to give you your happily ever after? That's not delusional to you?
Nope.
Most men, by the way, in your age bracket are on a Social Security fixed income retirement.
I've met them. They're out there. I don't think I'm delusional. I don't know. That guy said he was a multimillionaire and he'd rather be with a 52-year-old with a son than a young girl. So there are men out there.
I think you missed the part, that message said he was joking.
It was sarcastic.
Oh.
So these are women's expectations. Now, I've shown you this video before. It just shows the absurdity of women, because in their eyes, they will only settle for that type of man. And if they don't get that type of man, they prefer to be on their own. Now, we know that's just a coping mechanism, because if a woman wants any man, all she has to do is to conform and behave in the manner that would make that man attracted to her, period. But this idea of, I'm going to be alone if I can't get the man I want, is what I call self-inflicted torture to themselves. And let Dr. Peterson explain it to you here.
You know, and look, human beings are unbelievably social. You know, you can take psychopathic murderers and you can punish them by depriving them of other people. That's how social we are. Right. So think about that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, right. So you can't be happy alone. Besides, you shouldn't be striving to be happy anyways, because happy is a side effect, not an aim. But even if it was an aim, which it isn't, there's no happiness alone. I mean, what? There's nothing happier than a friendless teenager. I mean, who believes that? No one breathing believes that. That's the stupidest thing you could believe. Like, teenagers are desperate to belong, you know, and you can parody that and say, well, if your friends all jumped off a cliff, would you? And, you know, there's limits to how much you should sacrifice your soul to be part of the group. But by the same token, like, what other people think of you and how they relate to you, not only does that matter, it should matter. And so the whole progressive theory of the human being is, it's flawed in a manner that makes its enactment produce nothing but resentful pathology and misery.
All it produces is misery. And so that's why we see a shitload of older 50, 60, 70-year-old women who are alone and miserable. Now, the majority of them will not tell you this. They won't tell you this because the sisterhood, they will die on that sword. They will tell you to the end of time, I'm happy. I don't need a man, but I want a man. This is their way of saying, help me, please. I need a man. That's all that is. And you see it with every celebrity who've left it till too long.
What are you looking for at this stage, this point?
A partner.
Yeah.
And when I say a partner, I want someone that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
That's not intimidated by who and what I am.
Yeah.
That likes to travel.
Yeah.
Going to let me go shopping.
Yeah.
Okay? You've seen it with all of these corporate women that do an IBF and no man and single mothers complaining and begging for a man to come and rescue them, so to speak. And so these younger women who are seeing these older women lie to them really think that they're going to be okay when they reach that age, not realizing that the reality of it is it doesn't get better as you get older. It gets progressively worse. I had a call with a 47-year-old woman who left her husband 2 years ago. Now she's desperate to get him back. She's asking me, how can I get him back? And he said plainly, I'm not interested. We could be friends. We can co-parent, but I'm not interested in getting back with you because she put him through hell. Now she wants him back. She fell for he didn't want to go on trips. He didn't want to do this, etc. So I'm going to go do it myself. She said she went on one trip and she said it was the most emptiest feeling she had experienced. She says it was most depressing because all she thought about was, I have no one to share this with.
That likes to travel.
Yeah.
Going to let me go shopping.
Yeah.
And I keep telling you ladies, this idea of going on trips and coming back and sharing your excitement with people who have not been there is one of the most emptiest feelings you'll ever experience. The only time a trip is good is when you can share it with a friend or a husband or a significant other, where you can rehash it together and both of you can laugh at the quirks of the trip, the little things that you did. You get the inside jokes together. Oh, remember when we saw that statue with the penis and you touched it and yeah, you can't share those jokes with anyone else because they weren't there. They weren't there. They will just go, oh, okay, yeah, that's great. Oh, I really don't want to see the photos again. No, I don't really. Oh, okay, you want to show me the photos again? Okay. And now they're looking at a bunch of meaningless photos that you are excited about, and they have no freaking interest in seeing your vacation photos with you in the parachute or whatever shit. No, they're not interested. No one cares. That's your experience. It's not theirs. But I want to now address the main part of this video that's vital for you gentlemen to understand when Megyn Kelly asked Dr. Peterson this, because every single man watching this, every single woman have to learn this one point.
Let me ask you this. I've been dying to ask you this. I speak with a lot of young conservative women regularly, and and they are very aware of everything you've said. They've got their eye on the biological clock in a way the previous generation did not. They understand the risks of waiting too long to choose a partner, all of that. They do get it. But a lot of them still, they want a career of their own. They're driven professionally in that way.
Just a quick pause, just so we don't lose the plot. She quoted young conservative women, okay? This doesn't just happen in conservative women. This happens in all women, every one of them. The biological clock is running out. Whether you're conservative or liberal, a lot of you want jobs and careers because that's what you've been conditioned to think, okay? Just Just want to make that one point. Let's proceed.
And what they ask me, Jordan, is should I just settle? And what they ask me, Jordan, is should I just settle? Should I just settle? You know, I'm 29 now. I have a career that I like. I haven't met the right guy yet, but there are guys who are interested in me. So should I just settle now for somebody who I'm really not that into?
Well, the first thing I would ask is that who's settling in that equation? Like, it's quite the narcissistic proclamation that it's clearly you who's settling, you know, and that might even be more true if you're 29, because you're competing with a lot of 24-year-olds by that point, and they put a lot less biological pressure on a potential mate. Like, look, when I was out touring 3 nights in a row, the same question came up, because I do a Q&A at the end of my lectures, and this is in the last round of tours. And one of the questions was, well, how do I find the person that's right for me? And I didn't answer it the first night. There was something about the question I didn't like. And then it came up 2 more nights in a row and was voted up by the audience. And the third night I thought, oh, I know why I tried stumbling through an answer and it didn't work. And then the third night I thought, oh, I know what the problem is here. That's the wrong question. Because the right question is, how do I make myself into the sort of person that's so attractive to other people that potential mates are lining up for me? Mm-hmm. That's a way different question than how do I find the person that's right for me? Like, first of all, who are you?
I like that.
And what's so special about you that how do you know that the right person wouldn't take one look at you and run away screaming if they had any sense? Like, seriously, you know, you're settling, are you? You know,
this is what women don't consider. Are you the right person for the man that you want? And maybe you could look at this as another interpretation of, well, what do you bring to the table? Or the other narrative or the other talking point is, well, what are you offering that man that would make you qualify for him? Because all women want a man who's better than them or on their level, right? But in reality, the majority of the women want a man who's at their level, who still has to bring something to the table and or better than them. So who's settling? It is the man that's settling. It's never the woman who settles. Yet she honestly feels that she's settling, but it's not settling. It's actually her wanting more. How can you be settling when you're getting more without calling it greed? Settling is when you have a man below you in all aspects. But then after that, you need to reconsider, what is a man below me? Because even a man below you is still sacrificing a lot more for you when it comes to protection, provision, because he might not be making equal amount of money than you, but you consume more than he does. So he still have to sacrifice for you. You might be making 100,000, but your consumption rate in the family is a lot higher than he is. He might be making 80,000, but you know what? He now has to spend 70% of his income on you because you're going to be consuming more. Because women think that, well, if I got him here and we combining our salaries, I should be spending my money on his as well, regardless if he's making less. That's how women think. Most of the time, the men are spending a much larger percentage of their income than women spend on themselves. I see it in every single situation where I'm counseling married people. The woman might be making more, but she sucks a larger percentage of his income more than hers. She spends the majority of the money on frivolous, stupid shit. He has to bear the brunt of the mortgage and all the other big expenses, but she gets to enjoy more of her income. More of her income goes to the fun stuff for her and or the kids.
If you use that language, even the first thing you might ask yourself is, why do you start with such a high opinion of yourself and such a low opinion of the people who are pursuing you? Now, look, I understand that it's necessary to be attracted to a potential partner, you know, and that women have the right and the duty to be picky. They should find a man who's going to be not a child and who's going to be very helpful to them in all ways, particularly when they have children, and who's going to be a good father. And so hooray to women for being picky. But that's not the same thing as starting out narcissistic. You know, we talked about Snow White. Before she could find a prince, she had to learn to be of service to the dwarves. Like, that's worth thinking about. Now, you might think, well, why should we pay attention to a fairy tale? It's like, well, how about because people remembered it for 15,000 years and that Disney just spent $250 million trying to retell it and failed. And so, and then with regards to the order of affairs in a woman's life, look, I calculated recently that even an attractive woman, like radically attractive woman, let's say, who often has her own problems, by the way, because she tends to scare men away, right? A lucky woman has 5 potential partners in her life. 5. You get 5 chances. That's it. Now think about just, let's just think that through, right? Because it's a terrifying way to think. So imagine that you're primarily looking, say, from the time you're 16 at the lowest end to say 30. Like, because after that, it's starting to get harder because the clock is ticking so desperately. 1 in 3 couples at 30 already have fertility problems, by the way, which is defined as difficulty conceiving within a year, even though the attempts are being made. Okay, so let's say you got 14 years, something like that. Now, how long does it take to find someone and then figure out who they are, especially if they're strangers? You know, before you're going to decide to marry someone, likely you're going to want to know them for a year, something like that.
Yep.
And so that's 5 years right there with 5 people.
This is something that women don't freaking think about. They think because they can jump from one lover to a next very quickly, that they can accomplish the same thing when it comes to relationships. They know that they can go out every night and have another man between their legs. So they kind of associate this feeling that, oh, I can easily get someone even if he's not the top man. I can easily get him to marry me and commit to me financially, just like I can get him in between my legs. Really, they confuse these two things. And I'm talking about as far as the speed of securing a man for procreation. That's why there's so many baby mamas out there.
But that also assumes that you go from one relationship to another with no intervening space, so you're not suffering too much, for example, when a potentially promising relationship collapses, or you don't get sick or something doesn't waylay you in your professional career. So imagine 2 years per relationship. That's 10 years for 5. That's assuming that people want to be around you. So I don't know if you're settling. I get the picture. You don't want to lie to someone and tell them that you find them attractive in all possible ways when you don't, but maybe you could start the bloody process with a little more humility.
I like the way you started that. What shouldn't the goal be to make yourself so attractive just in heart and soul, not to mention on the outside, that does require some effort, that they're lining up, there. And if that's not happening, why? Why is it? You know, it's my favorite poem. You'll find the fault lies in you, right? Make an examination. You'll find the fault lies in you. It's called yourself to blame.
Oh man. Guys, you got to admit that was freaking masterful. Dr. Peterson just laid it out. Ladies, you got 5 chances.
Let me show y'all this one. Hold on.
Guys, how you doing? As you can see, we are outside once again. Yeah, I do need to vacuum. But as I am now officially retired, I'm pretty sure at some point I will get around to it. Today, I want to talk about Tracy Ellis Ross. And for those who don't know, she is Diana Ross's daughter, and she is a woman in her own right. She is living her life on her terms. She's successful. But she recently did a podcast with Michelle Obama, and I'm not going to lie, I don't really watch the podcast, but there was so much buzz about it that I decided to go and hear the woman's words for myself. While she is single with no children, she does seem to have this sadness that she has not found the right partner and had a family. Well, you know, as I listened to the podcast, there were some things that she said that made me think about myself. And so, you know, please forgive me, but the first thing I did was Google her birthday to see what year she was born in. And I'm like, okay, I get it now. So let me tell you what I think. And I think the problem is Tracy. So without further ado, let's get on with this.
Every single day, I'm gonna make.
And so when she said certain things like it would take a special kind of guy to really, get her to settle down. And because, she's her own person. I remember saying that myself, 10, 15 years ago. But see, 10, 15 years ago, I was living my life on my own terms. I'm backpack traveling and staying at luxury hostels. I am camping alone. And before that, I actually had a motorcycle. Matter of fact, I had a motorcycle in my kitchen. So we had to get a breakfast bar because we couldn't get a kitchen table in there. Well, it turns out I couldn't ride, failed the test the first time. I traded it in for a convertible that I could drive. But the point was, they were just things that I wanted to try in life. If I didn't succeed, that was okay. But at least I could say I tried. But some of these things were not the type of things that a traditional man would go along with unless he was into it as well. If he wasn't into it and he didn't want to do it, well, there were problems would arise. And because deep down I am traditional, and I think Tracy may be as well, I don't think she wants a man. Okay, I let me just speak for myself because I can't put words in that woman's mouth. But just based on the things she said, I always said I would never take a man seriously who honestly thought it was okay for me to be camping alone. Do you see the double standards in there? I mean, if I'm honest, I didn't think women should camp alone. I thought it was dangerous and it wasn't ladylike. But I did it because that's what I wanted to do. So yeah, there are lots of double standards. And like I said, I would have never even considered a man who thought it was okay. So I think with Tracy, she is living her life on her terms and she's not willing to give that up. Probably if I hadn't gotten stuck at Amazon during the pandemic and then developed arthritis, I probably would not have given up camping. I probably would not have given up my little 3-4 night backpacking trips. I'm not sure I would have bought another convertible. I really liked the Jeep. And there comes a point where I bought a convertible when I was 40, okay? And I bought the Jeep when I was, I want to say 58, 59. So I had a long, a lot of time in a convertible, mine's and other people's. And I had gotten to the point where it wasn't a novelty and it wasn't fun anymore. And I was always perpetually dark. I mean, I was so dark from the sun and stuff. I think as long as Tracy is happy living her life on her terms, I think the kind of man she wants is probably not going to come along. My first marriage, I was a wife, and I actually enjoyed being a wife. But then I, decided I wanted to try my hand at business. That wasn't what my ex-husband signed up for. So, yeah. And then my second relationship, he never objected to what I did, but he was always there to catch me in case I fell. And unless Tracy can find that kind of guy, and those kinds of men are rare. Either you have the kind of guy who goes, I don't want my girlfriend, I don't want my wife doing that kind of thing, or you have the kind of guy who really wants to be a house husband. Very rarely do you find a man who is in the middle. Now, I can honestly say, as good as my second relationship was, he would not have been okay with me camping alone. He probably would have said, okay, you know what, let's just buy our RV and I'll go with you. But he would not have been okay with me camping alone. And he would not have been okay with me taking my little, backpack vacations. He would have said, okay, let's stay in a real hotel. I'll go with you. I'll try the hostel thing once. And if I don't like it, we're going to have to talk about this. You understand what I'm saying?
You're rebelling.
So for me, it's only because I can't, or let's just say it's harder for me to do those things that I was doing before. No, it's harder for me to do those things that I was doing before, that I kind of got it out of my system. Now, I did keep my camping supplies because I want to take my grandson camping at least once. And after I take him camping, I'll probably go ahead and give it all away. But I'm holding on to it because I want to take him camping at least once. I want to see his face when we're down by the river and sleeping in a tent. I just want to have that experience with him. But do I need to go camping anymore? No, I don't. Do I need to backpack travel anymore? No, I don't. Do I need to drive or even ride in a convertible anymore? No, I don't. I guess you could say I kind of got it all out of my system, and probably arthritis helped me along. Now, whatever it is that Tracy enjoys doing in her life that probably a more traditional man would have a problem with, well, she's still enjoying doing it. And as long as you are still enjoying your bachelor life, because quite frankly, I lived a bachelor life, and so is Tracy. As long as you are still enjoying your bachelor life, then there really isn't any room in your life for the kind of, what I want to say, kind of traditional man that you want. I mean, based on where her life is now, I honestly believe that Tracy wants a wife who happens to be a man, because wives are traditionally supportive of their more outgoing partners or husbands or whatever. I think that's what she wants. She wants someone who's going to be supportive of her being who she is. And the older she gets, the smaller the chance that she's going to find someone who will do that for her in her own age bracket. And so I know she doesn't mind dating younger. Why is it every time I want to do a video? But I think that having a younger man, I mean, women do it all the time, but in all honesty, I think she would have a problem. I think she would actually have a problem with the age difference. Even though she hangs out with younger guys, being in a long-term committed relationship with a younger guy, I think that she would have a problem with that. I think Tracy is way more traditional than she even realizes. And until she is willing to compromise how she lives her life, then I don't think she's ever going to find that person to settle down with. And I mean, I don't even know if she could still have children. But there was some real sadness that didn't happen. So that's just my 2 cents. Put your comments in the comment section. Take care, stay blessed. I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
You see, my auntie will be Auntie Shayla, right? It's so sad because she's in her 60s and she has arthritis. She left her husband because I guess she said she was not in business. I'm like, y'all couldn't figure it out. Had got into a new relationship. The man was more traditional. He didn't want her to be out there by herself camping. She likes to get her little backpack and be like Dora the Explorer. She stays at hostels. He's like, what the what? So she felt like he was controlling. Then she let that man. She doesn't have a 401k. She started having her first 401k like 5 years ago when she started working on Amazon. She has arthritis. And I'm like, what the freak? All that because you wanted to be rebellious? This is insanity. This is insanity. It's really sad.
Well, hey guys, thanks for joining me. I know it's been a minute. There have been a lot of things going on. I think I mentioned in a post that I was going to be retiring soon. Actually, it's more like I'm going to point out soon. But since I refused to quit, I decided to wait until I point out. Also, my mother died. And I remember something she said to me a couple of years ago. You know, she had Alzheimer's, really bad for the last year, and that's what she died of. But she had said that she always made decisions based on what she needed at the time, not taking into consideration the future. So let's talk about a couple of things. One of the things that made me decide it was probably time to, leave Amazon was I actually had 11 days off in a row. Amazon gives you 5 days paid bereavement leave, 3 normally, for an immediate member of the family, and another 2 if you have to go out of town. And well, my family's in Baltimore. So by the time I added that up with my regular days off, I had 11 days off. And during that time, I realized that I really didn't want to go to work anymore. I really enjoyed I don't know, I spent time with family. I spent time with my grandson. I spent time around the house. It was just really nice not to have to go to work because it gave me the opportunity to see what my arthritis was really like. Now, for me, I have arthritic knees, and, depending on my weight, it does matter. But what I found out, what really matters is whether or not I'm lifting 40-pound bags of dog food. Because when I went to the funeral, my sister had a cane, and she told me she was using the cane. But sometimes
imagine divorcing your husband to end up working at Amazon, picking up dog food. Yeah, every time I watch Sheila, I just like, wow. I'm like, a lot of young ladies need to watch her because this is sad. It's really sad. I'm like, she's too old to be picking up dog food. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes these things don't hit you until you actually see it. My brother had a cane. My aunts and uncles, well, not uncles, because there are really no men in my family hardly. I don't know what they say about us, okay? Had canes. I have a cousin younger than me. And mind you, my brother and sister are both younger than me. And here I am feeling bad because, my knees get creaky, but holy smoly, I realized I'm lucky and maybe I should just, take that into account. So I just decided I really almost didn't really want to go back to work. Now, I guess I will say this. I kind of knew I was ready to go when things at work changed, and I realized the way Amazon was structured, especially in the packing department, it was the ideal place for people who were maybe a little less mobile, for older people. They always said the packing department was full of a bunch of lunch ladies who could pack their asses off. And that's actually kind of true. But what happened was all we had to do was stay in our station. They just wanted us to pack and make sure the quality of the package was good. Now, I'm sure a lot of you may remember the days when a box from Amazon had black tape on the top and black tape on the bottom. And when you turned the box around, it looked like a little face smiling at you. And when you opened the box, there was paper inside. It was like getting a gift. Well, things have changed a little bit. I'm not saying that doesn't still happen, but I'll put it to you this way. If you didn't do it that way 5 years ago, you got fired, okay? Oh, not fired, but you got written up because it was a quality issue. Now, it's just, it doesn't really matter. I think that when companies start to lose money, they have to change the way they do things. So we started out 60 boxes an hour. And a water spider would bring us anything we needed. Turn on the light, whatever you needed, tape, stickers. They brought you cages, they brought your boxes. All you had to do was stand there and pack. So even when my knees went bad, that's how I was able to still hold on to my job and still be able to give them what they needed me to give them. And of course, we all know the pandemic got crazy and everything went out the window. It was just about get it on the truck and get it to people because it's probably already a week late. So yeah, that happened. And so then we kind of sort of started getting back to the way things were. And then sales dropped off. And so, in my opinion, I thought, well, maybe everybody bought everything they needed during the pandemic, so they don't really need anything now. But then the next year, when we had peak, which is Christmas, sales were so low that there was VTO. And for those who don't know, it's voluntary time off. Mm-hmm. If you snag VTO, you can either go home early or you can stay home and you don't have to use any vacation time, your unpaid time, or your personal time. It's a free day off without pay. There was so much of that during last peak that it was unreal. And that's when I started thinking there's a problem. And see, at the time, I had heard of Temu, but I had never used it. I've been loyal to Amazon for over 15 years, ever since I started camping, because between Kmart before they went out of business and Amazon, that's the only place I got my camping gear from. So, yeah, Temu has actually, in my opinion, put a dent in our sales. And then there's all kinds of other things too, political things and personal relationship things that for some reason people can't separate the owner of a company from the company itself. And sometimes people don't like the things that the owner of a company does. It negatively affects what happens with that company. I mean, really look at Tesla, sorry. So yeah. And so when a company starts losing business, they have to do things differently. Now, before a rate was $60 an hour and you had mad support. Never had to leave your station unless you had to go to the bathroom. And when I started 5 years ago, the only stuff I could find about Amazon online was that they were slave drivers. It was a slave ship. You couldn't go to the bathroom. And then I get there, and that's what made me make that video I made 5 years ago. Because, yeah, Amazon challenged you, but it was nowhere near as bad as people said. Well, things are different now. I'm not saying it's a slave ship. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying things are tougher now. So rate went from $60 an hour with support to $88 an hour without support. There is no support now.
Imagine her. She's like, she's 60 plus. And she's expected to do 88 boxes an hour with no support. And she has arthritis. And I'm like, oh, shit. Why'd you leave your husband again? I'm like, this is not life. 88 boxes, you guys. And she picks up like these heavy bags of dog food. She has to pick them up. 60 plus with arthritis. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God.
So for some of us older ladies, especially if we have some mobility problems, well, trying to get all of our supplies, trying to get our boxes, being moved around constantly takes a toll on you. Okay. It absolutely takes a toll on you. It's taken a toll on me. But I understand Amazon has to do what's best for Amazon. And here's the thing, I'm not even mad. Because in good times, Amazon was generous to me. When my niece started giving me problems and I asked for an accommodation, they said, sure. We'll still even consider you a full-time employee. So you still get full-time benefits and perks and 401k. When I went out on bereavement, instead of being paid as an 8-hour employee that I am, they paid me for 10 hours each of those days. So, I can't complain. And I understand when you have to do things differently because there are problems. So for me, 88 boxes an hour is a lot. Especially if some of those boxes are dog food and cat litter. It's a lot. And to the point that I personally, now we're talking about me, we're not talking about other people. Maybe they're not struggling like I am, but it's a struggle for me to the point that I can't go to the bathroom. And that was my deciding factor. When I realized it was so much for me to keep up with that I actually felt like I couldn't go to the bathroom without messing up my rate, I realized it was probably time for me to think about this. And then being off for those 11 days and seeing how well I felt and just changed. I mean, just felt so good. My knees felt good. Sure, I still have arthritis, but it's not like normally, my first day off, I just stay home because my knees are toast and they got to get themselves together. And like I said, it doesn't really, when I weigh less, and I probably should weigh about 5 pounds less than I weigh right now. When I weigh less, it helps a lot. But the point is, I'm still doing a lot of heavy lifting when I'm there, whether I weigh less or not. And that's the thing that my knees really don't like. So I realized it was probably time. And, and I found out a couple of things that also helped make my decision. One, I had no idea the minimum wage was $12 now. I mean, the last I heard it was $7. When did it go to 12? And I'm like, ooh, take a couple of weeks off from work, let my knees chill out. I could very easily do a piss-ass $12 an hour job working behind the counter at a Dollar Tree. And you know what? That'd be all I really need. 20 hours a week, that's all I really need. But the biggest thing for me was I wasn't sure that I would even be able to get another job after Amazon. I honestly thought because they tolerated me, nobody else would. It never dawned on me that part of the problem was my job. It wasn't until I had those 11 days off and I realized my knees can heal. And I thought, okay, there's life after Amazon. And, you can get Social Security now too. So, you're not going to quit, but okay, let's go ahead and, do the best you can if it's not good enough. And, not to mention, I've heard 2 different numbers. The rates are going to go up again for the packing department in June, somewhere between 90 and 100. At that point, that's just too much for me. So I figure real soon I'm going to point out, but retirement is has so much more promise now. Another thing I found out was my 401k. The one thing I did was fund it fully from the time I got there. Not just what they suggested the first year, the max I could do. And by the time I've been there 5.5 years, remember I told you all I wanted to buy a camper? Well, okay, I don't want to do that now. But that camper was $15,000. Even after I drained my 401k a couple weeks ago and stuck it in my savings account. And I'm so glad because, the stock market crashed and people lost 20% of their 401ks. So better for me to lose 20% to taxes than 20% to taxes and 20% to the stock market. There's just about enough in there. If I wanted to pay cash for that camper, I could. But what that does is gives me a cushion to figure out what it is I want to do. I can basically fund myself for 6 months after I leave Amazon. Now, of course, I expect Social Security to kick in, but let's say it didn't, because the way things are now, they say it takes 2 months to get it. It might take 4 months now. Unemployment. Yeah, if you, point out, you get penalized 6 weeks, but the way things are, who's to say it won't take longer? So at least I won't go broke waiting for that kind of stuff to come through. And of course, there's my daughter. Now that my grandson's older, she actually wants us to get a place together. He's already put in a bid for a 3-bedroom apartment in the complex she lives in. Now, I think I told some of y'all, oh my God, I love where my daughter lives. We both have the same landlord. I live in a blue collar.
I'm going to say this, right? For as much as the ladies will be like, oh, you're settling, you settle for me. I'm going to tell you this. If you're a woman and you can find a man that's good with money, you can find a man that's a great investor. He's a great saver. Honestly, you've met Prince Charming. You truly have. Remember how Rona was saying that even her boyfriend, he taught her so much about credit cards and how to pay back her credit cards and how to save money. You really, I'm like, you really realize if you meet a man that's good with money, good with investing, good with credit cards, bills, who understands money, you truly have met Prince Charming. Because I'm like, this is really sad, you guys. Miss Sheila is she's mid 60s, late 60s. Her first 401k was 5 years ago. Then she said, oh, I got $15,000 in there. I can use that for a camper. I said, oh, Jesus. And I can take care of myself for 6 months. And I'm like, Sheila, if you die at 80, what you going to do? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, why did you divorce your husband again? Like, I am so confused. But you divorced that man so you could work at Amazon in your 60s? Oh, y'all, the day I watched this video, I couldn't believe. I felt so bad for her. And then her daughter also, it seems like she has a son. She's also not married. And I'm like, what kind of generational curse is this? So she wants her mom to come live with them because I'm sure she's like, she needs her mom to pay the rent, But I'm like, man, this is insanity.
Building. She lived in a white collar building. Oh my God, we're talking crown molding, fireplace, breakfast bar, garage, and it's all on one floor. 2 doors that lead from the patio. From what she told me, in a 3-bedroom, 2 of the bedrooms have a door to lead to the patio. And my daughter don't like bugs, so it's probably just going to be me out there. And I thought, oh, I could do that. But the truth, I guess the real point is, I always say you end up at Amazon because there's something you didn't do right. And it's up to you to take advantage of whatever it is they're offering so you can fix that. For me, it was finally having great health insurance. So at least I was able to keep a handle on the arthritis and the glaucoma. And, I'm in good shape. And for me also, it was the 401k because I didn't plan as well as I should have. And while, that's not going to keep me for the rest of my life, it's enough for me to be okay until I decide whatever else it is I want to do. And there are things I can still do. But I can tell you right now, whatever job I get, I don't want to work hard. I just want to stand around and be cute and smile at people and go, hey, can I help you? Because I feel like the 5.5 years I put into Amazon, and I've learned my lesson, because you know how many people get 401ks offered to them and they don't do anything with it? The fact that I did, I think, was the lesson I had to learn. So there we are. And before anybody thinks, nope, there is no inheritance. And let me tell you something. If you're almost 80 years old and you have a life insurance policy, please check it. Because a lot of life insurance policies, once you turn 80, you have to contact them and tell them that you either want to cash it out or you want to continue it. If you don't do that, the policy defaults and it goes away. And that's what happened with my mother. When she moved in with my sister didn't know what was going on. My mom handed her the paper. My sister read it and she says, oh my God, Mom, you're supposed to let them know when you turned 80. And my mom said, well, it was only a couple of months ago. Well, nope, no life insurance policy. They had to go out and get another life insurance policy. And my mother was almost 81. So you can imagine all it did was pay for the funeral. There is no legacy and there is no inheritance left behind. So another reason to be thankful that I hung in there with Amazon. Because, everybody was kind of counting on getting a little something. So
I hope you guys are keeping up, right? She told you the first video, her mom was the type of woman to just do stuff. Like, she would just make decisions in the moment. Like, she didn't care about the future, forethought, like, what's this going to look like? Nah, her mom was impulsive, pretty much. Like, okay. So I think the mama also didn't have a husband. Now, Miss Sheila, right? She had a husband, but I guess she said she wanted to start a business. He didn't agree. So I guess she's like, okay, well, I guess I'll see you later. So she divorced the husband. It's like her mom thinking about the now. Then she had another man. But the other man, he was not comfortable with her camping by herself or going with her little book bag and like staying at these weird hostels by herself. So she felt like he was controlling patriarchy. So she left that man too. Okay. The whole time she has no 401k, she has no savings, she has no health insurance. She never foresaw the day she'll be plus 60 something with arthritis and glaucoma, right? So she's just like her mom. Okay. Then the mama died. The mom had to go live with her sister, her daughter, who's her sister, with no life insurance. So imagine the stress of that, right? Now, Miss Sheila, she's about to go live with her daughter, and the daughter has a son. There's no daddy there too. I'm like, this is a generational curse. Okay. So you have 3 generations of women who didn't get married or could not stay married. And it's like, it's poverty after poverty. I can only imagine. I mean, hopefully she talks to her daughter and her daughter learns from her mom and finds a way to get married. But I'm like, this is not a good sign. This is not good. This is really not good. This is not good. to be in your 60s and that's the first time you open a 401k though, that is crazy. You're going to have one or the other. Either you have a husband or you have a 401k, but you cannot wait until your 60s. That is insanity. That's insanity. And think about the car she was out here buying. She bought a Jeep. She had a convertible. She had all these fancy cars. She had no retirement. She had no retirement. And this is why I will say it again. Marlene will say man of the prize, but this is why I will say, like, it really helps for a lot of ladies to have patriarchy, especially when it comes to their finances, because by themselves, they don't make good financial choices. They do not make good financial choices because they only live in the now. Oh, I want this car. I'm going to go get it. I want the Jeep. Oh, it's kind of cute. It's red. I'm going to go buy it. Girl. Okay. So now here she is. It's really sad. It's so sad.
That's it. Another thing. I know the last thing anybody want to do is stock up again like we did for the pandemic, but tariffs, paper products, aluminum foil, fruit, meat, shellfish, crackers, flour.
So here's her channel, right? What's up with Shayla? That's her channel, okay? So you guys can go in there and watch more of her videos. I enjoy watching her because to me, she's a cautionary tale, okay? You do not want to be by yourself. You do not want to be by yourself. And I even feel like sometimes it could also be the mother that really introduces her daughter to really toxic mindset around relationships. And it's like, you're not helping your daughter. Like, this is insane. She has this other video. I can watch it tomorrow. Why are so many Black women single? We can watch that one tomorrow. Because I need a little break. Can't breathe, right? But it's really sad. But that's her channel. If you want to watch more of her videos. But it's really sad. Because I'm like, at that age, though, you should just be resting. This is not an age to work at Amazon. 60 boxes, 88 boxes, 100 boxes, picking up dog food, picking up cat litter. Like, what? No, this is for young people. This is for young people, But I'm like, being by yourself, it's crazy. It is really, really crazy. But like I said, the way this country's going, the economy, expenses, AI, layoffs, and stuff like that, I really hope a lot more young people realize, like, you know what? Let's get married. Like, let's take marriage seriously. Let's take building family seriously. Let's take not doing everything by myself, because how sustainable is that, right? Let's respect money. Let's take care of our credit, And I really hope that all you ladies, you decide to go into content creation, like build something on your own, because one salary, one income, like it's hard. It really, really is hard. And even the people who are sitting here recommending that ladies be by themselves, like many of those people too, they create content. They have multiple streams of income. And then they're telling people, you don't need no man like Kendra G. I'm like, yeah, it's easy for you to say after you copied everything by Kevin Samuels and you make money in different ways. But you're telling these Black women only have one stream of income to stay by themselves. Like, girl, are you actually okay? No, 2 is better than 1, okay? So you guys, I hope you've enjoyed today's live. It was all over the place, but hopefully you learned a few things, all right? So I'm going to leave you now because I can't breathe. But hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. If I'm not, I'll be back on Monday. Okay, I want to challenge myself for the month of June. I want to see if I can like live stream at least like 5 days a week. I'll try. Oh Lord. Okay. But I hope you enjoyed the live. But I really encourage you guys to not be by yourself. Do not have the stink attitude. Oh, I'm not going to settle. I'm not going to do it. Oh, be quiet. You have no idea what the future has in store for you, because aging is real. Aging is real. The stuff starts to hurt all over. Your legs start to hurt. This starts to hurt. It is real. It is truly, truly real. So when you're young and you're cute, right? Make it work. Make it work. Yeah, make it work. Because this, I'm like, the way America is expensive, it's not meant for one person to pay bills by themselves. And also, parents, they do die. Mommy and daddy not going to live forever. Right? Mommy and daddy's not going to live forever. If you love your dad's not going to live forever. One day your father will be dead. So you need to make sure you find your husband, okay? Because you do not want to stay by yourself. Stay away from all these women out here who will say, oh, you can do it by yourself. Stay by yourself. No, they're miserable. Do not listen to them. They don't have a plan. They don't have a plan. Okay. And these girls, oh, stay by yourself. You need to ask her, how much do you have in savings? How much do you have in the 401k? Do you even have a 401k? Okay, don't talk to me. Okay. Do not take advice from people who are not financially literate, because you will see, if you study this for yourself, the vast majority of millionaires and multimillionaires are married people. Ask AI, do your own research, right? Because 2 is better than 1, right? And also, I'm going to say this. For as much as some people want to just go and marry rich, because that's the scammer mindset, right? Slow and steady wins the race. It's better to build small with somebody that's trustworthy than to just be out here seeking, oh, I want everything at once, because that's usually how people get scammed. That is usually how people get scammed. Don't you ever forget, slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race. It's rather to start small, build with someone you love and you trust, and y'all can grow together and have more respect for each other because you build this together, than to look for, I need to find a rich man or whatever. No, that's how people get scammed. That's how people get love bombed. That's how people end up in toxic relationships. That's how people end up in abusive relationships, right? Okay? If it's too good to be true, it probably is, all right? So I love you guys. Start content creation. Val, start your channel. Queen, start your channel. Start your channels. Talk about money. Talk about money mistakes. Help other people and help yourself out. And I really do believe that your channels are going to thrive and you'll make a lot of money. Okay? So love y'all so much. Bye, Janet. Bye, everybody. I'll see y'all tomorrow, hopefully. Hopefully I feel better by tomorrow. If I don't, I'll see y'all Monday, okay? Bisou, she got to go. She's tired. I can't breathe.